live stream. Hello, Gemini. Hello, everybody. Let me get this set up a little bit. Yeah. Hello, Shelling P. Hello, everybody. This is going to be one heck of a live stream. I need you to go get your ramen. Go get your soju. Go. This is going to be one heck of a live stream. The things that have happened within the past 24 to 48 hours has me totally vexed. Has me very vexed. Very vexed. Like I have certain things to say. I've recorded so many videos today to come out for next week, but this week has been crazy. So, hello everybody. Anyo, Anaseo. Hello everybody. Welcome to my live stream where we every week we come here at 8 p.m. Central Standard Time and talk K-pop, talk about the news and events in K-pop. We usually start out with talking about BTS updates first. Then we start talking about anything that's going on Hive and Adore or whatever within the Hive subsidiaries. Then we talk about things that are going on outside of Hive. And then we talk about what's going on in Korea if there's something relevant. Hello from Australia. Good day from Australia. Hello, Marie Miller. Oh my God. Like this has been crazy, Army. This has been crazy. I was just talking to Jennifer. Jennifer's like, aren't you supposed to be going live? I was like, ooh, girl, like I got a lot going on today. Today's a very busy day. Make sure you check out my videos. Make sure you like, share, subscribe to my channel. My members, my members. I have some hot tea. If you are a member, which you pay $1.99 a month, I got some hot tea for some of you guys. Y'all can read my posts. I put exclusive member only content in my posts. Again, this has been a very interesting day, y'all. This has been an interesting day. I had to give me something to drink. Like it's nothing alcoholic. It's just Kool-Aid. Today is another busy Saturday for me, but we're going to get into it again. This is a very interesting week. So let me go ahead and grab my notes, girl, because Lord have mercy. I got another Hee Jin video coming out that I got to do. I just haven't had a chance, but we're going to touch a little bit about Hee Jin and Danielle. We're going to talk about that. But what I thought was going to be a very cut and dry. You here for the tea? Oh, okay. Shelly said, I got the scoop from High Boy, but you here for the tea. Okay. So we're going to talk about, yes, Hee Jin. We're going to talk about a little bit about that and stuff like that. So we're going to start with the BT. You've been anxious all day. Marie Miller, I was telling Jennifer about it because she's not on Weverse. I've been telling Jennifer about it, my sister-in-law, my K-pop pusher, telling her about what happened with the RM live stream. And so we're definitely going to talk about that. I have a separate video coming out, but we're going to talk about it tonight. So we're going to the BTS. Okay. We're going to start with Jin. Okay. We're going to start out something nice and smooth. So we're going to start out with Jin. So Jin, it was his birthday. I believe Jin is 33 years old. It was his birthday. He did a Weverse live stream. Now, I did not watch the Weverse live stream because whenever I don't know about anybody else, I was having technical difficulties on Weverse. Like we're grown men, I ain't their babysitter, right? And then so Weverse, every time I tried to click on the Jin video, it kept not wanting to load. And then when I went to the other channels that I subscribed to, like 17 and Le Seraphim, when I tried to click on anyone live, it wouldn't play. I restarted it. I deleted the app, downloaded the app again. I went through the whole thing for a whole day off and on, and I could not get the video to work. Going into the next day, I couldn't get the video to work. So with Jin, I didn't watch his live stream. I didn't repost it because I couldn't get it to work. So I don't understand. But Jin apparently had a lovely time. He did a 30-minute live, 35-minute live, and he talked, and I didn't watch High Boy. Now, I do have to say, before we get started, I love High Boy, okay? I really do. I love Asian entertainment. I watch Asian entertainment. Those are two of my favorite channels. They're the only two like real army channels that I watch because they do things. However, I do have to tell people that as much as I love High Boy and Asian entertainment, they are still armies. They are still kind of tainted. I wouldn't say tainted is not the word. Influenced by the things that they read from the BTS fandom and them being BTS fans. Now, look, I'm army, but I ain't that kind of army. Let's just put it that way. I'm not that kind of army. Like there are still people who are very protective of BTS. Look, I like BTS. BTS is my favorite group, but damn it, I'm a pragmatist and I'm a realist. I keep it real. Y'all know I keep it real with y'all. As much as I love BTS, I try to stay objectionable. As much as I love Sugar, now look, I can't make no guarantees about Sugar, about me being objectionable. I try. I won't go there. But as much as I love BTS and I love K-pop, I am very objectionable. And I try to get people's opinions who do not listen to K-pop who are Korean. Because you will see a different perspective from somebody who is not ARMY, who is not involved in K-pop. Being involved in K-pop, and when you start getting on social media, when you start getting on Instagram and X, and you start being in these K-pop spaces, it starts shaping your mindset. So certain things that people think are abnormal, you think is normal because you're in the K-pop spaces. That's another reason why I am not on social media. I am not in K-pop spaces. The only K-pop space I have is my own. The only K-pop fans I know are you guys and Jennifer. My kids, I don't have K-pop people that I'm not in social media groups. I'm not in Reddit groups because I find that people, your mindset will get changed because everybody will come at you and they will craft a narrative online that sometimes armies fall into the trap for instead of being on the outside looking in. When you're on the outside of K-pop looking in, I find that you tend to see things a little bit differently than what other people see it. And sometimes I see the truth of really what it is. But a lot of times people, even High Boy, as much as I love him, he says objectionable. I know he says things in the way he crafts things that sometimes I don't vibe with. That sometimes I'm like, nah, not really. Like, no. And so that's where I disagree with, but I love him though. Mary says she's 54 years old. All right. Asian entertainment. I love Asian entertainment. I respect her knowledge. I respect the research and the time that she takes to doing her things. I respect Soul Light TV, even though Soul Light Sean doesn't post a lot. But when he used to post, I was on his channel all the time because he just gives me a laugh and a giggle. He's really snarky like I am. And I love High Boy and I love his translations and stuff like that. But some of the things I can tell from talking to other Koreans that High Boy holds back because he loves BTS and he's ARMY. Now look, I love BTS and ARMY, but I ain't gonna hold back. I'm just gonna tell y'all the truth. Like whether it's good, bad, or ugly. Like that's me. I'm a pragmatist. I'm like, well, I'm like, I see it one way and somebody sees it a different way. So the way I may say it and the way I may tell it, I'm just very blunt. I'm a very blunt, outspoken person. So I'm just like, this is my opinion. And I'm not going to really hold back because I'm scared of my audience or I'm scared of that somebody's going to, I'm not scared of that. I don't, YouTube is not my livelihood. It's just my hobby, you know. South Korea toxicity get to me. It's very toxic. They don't speak for anyone. Honey, I'm doing a whole video about that, about South Korea fandom. And I'm about to do a, you know, I try to be very honest. We're about to talk about the BTS updates, Sarah. You know, yes. Yeah, we're just getting started on the BTS updates. I had to give the disclaimer that sometimes me and High Boy approach the things clash because he comes from a space of ARMY and I'm ARMY, but I ain't that kind of ARMY. Like I'm really real with mine. I'm like, well, I don't like this. Well, let's put it this way. I don't have any problem dragging BTS. I don't have any problem calling it what it is. If somebody says something and I'm just like, I disagree with that. I don't have any problem like being critical of BTS or saying things that people are scared to say because they belong to the BTS fandom and they scared to ruffle some feathers. I'm never scared to ruffle no feathers. I just tell it like it is. So here we go. We back to we were talking about Jin. So Jin did his Weverse. It was his birthday, and again, I have not watched it because I couldn't I can log in, but I couldn't click on and watch the videos, y'all. So I apologize. No, I don't watch DJ Gino, but I know who he is. I know who he is. You like my glasses, my Wicked glasses, my Elphabas. We went to go see Wicked this weekend, the second one. So, Sarah said, okay. But yes, DJ Gino is, yeah. Thank you, Mary. But yeah, I like to be real. So even though I may offend people, like I don't mean to, but I have to be honest. So Jen, I didn't get to see them, but Jen had a good birthday. Also, online with Jin, his concert. They had a concert release or some videos. I know it popped up in my feed about Jin's concert. And I went to Jin's concert. If you check out my videos, my vlogs and destinations, me and Jennifer, we went to Jin's concert in Dallas this summer, and it was fun. It was my first like army, like my first BTS concert, and it was great. I loved it. I loved it. I loved it. Loved it. So that was Jin. Let's move on to Jimin. So Jimin, let's get to the easy ones first. So Park Jimin, I have not heard much from Jimin. I know he posted some things on Weverse and he commented, so it's not like Jimin has disappeared. He's been in the background lurking. He's been like, you know, kikiing and being Jimin, being all cute. If y'all know anything else, I went to Jimin. But Jimin and Jungkook, Jin was just being Jin. Yeah, Jimin and Jungkook are on the second season of Are You Sure? I've watched the first 3 episodes of the first season. Again, I am trying to catch up. I will promise I'll try to catch up tonight and tomorrow and this week so I can catch up so we can get into the second season. But I'm enjoying Are You Sure? The first season. Like, I'm surprised. I know I didn't watch it last year because number 1, last year, I wasn't really army last year. And number 2, I was too busy with being angry about the sugar stuff, so I was mad at everybody. And number 3, I'm not into travel shows. So travel shows is not my thing. I've seen In the Soup, like a few episodes here and there of In the Soup, and I'm not in, just travel shows are really not my thing. So I was pleasantly surprised that I actually liked the first season of Are You Sure? The first 3 episodes, at least, I'm liking it. The first 3 episodes I find entertaining, which is surprising. So I'm definitely going to watch the second season and then come back and do a review. And like I said, I'm trying to hurry and watch these episodes. So there you go. Jimin asked for red pepper sounded like Lee Pickle. Did it? I have to watch it. All I heard is that Jimin took his shirt off, and I don't know. That's all I heard. I was like, well, I guess if Jimin's taking his shirt off, I guess I got to watch it. Oh, you twisted my arm. Oh my God, I got to watch it now. they're like, Jimin took his shirt off. I'm like, let me hear him watch that first season. Because, you know, I remember when Jimin and Jungkook was in that pool and it was all over the internet. Like, there was my YouTube shorts popped up with just them like with no shirts on in a spa or something. And I was like, maybe I should stop and watch. But I still didn't watch. But yeah, like that's what I heard. Yeah, you see his back tattoo real good. They surprised me. Like, see, y'all spoiling it for me now. Y'all like, girl, he was naked and they was in the bed. Y'all stop ruining the show for me. I promise you guys, I will get back to you guys on this show. Speaking of Jungkook, let's talk about it. And Are You Sure? So what is happening right now? And I just made a video, and the video comes out Monday, and it made my teeth itch. Y'all know I got braces. So sometimes I get a little stressed and my teeth start tingling, and it made my brain explode. So there's a scene in Are You Sure? Where Jungkook was he was leaning up against him. I haven't seen the episode, but I'm going to go watch it. I'm going to watch this episode soon. And somebody online noticed that there was a tattoo like underneath here, that he supposedly had a tattoo. So online, what's exploded online right now is that they're saying that this tattoo that he has matches Winter from aespa's tattoo. Now, we have briefly talked about the Winter from aespa, how they have been linked together. I honestly don't know what this is all about. So let me go on the record and say, I do not believe that Jungkook and Winter from aespa are together right now. I don't know if they've ever been together. They may have dated before he went to the military. They may or may not have dated in the past. I don't know. I really honestly don't care. But looking at the tattoo, what some people are telling me is that picture is doctored. The picture looked weird. It was blurry. I don't know how anybody can tell Winter's tattoo, that Jungkook's tattoo. I'm looking at 5 different photos because y'all know I'm not on social media. So I'm looking at screenshots that people are taking. And I'm like, I don't even know what I'm looking at. I'm looking at it like this. I'm turning the screen upside down. I'm like, I said, that looks like somebody photoshopped it. I mean, people are saying that it exists, but people are saying that what they see on the pictures on social media does not match what's on the TV show. So I have to see it for myself, and then I'll come back and report to you guys. So it's season 2, episode 2, around 1500. But yes, they grown. Yeah, like I said, until I hear it, and then like I told people, the timeline doesn't match. We don't know when he got the tattoo. I don't know when she got her tattoo. I don't know. But I know from Jungkook for a fact, I don't follow aespa. I'm not a fan of aespa. But I know for Jungkook for a fact, I don't know when he got this tattoo. He could have got this tattoo last year. He could have got this tattoo 6 months ago. He could have got it yesterday. I don't know. This show was filmed when he got out of the military in June. I don't know. He could have got the tattoo while he was in the military. I don't know. Could I? Again, in my video that's coming up, I discussed this. It doesn't make any logical sense for two people who are in very high profile groups, who are trying to keep their relationship secret, to go out and get the same tattoo. I said, are y'all hearing me? Do y'all understand how cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs that most people in the industry think this is? Why would you go get matching tattoos with somebody if you're having a secret relationship that you're not out with? Do y'all just think the fans are not going to notice? K-pop idols are not this stupid. They understand that fans look at everything. And then the other evidence that people were bringing up was not even evidence. It's just stupidity. The timelines don't match up. I'm like, well, we don't know. And then looking at the tattoo again, I have to see it for my own self on the episode. But I looked at it and I'm like, it looks like somebody doctored the photo, in my opinion. Oh, you can't get in ink in the military. Okay. Well, I mean, okay. Yeah, I just, and then on top of that, the overarching thing is, I don't care. But again, the stupidity of fans, I'm like, why would he go get what K-pop idol has went out and dated somebody and got matching tattoos? Somebody that they're not married to, somebody that they don't have, that they don't have children with, somebody that they're not engaged to. Who in Korea is getting matching tattoos? Period. Like, period. It's something that just, it's not, tattoos, period, aren't popular in Korea. JK got a bunch of tattoos. He could have got a little teeny tiny tattoo on his shoulder with a little smiley face, and she could have got something on the back of her leg or something that's underneath here with on her boob. Nobody would have ever seen. They could have got couples tattoo. Why would you get couple tattoo above your knee for her and here for him? Please help me understand. Help me understand the logic of that. If you're trying to hide a relationship, why would you have visible tattoos like that? If anything, she would have got tattoo on her boobie or her butt or her back, somewhere low on her lower back that you couldn't see. If you must go get matching tattoos, if you must, and you mean to tell me they got matching tattoos, did they get them at the same time or 2 different times? I'm just confused. Yeah, for all we know, like Sarah said, I said it in my next video. I said there's not that many tattoo places in South Korea that have recommendations from celebrities. How we know they didn't go to the same tattoo place and just happen to pick out the same tattoo? Again, I cannot picture it. I don't know Winter from aespa, but she's been in the business long enough. I can't fathom in my mind that Jungkook would be this stupid to go get a couple's tattoo with somebody that he's not going to get married to or be out and proud with the relationship. And then people were talking about nail polish and earpieces. And I'm like, okay, all of that shit is ridiculous, y'all. All of that is ridiculous. I explained it in my next video how the idol dating rumors don't make any sense, because anybody in their right mind, because there's idols that have dated for years that we don't know about. I'm telling y'all, this is a fact. There are idols that have been in relationships for a long time that we don't never know. We don't know. And we don't know, because idols are good at hiding their relationships. They're not going to breadcrumb and drop hints to who? The fans on social media? Why would they ever do that? It makes no sense to me for the idols to be breadcrumbing the fans. If they're in a relationship, they're in a relationship. They're going to make sure they do everything to keep their personas and their careers intact, unless they just don't care about their careers anymore. I'm sure JK cares about his career. I'm sure Espa cares about her band and her career. Same thing about JK. Why there would be no need to breadcrumb the fans. They are not stupid enough to go to a restaurant together and then each go on social media and post pictures of them in the restaurant together. I've said this before. What logical sense? Why would anybody ever do that? You know the fans are going to. They read the same things that we read online. The idols read the same things. So they understand. They know what to do not to get caught dating, y'all. There's all kinds of things that idols do to keep from being caught. They go to private bars. They go to each other's houses late at night. They show up in different cars. They do car dates. I've talked about this stuff before. I'm like, idols ain't dumb. They learn this from other people in the business. They learn this from managers and staff members. They know where to go. I mean, they know what to do and how to hide their relationships. Yeah, I mean, the backlash, yeah. JK know his career would survive, but I don't know about Winter's. I don't think Winter or JK both would put their careers in jeopardy because of a matching tattoo. Just think when I say that, it sounds dumb. It sounds silly. Oh, baby, we're going to get matching tattoos. Oh, yeah, sure. What? I don't know any idol in their right mind that would be like, oh, okay. Not unless you fixing to retire, you finna marry this. Even if you finna marry this person, I just can't see. The tattoos are not that popular in South Korea. And then, like I said, couples tattoos is not really a thing. It's not a thing in South Korea. So I looked at the pictures, and the pictures, they look doctored and altered to me. I do not believe JK and Winter are together unless they come out and become public with their relationship. I do not believe that. I don't know where these rumors are coming from. I don't know who keeps stoking these rumors. And the fact that the mainstream Korean media took pictures from a Korean message board, the Korean media took information from a gossip message board and made articles about this. This is how crazy this is. Normally gossip and stuff, you don't see it in Korea Herald. They took gossip, again, let me say, from a Korean gossip site, a Korean message board, and they posted this as a legitimate news story. I was flabbergasted. I'm like, what? So I guess we just take everything from the message boards in Korea. I guess we just taking everything. We just like, yeah, that checks. I'm like, so since when does the Korean media do that? I'm like, oh, it must be a slow news time. Yeah, even if they did, they wouldn't put, like I said, Marie, yes, they wouldn't put a tattoo as visible. They would hide it. Yeah. Or you remember the backlash from a fanfic between Winter and another idol? Winter has been linked to even a 17 member, in Hypen member. She's been linked to many different people. Yeah, just like with Sugar with the CCTV, and he wasn't his video. It was some old video on somebody on a moped. So again, I'm curious I'm like, Korean media. So is this a slow news week? Because this whole entire week, they've been posting a lot of gossipy kind of articles. And they normally don't really get into the K-pop gossip or the entertainment gossip. But this week, I've noticed that it's been a real uptick. And the fact that they actually posted this as a real story, something that's in the message boards in Korean K-pop message boards, that they posting this like this a real story. I was like, Korean media never ceases to never. Just when I'm thinking, oh, what? No. They like, hold on, girl. We're gonna go. Like, why? Why would they post this as like some real thing? It's not a real thing. And again, they are allowed. K-pop idols should be allowed to date. But I don't. And then people online talking about, well, SM hasn't said anything and Hybe hasn't said anything. What do you want SM and Hybe to say? SM and Hybe should not be confirming or denying their private lives unless it gets to like Like the Jimin and the song Duan thing. That was a whole different story because she posted videos and pictures of her and Jimin and stuff like that. Then the agency needs to step in. Song Duan was literally getting online and threatening to expose Jimin and was saying things on her TikTok channel. She was doing stunts and tricks and stuff like that. Which thank God they paid her. I'm sorry. Thank God she's gone. I'm sorry, Freudian slip. My bad. Thank God she's gone. But so that was a different situation. But dating rumors, I don't. The agency should not even acknowledge that and address it. And we know SM ain't. You know SM don't care. You know SM. You know they don't acknowledge nothing. SM is like deny till you die. SM is like deny, 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 deny. We ain't see nothing. We ain't know nothing. Unless it's something illegal, SM is not going to really readily come out and acknowledge that. Freudian slip. Yes, it was, honey. Yeah, they do. They out here, Ice Queen, purporting this gossip, this baseless gossip as truth. Like it's truth and it's factual. And I'm like, I read the articles and I'm like, this is it's expected. I'm like, oh, Korean media, y'all paychecks must be coming short. You know, it's the holiday season. It's gonna be Christmas in South Korea too, and I guess the reporters need their bonuses. I don't know. They need their clicks. They need their advertising dollars to come up because that's the only thing I can think of as to why they would report this as gospel with no research, with not pulling up the video themselves. They could have watched the episode themselves. But they actually, and then they took the pictures from the message boards and posted them in their articles. What? Y'all didn't even go, they could have did a side by side. Here's the episode of what we saw, and here's what's posted online. Let the audience decide. The Korean media didn't even have the decency enough to do that. They literally copied and pasted the pictures. They literally copied and pasted the Reddit posts from people online, from commenters online, was like, yeah, I guess they dating. I guess it's true. So this is what we do. So we just copy and pasting from gossip boards now? I guess in South Korea, that's journalism. And then you put splashy headlines like, oh my God, there is a dating scandal. And I'm just like, oh man. Yes, it's tabloid now. They offer Hee Jin because they realize they can't make no money. Everybody didn't turn on Hee Jin now, so they kind of like, well, we got to go on to something else now. And BTS are coming close to their comeback. So I told y'all before, and I've said it again, and let me say it again for the 10th time. I said as BTS gets closer to their comeback, be prepared to see all kinds of weird things pop up in the media. Again, I said before, I wouldn't be surprised somebody come out and be like one of the BTS members' baby mamas. I said I wouldn't be surprised if articles would come out that some BTS member wanted somebody to do something strange for a piece of change. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody was like, I was at a party and somebody touched my booty. I'm telling you, I'm not surprised. The things that are going to come out between now and they come back and for the rest of the year from now on, it's just going to ramp up into more and more and more gossipy and tabloidish kind of stuff in Korean media. So get ready for it. Somebody said the baby mama. I remember months ago, y'all were like, no, not the baby mama. I said, yes, the baby mama. I promise you. I'm not surprised. There's going to be some drinking scandal, drug scandal, smoking scandal, sex scandal. Just get ready for it, y'all. Like they are really ramping up to being like, we're going to get them, you know. Yeah, they're going to come out the woodwork like cockroaches. They're going to be scurrying out, talking about, like little antenna. Yeah, they're gonna come out the woodwork. Bon-tong babies, yes, they're gonna have all kinds of babies coming out. Because as we get closer to their comeback, official comeback, they are going, just the noise is just gonna be the antenna. The noise is just going to be amplified. You're going to see more. You're going to be like, why is this coming out? Because like I said, this whole thing was just taken from the Korean board. So that, oh yeah, we finna get into it. So that brings me to the next thing, baby. So we didn't did Jim and Jungkook. Let's talk about Hobie. So I I will post that short on my. I have it coming up in the next couple of days. That Hobie was at a party with some other Korean. I don't know if he was an actor or a singer. I don't know who this other dude is, but they said he was. I'm not familiar with K actors. I can't point a K actor out of a lineup. There's a few of them that I know. But there was Lisa, and she was sitting next to J-Hope, and there was a table of people, and they were eating and having drinks, and they were at some sort of get-together at a restaurant. And so there's a bunch of shorts going around saying about Lisa and Hobie sitting next to each other. Again, I say it in my post. I do not believe in it for a fact, for almost a near damn fact, that there's nothing going on between Lisa and Hobie because she was sitting next to him. And I'm like, I don't think anything's going on between them at all. I firmly believe that Lisa is with that are not guy. There's enough evidence out there that they are together. Now, I don't know if they're together right now. I don't know. Maybe they had a breakup recently. I don't know. But all I know is that Blackpink and BTS are close. Blackpink and BTS are very close. Lisa was at a gathering with JK before he went to the military. I think, or while he was in the military, Lisa was there. Lisa and Jisoo are very close to them. So I just say from what I've known and heard, those two members are very close. There are ties to Blackpink and BTS. And like, I don't mean dating wise, but just friendship wise. And again, y'all know how I feel about Jenny and V. I will fight anybody. To me, Jenny and V were a couple. They were a whole ass thing. And so there may be still some inroads, but they are very friendly. They really enjoy each other's company. They hang out with each other. And I said all these K-idols did, not just Blackpink and BTS, but a lot of them do. A lot of these idols know each other. And I said all these fan wars and fan rivalries, I don't participate in. I don't hate no fandom. I don't have no evilness towards any idols or any groups or anything. If they're not my cup of tea musically, they're not my cup of tea. It's never personal with me. I don't hate New Jeans. I don't hate Hee Jin. It's not that deep for me. I either like your music or I avoid it because I'm like, it's not really my thing. But I respect the hard work that all these groups do. But again, to me, there is no rivalries because they all know each other. They all run around in the same circles. And I don't believe that Lisa and Hobie are doing anything. I mean, they might be hooking up or something. I don't know. But I'm just saying that just because she sat next to him is because they've been friends for a long time, and I know that we're photographed with Felix a lot too. Yeah, Felix. Yeah, baby. Felix. It was at an LV dinner. Oh, was that a Louis Vuitton? What, even more so. That was like an industry event. Yes, they're all part of the K-pop industry family, Shelly Thompson. That's right. It's like, any gathering in Hollywood or the music industry, it's the same thing. You drinks are flowing, you sit next to people. I said, K-pop fans are so, I said in my video, K-pop fans are so childish. Y'all act like everything is just very black and white, and it's not. There's things that go on in the industry behind the scenes that we don't ever be privy to. There are things that go on in the industry that we don't ever see, that we don't know. I tell you, there are people in the industry who are real couples that if I would tell y'all jaw would drop. That knowing that this person from this group been with this person from this group, and they've been together for about 5 years, and y'all would be gagging. Y'all be like, what? No, because you've never heard a rumor. You've never heard anyone say anything. There are plenty of couples in K-pop that you never hear nothing about. You never hear people doing I Spy with My Little Eye or Where's Waldo on social media because they understand that, like, okay, they're not that, they understand that a private relationship is a private relationship. And then I explained also in my video coming up about how social media work. I've told y'all before that these groups have social media managers, that they don't really post their own things on their own social media. They can, but then they really don't. That it's sometimes, depending on the group and the agency, it's very orchestrated. So Hobie and them at an LV party, it's an industry party like any other industry party. I said, and people trying to infer something, I don't think there's anything there. I don't understand either, Sarah. Fan wars for what? They like each other. They hang out all the time. They support each other. You have to in this business. Because these are the people that you bump into all the time. Now, some people are more out partying with others. Some people like to be out there a little bit more than others. Some people more homebodies and they don't like to be all out. But then there's some idols who really love to be in the idol scene. They really like to go out and socialize. They're sociable people. And they like to go to premieres and parties and industry events because that's where you meet people. That's where you network and you find friends. Like, you can't find friends from regular smuggler people because They're not around a lot of regular people, not unless it's people that they grew up with or family or friends that they had before they became famous. But a lot of them understand that like you're bumping into these people all the time. So it's best for you to say hi and be sociable and be polite. And then you get to sitting next to somebody and talking to somebody at an award show or backstage. And then they say, you know, y'all are friendly. And you see them again and you see them again. And you're like, well, hell, I see you all the time. Let's exchange numbers. Let's work together. Or, hey, don't you know such and such? Well, I know that person too. Well, I know that person too. Okay, well, we should all be friends. Like, that's how it kind of goes, And that's how it goes. Yeah, me and Hee Jin is out here trying to hold tryouts, girl. Yeah, I did a whole video talking about me and Hee Jin. But yeah, but that's Hobie. So we got Jin, Jungkook, and Hobie. Who else are we gonna talk about on our list? 4 down, 3 to go. We're gonna talk about Suga. So on the 9th, Suga has his the kids at Severance Hospital is gonna be having that concert on the 9th at the Yonsei University. So make sure y'all look out for the news for that. It's going to be on December the 9th. And they have confirmed that Suga will not be there. He will not be making an appearance. So don't y'all get too excited. I know y'all was like, I was kind of excited. I was thought maybe, but no, they said Suga won't be there. But it's just for the children for his for the Mind program. So it's just for those kids. They're going to perform with Suga's band that he went on tour with during D-Day. So that's Suga. Yay. Yoongi is very focused. He's very focused, apparently. He's found his life calling, apparently. So, and the more time goes on, the more I'm convinced, and I've told you guys before, that Suga's over this. And I know some of y'all don't like to hear that, but I'm convinced the more as time goes on that Suga's over this. That Suga's going to do what he's contractually obligated to do. That Suga's going to give it his all, do his best, go to practices and be professional. I expect nothing less than Suga to be professional. From what I heard about Suga, that Yoongi is very professional. And so I think he's going to do his duty. But do I think that Suga is perhaps over this? Yeah. I told y'all I felt this way a long time. I keep telling y'all, you have to read between the lines. I've told y'all a long time that I feel like Suga is over this. No, I'm not going to get my wedding dress. No, my wedding dress still going to go when that concert comes. I'm still wearing my wedding dress. If Jennifer will let me. She tells me she's not going to let me. But I'm going to try to work on her. I'm going to work on her. He's busy with charity work producing. Yeah, Suga's busy doing his thing. And I think I can imagine, in my opinion, that he is happy being out of the spotlight. And especially the things that have happened in the past 6 months since they've been out. The thing with the W and the thing with Jimin and the thing with Jungkook and his numerous scandals, or quote unquote, I say quote unquote scandals, it's not really scandals, but I'm sure Suga's probably sitting back going, whew. I said Suga is sitting at home drinking him some whiskey, and Suga sitting back going, whew, thank God I ain't got to do that shit. Suga like, shit. Oh, Jin donated some money for his birthday. I did not know that. Thank you, Katina. I didn't know that. But I'm sure Suga sitting like, whew, thank God I can go produce and write and rehearse and I ain't got to worry about none of y'all. Right. Why? I agree, Shelly. Why walk into that minefield? I didn't think Suga liked being all out there like that anyway. Suga's much more reserved and a homebody. I don't think Suga wants to go live his life and do his thing and live his life however he wants to live his life. I think Suga's like, thank God. Like maybe the scooter thing was a blessing and a curse. Maybe it was a blessing for him. And maybe he's found another purpose besides music and besides the industry. So hopefully that it goes. But I think that Suga is over it. I really do think that that he may, like after this BTS thing ends, that he might want to become a producer and a writer full time. And he'll just be behind the scenes and be like another Bang PD. Bang PD is a very private man. And I think Suga maybe is going to pattern his career after Bang PD. That's my opinion. And I think that he wants to be their route. Maybe Suga will have his own production company. Maybe he will start his own recording studio and production house. for up and coming artists. That's my opinion. And I think that he's over. I think once BTS is done, I think you will probably rarely hear from Suga anymore. He may come out and release an album or a mixtape. He may do some local touring and everything like that. But I really think that Suga is over. I think Suga maybe wants to settle down, get married, and just live his life and be behind the scenes of the industry. I think Suga's over being a quote unquote celebrity. I really think he's over this. You know, I would love to see episodes of Suga's show, but I don't think that's ever going to happen, which is sad. You know, I think Suga probably understands that, you know, he's going to be behind the scenes and just do it. And which I still support him. It doesn't matter. He's still my ult. Regardless of what Suga does, I will support him. If Suga doesn't want to come out and do publicity again, if he likes it, I love it. I'm just like, whatever that's good for his mental health and his life, it's his life, not ours. He doesn't owe us fans anything. Suga has to live his life. And he's a young man, and he may be finding his way, and maybe he found something else that I want to do. Like, I don't want to do music forever. Or I want to change my style of music. Or I want to settle down. And I want to just, you know, not tour and do all this ripping and running. I just want to create my music, do my thing. He's made enough money for the rest of his life. So it's not like Suga really needs the money like that. They all made a lot of money if they knew how to handle their investments and do things right. If they made enough money. You know, the only reason that BTS would be in it because they're still in it because of the love of the music, love of performing. Are there certain members I said before I see performing forever? Yes. I cannot conceive a day where Jimin or Jungkook or V are not performing. I can't fathom that day. Jungkook likes to perform. When I watched the first 3-4 episodes of Are You Sure, the first season, Jungkook likes to perform. I can tell he likes performing. Jimin, to me, likes to perform. V likes to perform. But out of everybody in BTS, I feel Jungkook is the biggest potential. I've said it before. Jungkook has something that people are just born with. It's either you have it naturally or you don't. Jungkook is very talented. He could be an artist. He could be a singer. He could do whatever he wanted to do in life. And I think Jungkook likes to be on stage. I think he likes performing. He's a born singer. I think that's what he likes to do. Jungkook is always singing. Whether on the Weverse, he's always performing, always singing. There are just people out there who are just born performers. There's people out there like that. And Jungkook, to me, is one of them. You know, he is the golden maknae, yeah. And I think, yes, whatever BTS, any of the members want to do, I am behind it 100,000%. If they decide to walk away from the industry and become a hermit somewhere in the Alps, I'll be like, well, RM's in the Alps right now. Well, I guess, you know, I hope he's keeping warm. Like, that's my only thing I can say. I don't feel BTS owes me anything. I just like, that's whatever it feels for their mental health. Because again, this industry has enough toxicity for everybody. So whatever that's going to save themselves. So Suga, Godspeed, Suga. Do your thing, baby. So December 9th, y'all wait for it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 5. We got 2 more to go. Who's next? Why do I feel like I'm missing somebody? We did Jin, Jimin, Jungkook, Hobie, Suga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why am I missing somebody? Oh, V. So V had a video come out on Bangtan TV where it showed where he was in California with celebrities and stuff like that. I watched the video. It was just a cute 30-minute video of when he went to LA. You know, Tay Tay. How can I miss Tay Tay? Oh my God. How I miss Tay Tay easily. Because he, you know, and then he also did, I believe he did I don't know if he did a Weverse lately. I also can say Jungkook did a Weverse as well where he was cooking. And that was cute. And I didn't get a chance to repost that either because, again, my Weverse was messing up. So besides that. But V was out in Hollywood. You wish the boys get to see my channel? I wish they would too. Like, I would die if BTS would see my channel. But, you know, I just want them to know that there are sane, rational fans of us. We are like the silent majority. Like, most of the army are like us. It's the raving zombie horde psychotic lunatics that bark the loudest and get the most attention. It's the negativity because of the social media and the algorithms that get the most attention. Because I'm not posting hate videos about other groups or criticizing people's appearances, then I understand that the algorithm is not going to push you unless you post a lot of very hateful content, but that's the way the algorithms are set. You know, it's set to be as hateful as you can. And I may criticize Hee Jin, but I'm never hateful. Like, it's never personal with her. It's just the things that she done. So yeah, they somebody getting his driver's license. I was like, yay. JK is always cooking. I like that he cooks. You know, fan wars are called fan wars for a reason. The fans fight, not idols. Yes, they fight. Yeah, that, like, you know, it's not. Yeah, I know it's not like Drake and Kendrick Lamar where it's real for them. Like, they are fighting. You know, yeah, we've got common sense. Like, we don't carry it too far, you know. And again, I tell people before, for me, BTS is personal for me. Like, I don't need a million people to like BTS with me. I don't need everybody to agree with everything that I have to say. It's just, to me, it's like, okay, it's something I enjoy, I like, it's a hobby, but it's not my entire life. Like, I have a real career and a real job and kids and pets, and you know, I have a real life besides BTS. Like, my whole life doesn't revolve around BTS. I like other things. BTS is my number 5 on my list of 5 things. When you look at my YouTube subscriptions, there's not that many K-pop channels, to be honest with you, because BTS isn't my life. It isn't my livelihood either. So I don't make enough off my channel to live off of I work a regular job. I work a lot, by the way. And so, hello, Jazzy. So, you know, I just try to keep it rational and keep it straight down the middle, unless somebody does something really illegal. Like the Moon Tae-il thing. I went off on Moon Tae-il because he did something illegal. He horrifically, and 2 other friends essayed this young lady. And so that was something horrific. So he deserved all that. But V was doing his thing. Y'all go watch the video on Bangtan TV, and he was being V and charming and cute as always. So then we come to RM, child. I thought I was gonna sail through this BTS update until the Jungkook and the RM thing. Jungkook was enough to have me perplexed and vexed that I did a video. Then this morning I'm like, oh, RM is live, and I'm like, let me watch it. Let me tell y'all, honey. Let me tell y'all. I'm up here doing my daughter's hair. I'm flat ironing her hair, and I'm watching the video. It got my daughter's attention. Now, my daughter does not like K-pop. Y'all know my daughter's a notorious K-pop hater. She doesn't like K-pop. She hates BTS. But even my daughter looked down at my phone, and she was like reading the RM translation. And even she was like, Mama, what's wrong with him? Like, even this is what my daughter said. She's like, oh, what? Like, she was reading the transcript. And she was like, bro, what? What? You know, like, even she was a little confused, you know? Shelly Thompson said her kids are first. They're grown with kids, and my kids are still young. And yes, your grandbabies. Oh, grandbabies. My middle granddaughter loves her some Felix, though. Well, thank God you know somebody. My sister-in-law introduced me to K-pop back in 2022, and now I'm a bigger K-pop fan than she is, and she's annoyed by it, but she indulges me, and we go to K-pop concerts together. You'll see her in my videos. You'll just see her swing, the back of her swing with blonde hair. You just see her walking. I was like, that's Jennifer. So she goes with me. But yes, when I saw the RM video, my daughter even noticed and didn't understand. Are you psychologically so disturbed? I thought it was just me. Like, I put my real candid thoughts in a post to my members. So the people who are members here will see my candid thoughts tomorrow. I have them posted. Because there are certain things that I cannot say, that I don't want to say publicly in a YouTube channel. And not saying it's anything bad, but it's just certain opinions that I have, and that they're unfounded opinions, and I don't want it to be spread. Like, I try to be respectful to all the artists, especially the BTS. But there are opinions that I have, that they're opinions, just opinions that I have. I watch let y'all know when there's an important Weverse like this, I watch it several times. Then I go watch High Boy's interpretation. Then I get somebody who doesn't like K-pop. I know people in Korea who could care less about K-pop. I have them watch it, and then it's a guy, and I have him tell me. He's an older guy. He's like a guy. He's like in my age range. He's in his 50s. So I have this guy watch the video. He translates it and tells me and interprets certain things, and I ask questions. He'll translate for me, and then he'll give his opinion because he's a non-K-pop fan. He could care less. He knows who BTS is, but he's not ARMY. And then I listen carefully to what this person says, because they're very intelligent, and they're an older gentleman, and they're a guy. So I'm like, as a Korean man, can you kind of tell me, because again, there's some nuances going on, what his opinion? He tells me his opinion, and I take it with a grain of salt, or I'll be like, yeah, okay. So I get a little bit more of an insight, and I watch it myself and go over things and go over things because I felt like this is one of the most um and then I watch it, let me say, and then I watch it with the sound off. So I tell y'all all the time, if you really want to know something, go watch a video and go watch that Weverse and turn the sound off. So I reposted the Weverse. It took me a long time to download it. I reposted the Weverse and I turned this, and I can tell people, you can watch it on my channel. I turned the sound down and watched it. Now, I had someone ask me a question. They said, Kiki, and I said, yeah. They were like, if your friend, if RM was your friend, and he would come and talk to you like this, what would be your first reaction? And I paused. And they said, what if it was Jennifer? If Jennifer came and said the things how RM said it, how would you feel? Or one of your children? I said, I would be worried. And they said, really? I would be worried. If my child, any one of my kids would come to me in an agitated state like that and stop sentences, stop and start. Like even my daughter was like, what is he talking? Why is he? And I said, hold on. So I said, hold on, baby. I said, let me watch. And if it was Jennifer and she was this agitated, I would be like, are you okay, fam? Like, are you good? And I would be worried if one of my kids would stop and start sentences and he would talk about one thing and then go on to something else and stop. And I was like, okay, like I've been in a situation where I've dealt with somebody who was in that type of state, who was in this stop start. And I didn't know I was like, what is wrong with you? They were very agitated. They had lost a parent and they were talking to me about something else, but they really wanted to talk about something else. So when I'm telling you, when I watched that video, to me, RM was saying something, whatever he was saying, I'm reading between the lines, and I got a 20-minute video where I will post it on Tuesday about what my observations are. You have to read between the lines of what he was saying. Because it's like RM wanted to say something, but he had to stop. And then he would go and say something else. And then he's like, you can see him thinking like, I shouldn't say this, or maybe I should not go there. And I'm like, okay, RM, just say it. I don't know what he really wanted to say. But I feel somehow like, I don't know, it's just me, but I feel like a lot of that video wasn't directed toward Army. There are certain things where he talked about, I love you guys, I really love you. And then I was like, oh, he loves us. Then he starts saying it over and over again. And I'm like, I don't think he's really talking to us. Like, and the things that he was saying when he was talking about loving, I really love you guys, and you guys know, and I don't think he was talking to us. I think he was talking to the members. I think he was talking to Army too. He loves Army. But the way he was saying in such a heartfelt way, and he was saying something about, I've been doing this a long time. We've been in the industry for such a long time. And he's like, I really love you guys. I didn't think that was us. I said, I don't think he's talking to us. I didn't think he was talking. I said he was in the beginning, but then as his mind got to going, I said I felt like he was talking to his members. And I don't know what happened today. He was saying that they were filming today. I don't know what happened today. I just feel like something or some things have led up to this Weverse. And he seemed frustrated. And he said that he was rehearsing because he was, he's saying he's over 30 now. He's trying to get down the dance move. And he said, sometimes I rehearse. And then he added alone. And I was like, and I rewind and I said, what did he say? Did he really say that? He did. And that caught me off guard a little bit. Like, you read his body language and it just seemed very distressed. Like, I was thinking you were thinking the members too, Gemini. I'm glad I'm not the only critic. Because I'm like, some of the stuff he was saying, I feel like he was saying to the agency. And some of the stuff I feel like he was saying to the members. He was really getting some real, like, little tidbits about the industry, saying that, that people expected them to do more. When he said that over and over again. Well, the fans and people expected us to do more leading up to our comeback. And I'm like, well, who is expecting that? To me, there was a conversation about the agency and maybe some of the members. And maybe some of the members are like, we should be doing more. We should be out there more. And maybe some of the other members are like, no. And then he was saying that the members, they're all individuals and they have different lifestyles. Like, we're living different lifestyles. I picked up on that too. So he was saying that like everybody's doing their own thing, kind of, that they're their own individual people, and he just kept saying, like, to the effect that I can't be the leader anymore. I can't lead them anymore. I can't be the leader. And that seemed very distressing for him to say that, saying that I can't be the leader. And he said, I'm very flawed and I overthink too much. And I'm off of TikTok. And he says, I'm not sleeping now. I'm not sleeping. He's like, and I think I should get a prescription, but I don't know if I should get a like the way he would, like my eyes got real big when he was talking about I'm not sleeping anymore and I should get a prescription, and his mannerisms was, I'm like I'm like, what? So RM is not sleeping again. He's like, I'm not sleeping again, and you know, and I'm just like, hello, Girl Dad Cooking Up Deliciousness. Please check out Girl Dad Cooking Up Deliciousness. He has a lovely YouTube channel where he cooks a bunch of food that makes me drool and want to cheat on my diet, y'all. And he always comes here and says nice things and support. Please go to his channel, support. There you guys go. I always give a shout out to him. Yeah, he was saying that they were adults. He said they're adults now. They're over the age of 30. They're men. They're adults. You know, I was like, okay, boo. You know. He was saying that he ain't the lead. He ain't the leader of their individual lives. He said, I'm not the leader, you know. And I took it as, again, the way I took it was he's saying that he can't be like, yes, leader over their individual lives. And I took it, reading between the lines, that there is some sort of conflict. And maybe the members are like, and maybe RM is like being RM and trying to corral them. Because, you know, there's a direction of the music. And he was kind of hinting that they all have their different opinions about the music. Like there's hints of that in there. And I feel like, honestly, there's conflicts regarding their comeback and what they should or should not be doing. Like how much stuff they should be doing, like, you know, and then even Jennifer, I told Jennifer this, and Jennifer was like, yeah, I expected them to be out there doing more. And I said, I think the agency is probably saying that as well. The agency is probably telling them, you know what, we kind of expect y'all, because that's money. So I can see the agency and their managers telling them, well, we kind of expect you guys need to be doing more out there. So I can see that being a conversation, and I can see some of the members are like, yeah, we should be. And I can see some of the members are like, no, we shouldn't. And he kept saying that things was his fault. I don't understand how it was his. From what I read and watched this over and over again, I'm like, there's some kind of conflict here regarding how much they should be doing, regarding maybe their music direction, or maybe their creative direction. The fans were in the comments asking about other members. He kind of snapped at the fans and said, they all have their phones on them and da-da-da. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, they do. Y'all need to stop asking about where's Yoongi and his, because I think that rubbed him the wrong way, which he had every right to kind of clap back a little bit. Like, they all have their own phones. So if they want to jump on live, they can jump on live, you know. Whew. Yes, you can talk to them in Weaver. Yes, honey. He clapped back on them, Sarah, because they was in the comments talking about where's Yoongi, where's Jimin, where's. I was like, y'all pushing it today, fans. Y'all RM was here and was having none of that today. None of that. Yeah, yes, Shelly. He talked about the military. He did talk about the military. He was saying that I was over 30 and a celebrity in the military. I don't know why he brought up the military, because he wasn't really talking about that, but he kind of veered off into that. He talked about being home alone and cooking home alone. He said that, and then he veered off into something. I don't know why he brought up the military. I mean, the expectations, I tell Jennifer all the time, y'all, I did a video about it. Y'all do know the whole K-pop industry is waiting for BTS to come back. They have the whole industry on their back. Jennifer said, and I quote, and Jennifer told me to tell y'all that BTS ain't gonna save the K-pop industry. Quote, end quote. Miss Jennifer told me to Jennifer told me that BTS, she said, BTS is not gonna save K-pop. I said, damn, Jennifer. Jennifer, like, it's too late. Jennifer then written off K-pop as dead. Jennifer said K-pop basically is on life support. Like, we doing chest compressions. We like, breathe, K-pop, breathe. We hitting the chest. Like, Jennifer said, K-pop can't be saved. That's her attitude about K-pop. Jennifer feels like K-pop has veered so far away from the creativity and the variety of what she liked about K-pop 10 years ago. Yes, Jennifer said that. Jennifer said K-pop is on its last legs. Big Ocean is doing well. Yes, Ava, I watched Big Ocean the other day. There's a member that be signed and they had a song. I forgot the name of the song. Oh my God, Ava. I thought about you when I saw Big Ocean come up in my feed. I said, Big Ocean. I listened to the song and I loved it. There are K-pop groups out there, up and coming groups that are doing very well and good creatively. Like X Love is one of my favorites. But Jennifer said, "Child." Jennifer said, Jennifer said, BTS ain't gonna save K-pop. I was like, oh, okay. Tell us how you. She said it with her whole chest. I was like, damn, okay. I was like, wow. And it's not BTS' job. It shouldn't be their burden to save the industry. It shouldn't be, but that's the baby. BTS got to save Hive. They got to save Big Hit. I mean, they might also have like a B on their chest with a cape because everybody, the whole industry is looking to ride off and have the halo, what they call the halo effect off of BTS, the halo effect. Not saying that BTS is angels, but the halo effect, which means whatever BTS do will radiate, will spread through the whole industry. It's not Blackpink because people like, because in the beginning, like months and months ago before Blackpink went on tour. Yes, again, I have to say it. Let me do the disclaimer. Dear ladies and gentlemen who are watching this video, Blackpink are still on tour. Repeat, Blackpink are still on tour. Now, I know some of y'all don't believe it, but Blackpink is coming out with the album. Repeat, Blackpink is coming out with the album next year. We don't know when yet, but they're coming. But people thought Blackpink was going to help booster the industry. And then after YG announced that Blackpink was coming back and they stock fell, they stock sank like the damn Titanic. They stock fell like a brick in the ocean. Then they was like, yikes. And so the industry, the finance analysts and the people analyze the industry are like, Blackpink. Yeah, what? You know what? Okay. They was like, anyway, BTS. So now the burden has really fallen upon BTS. Then you have 17 where their members are in the army. Then you have other groups where the older groups where the members are going to the military. So really 2026, everybody's like, this is going to be BTS's year. And they are looking for BTS to bring up financially, publicity, merchandise, hell, spiritually. I don't know. Spiritually, they're like, BTS, save us, BTS. They're like, hell, you're our only hope. They're like, BTS is the Obi-Wan Kenobi of K-pop. They are looking to be saved. So it's a lot of pressure. They haven't, and then RM has talked about that they hadn't done music in 2 to 3 years, that they haven't, music styles have changed, music tastes have changed a lot in 3 yees. And so, yes, they own please save us, BTS. Please, we going broke. Our stock options is down, please. Hee Jin is suing us, damn it. Come on now. Like they are looking for and that is a lot. Yes, they want to hitch on to the BTS money train. You said BTS should just quit and have a family. Jennifer said BTS, once they contracted up, BTS should just drop the mic and be like, we quit. That's how I feel. I feel BTS will do that. I believe after their contract is up, whenever that is, in the next 4 years, I hear that they're just going to give up and just, and just move on. V is listening to a lot of rap. He is listening to a lot of R&B and hip hop lately. And I think that some of them will still perform. Again, my prediction that Jungkook will be the new JYP. I predict, you heard it from me first. I've said it all the time, that Jungkook is going to be the new JYP. He might start his own division. He might start his own company. He going to be up on stage when he's about 55 or 60, still, hip thrusting on his, JK going to be up there at 60. He going to be hip thrusting. He going to be swinging his hips. He may break a hip at 60. He may hurt his back. He may throw his back out. He going to be up there wearing a clear suit just like JYP. He going to come up there. He going to be like, sweet dreams, I may not dance. Y'all going to be, and then y'all are going to watch it, and y'all be like, damn it. They're like, she said it. I promise you, Jungkook will be the new JYP. He will still be coming out albums in his 60s. Yeah, JK ain't cringe though. At least, but like I said, he's not cringe now. In about 30 years, Jungkook may be cringe. He may be one of these old unks that still think he got it. I still got it. Wait a minute now, young whippersnapper. Wait a minute, I still got it. You know, like maybe everybody know that. Everybody know they got that grandfather, dad, or uncle that still think they got it. They get there at the barbecue, the family reunion, and they up there dancing with the young girls, and you just sitting there like, okay, uncle, or okay, daddy, okay, somebody come get their dad, somebody come get their uncle, come get him. Like, oh my god, like he up here dancing, girl. Like JK strikes me, but JK will be really insane. He'll still be gorgeous, still be a good looking guy. But you know, and JYP is a good looking guy. But that's how I predict that maybe Jungkook will be JYP. That's my visual in my head that makes me laugh at night. This is the thing JK's on stage at 50 talking about Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, night after night, I'll be fucking you right. And they be like, okay, Opa, you know. They're like, he's still cute though, girl. He can still get it though. Like he may be 50, but he's still cute though, girl. He still got it, you know. You go JK. Like he's gonna be up there like Usher or something. He's still gonna be cute with it though. He won't be cringe like JYP, yes. But I just picture that BTS, it's too much of a burden. And RM was saying that he was an overthinker. I'm an overthinker, and I understand. I don't sleep a lot. I was sitting there going, well, you know what? I don't really sleep, and but I don't take medication for it. I just don't sleep. But I think that he was saying that RM just kept saying he's an overthinker. And he's saying he's not that smart. He's like, everyone thinks I'm smart. And I'm really not that smart. And RM talked about philosophy and stuff like that. And he was like calling it like dog shit philosophy. And he was saying, I'm really not that smart, even though people think I'm smart, but really I'm not, guys. You know, that like RM is so I like he's a bundle of nerves and insecurities, and you know, like I said, this is shocking to me because I almost knocked you guys over. This is shocking to me because I've never seen this side of RM. So for some of you guys, y'all know this because Jennifer was like, yeah, RM is insecure, that he's been through a lot, you know, and I was like, okay, well, girl, tell me something, you know. RM always downplays himself. He's very self-deprecating all the time. And he do R&B in his feelings, girl. I just be like, oh, but like I said, what I saw in the video may be different ones what some of you guys saw. But for what I saw, again, like I said, I just take it that if it was one of my family members or friends talking to me like that, I would be worried. Like I would be seriously worried. I would be like, are you okay? Do you need a hug? If that was my child up there on the Weverse like that, I would be over my kid's house. I would be knocking on I would be like, honey, I just saw your Weverse. Do you need me to come cook you some food? Do you need me to come sit with you? Like if that was my child, I don't know how I would handle that. Like I would be alarmed if my son was up on a Weverse talking like that. I would be over their house, knocking on their door. I would be sleeping in their living room every night. I would be throwing holy oil on them. I would be bringing a therapist with me. Here's a therapist. Maybe you need to talk to this person. I would be doing everything I could for my child, because I would feel like my child was in distress. You know, I think they're lonely. They're very lonely. He has so much responsibility. Joy, you have to go watch that live because again, it is a tough live to watch. It is hard. Like it started out good, but then as I start to get through the live, I'm just going, oh no. I'm like, oh no. I'm like, oh. And he was saying that he probably was going to get in trouble with the members about what he was saying. He was like, some of the members didn't want me to come on here and say the things that he was saying. I'm paraphrasing, but he was saying that yes, that some of the members they didn't want him to come on and do a live. And I wouldn't want him to come on and do a live either. I would have been like, oh no. If I was a member, I'd have watched that live. I'd have been like, oh hell no. Like, oh God. Like, you know, I'd be like, oh my God, RM is at it again, y'all. Like, oh. Like, I don't know how it would take if my band member was up there talking like this, you know. Marie Miller says I mean, you said I'm very worried. Like again, his movements was just, you know, I'm just like, what is, and again, I'm not a psychologist. I don't have a psychology degree. I'm not a counselor, but I've seen people in mental distress before who have come to me and I've seen their behavior, and it reminded me a lot of several people, each person for various reasons as to why they were very agitated. Like it's just a sense of agitation, and they would just go from one subject to, and I had to ask, "What's wrong with you?" And I didn't realize that when my friend was talking to me, that she was triggered by something in her past, and she was having a breakdown in front of me, and I didn't understand what was happening. I was young, I was in my 20s, and I had a friend, and I didn't know what it was until years later that I finally figured out. Like, and then she told me, she was going through some serious things that she didn't want to talk about. So I don't know if something triggered this or something happened to RM, if they were filming and they got into it. I don't know. I've learned to read people well. I'm an introvert. Us introverted people, we people readers. Like, I can read people very well. I can read people and be like, okay, there's something wrong there. I can read people and figure out pretty quickly because I'm an introvert. An introvert, because I don't talk to people, I'm not a people person, I observe people a lot and I watch people very carefully. And I'm like, And those of us who aren't people and we have social anxiety, we learn to pick up cues with people and to avoid, we know certain people to avoid and certain people that are safe. And so being someone who has social anxiety, I do, and being someone who's introverted, me, believe it or not, I know none of y'all believe me. I know none of y'all are watching this video going, we don't believe you. Y'all think I'm some introverted, self-assured person. I'm not. For somebody who has a lot of insecurities and anxiety like RM, but I hide it very well. Again, I see some of that skittishness in myself that I kind of see in RM as well too. But I had a friend that had a nervous breakdown. And before she had her nervous breakdown, baby, she was talking nonsense. I didn't know what was wrong with her. I was like, have you been drinking? Like, I didn't know what was wrong. Then she had a nervous breakdown. I could be a therapist. People tell me that I got into, people tell me I should be a therapist. The translation in Weverse is not correct. I mean, it's not correct. You have to go and get another translator. Again, when it comes to videos like this, I go to Hi Boy, I watch his video, and then I have somebody in Korean translated who's not into K-pop to tell me what they think. And this person, who's a guy, who's a man, because I'd rather have a man, it's different between men and women in Korea. It's a difference in how they talk and how they deal with things. So I always have a man translate. When it comes to Weverse, RM's previous Weverse, when he was in distress, I had a man explain to me, like, certain things. I'm like, I don't understand it. I don't understand. Then he was like, okay, this is what this means. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, oh, okay. And he was like, so this means this means that, and then for him, it was strange. Again, the RM's other Weverses have been weird. Because again, y'all understand the context. Korean men normally don't talk about stuff like this. This is odd. It was hard for him to watch it as well because he's like, Korean, he's like, he told me, he said, Korean men. I told y'all before, he's like, he was in the military? I said, yes, he was in the military. Oh, he must not have liked in the military. I said, no, he didn't like in the military. Why? He's like, Korean men don't talk like this. He told me. Old Opa told me, Korean men don't talk like this. Just this, what is this here? What? He's like, what's this RM? He's part of BTS? Yes, part of BTS. Like, he was shocked that a Korean man would be publicly talking like this, period. And then my old Oprah friend told me that he's like, if I was his bandmate, I would tell him, I would get privately with him and I would tell him, you don't go online and talk like this. He's like, his family should tell him, shame his family, shame. I said, really? He said, yeah. I said, okay. So my old Oprah friend could tell y'all, old Oprah says he felt shame for RM. That's the way that he took it. But again, he old school. He's an older man. So for him to see a younger man up there talking like this, he thought it's shameful. He was like, he understood the first time maybe, but he's like, isn't this like the third time? I said, I know. And he was like, shame. I'm like, oh my God. I was like, okay. I was like, all right. And then he's just being honest in his opinion. For him, it was shameful. It was something that a Korean man, a real man, shouldn't do. And so I told old Opa he's entitled to his opinion. I'm not gonna get in my feelings about his opinion about RM. But in old Opa's opinion, he does not have a favorable view of RM. He's like, Namjoon. He said, Namjoon. I said, oh God. I said, here we go. I'm like, Namjoon again? I said, yeah, Namjoon. He said, nonsense. He talks nonsense. I said, oh God. He said, oh, he's too emotional. I said, oh God. So he thinks he's too emotional. And he says that he shouldn't be shaming. He said he felt like RM is bringing shame to his profession, to his group, and to his band. And he shouldn't be online talking about shameful private things like this. He should be talking to somebody else. That he shouldn't be online. That's how he feels. And a lot of old school Koreans, especially men, do feel like that. And so I am shocked that RM would get online and talk about things in such a candid way. And I told him, I said, well, isn't it? He's like, no. I was like, isn't it good to be? He's like, no. He's like, no. I said, okay, hold up. All right. He said, no. He said, oh, man, don't do that. I'm like, I told him open, be honest. I said, that's what's wrong with y'all society. Y'all expect these men to just suck their feelings up. And I told him, I said, that's the problem. I said, that's the reason why y'all got so many social issues in Korea. And I just, I'm candid enough to tell him this. But I said, that's the reason why, yes, that things have evolved through the generations. That RM is young enough to be his son. And so for him, he saw his son. He was like, if my son got on here, and he's like, my son would never go online and talk like this. Like, to him, he would be angry at his son. So I don't know how RM parents take this. I don't know if his parents are much more liberal that way, but I know for older Koreans, especially men, I don't know. Hopefully that RM's parents are receptive, because again, for a lot of older generation Korean men, this is shameful. This is like, it's a taboo to talk about mental health. It's a taboo to talk about your feelings. That's why they don't give a shit about mental health over there. And I just felt sad that, how can I felt sad that men would think less of RM because he's doing this. And I can only imagine behind the scenes what's going on. Because again, to an older Korean man, he thinks out of all of BTS, because of his Weverse, old Opa now doesn't like RM. Like, he sees RM as being weak. And he's like, oh, he's weak. He complains. He's a millionaire. He's like, what does he have to complain about? That is a sentiment in Korea. It's a real thing, y'all. He was like, what does he have to complain about? He's a millionaire. He's like, he shouldn't complain. He's not poor. I'm like, I was like, damn, I'm like, Opa, that's pretty harsh though. He's like, he shouldn't complain. He's not poor. He has a good job. He's not poor. I was like, yeah, they're not RM's target audience, yes. But I'm just saying that guys get to see how other people, like I said, I love High Boy to death, but he's Army. He loves BTS. And so to see him talk about a thing, it's vastly different than people who don't like K-pop, who are just kind of like, this is not how, and so I want y'all to see that, like, this is an anomaly. This is not something normal. I've said it before that a Korean man would really do. And so I have reservations behind the scenes, like how band members and how management and how his family and friends may be taking all this. And I just, again, I don't even know, like, how, and I'm thinking to myself, if old Opa feels this way, are there people in RM's life that feel that way? And maybe they don't want to talk to him a lot, or maybe they just want to gloss over it. And that's never good. That wouldn't be good for him either. Like, he needs support, not people backing off or feeling like he's weak. Like, I don't, yes, and High Boy is younger from what I know, and he should be honest. I'm like, okay. Yeah, especially from a Korean citizen. I always try to ask people who are not K-pop fans. And of course, I ask people who are in the industry, and they are of a younger generation, but they do felt like it was distressing. They felt a little bit uneasy with it as well. And they're not BTS Army, but they felt uneasy It gave them to go on live one time, two, but after a while now, they're kind of concerned, especially one particular person who's saying that they are concerned for various reasons I won't get into. But I guess this person, she is concerned because she works with idols, and so she's like, I've seen this before. And like there's so much mental health issues in the industry. And y'all know as well as I do, there's so many idols that have taken themselves away from this plane of existence. They've taken their own lives. And so I tell people, like, people want to sugarcoat this. But again, for me, I just was like, I just felt like so sad. I'm like, this is not, you know, this is not good, Yeah. Someone in this, they're very concerned. They are like, this is not, even for the industry, it's not normal. Even for the younger generation, it's not normal. This is not normal. Like, that's all I could say. That's all I have to say. I mean, I don't know what's going on with him. I can't even pretend to even tell y'all. And they don't know either. And they like, yeah. Yeah, I feel like I agree with you. Kim, BTS, girl. Wait, hold on. I totally agree with you. Kim, BTS 5813 was on Tabitha's channel. And I was sitting there, I was like, is that Kim from my channel on Tabitha Speaks? I was like, girl, what you doing? I'm like, hey girl. I was so excited. It was the most exciting thing to see people on my channel be in comment sections on other people's channels that aren't K-pop. It's happened a few times, but I'll be cracking up. She's like, yes, me girl. I was like, hey girl. Yes, after coming back from the military, RM did not have a good time in the military. And again, him speaking about the military, I was like this the whole video. I'm like, because speaking about the military is something that is very taboo in South Korea. Like criticizing the military or talking about it publicly about you having a bad time in the military because I'm just like I'm serious the whole entire video. I'm like, because I know that I know other idols that have suffered. That's all I can say. I've done videos and talked about military life, and I've asked guys who went to the military, and I've heard things about people going to the military, and their experiences all vary. But the people, that's one thing you don't talk about. When you go to the military and things don't go well, you don't talk about it because it's considered something taboo. You don't really talk bad about the military because technically speaking, South Korea is still in an active war situation. So technically speaking, a war can pop off at any time. So talking bad about the military, about your bad experience in the military is something that just people really don't talk about. There was a TV show that came out, I forgot the name of it, but it was riveting, where it talked about these different people's experiences in the South Korean military. And it caused a lot of controversy in South Korea. And yeah, Jimin and Jungkook talked about, they glad they went together. But yeah, poor RM was alone. And I think it depends on your personality. I think RM has the kind of personality where it was hard for him to go to the military at 30 years old, and you have younger people telling you what to do, and you're a celebrity. And he said some of that today. And it was hard on him. And then really in the military, you have to like really dumb down and not ask no questions, follow orders. And some people, regardless of what age you are just not fit out for the military life. The hard work, the mind-numbing tasks that sometimes I heard people don't like the mind-numbing tasks that you have to do. And some people don't mind it. You have people barking orders at you, telling you what to do. And then the living conditions and the sleeping conditions, depending on what unit you in, RM had it pretty tough. I mean, they were basically like in these containers. They take these containers, these big metal like containers that they have, like shipping containers, and then they put barracks in them. Like, I've heard all kinds of crazy things. And then people know there were roaches and rats, and it just depends on what base you at. But I heard it's not comfortable, and they purposely kept them up at night. Right. Yeah. I did too, Shelly. I knew something was wrong when they came home. The way RM was looking when he came home and they sat there and they did their Weavers, I said, "Oh, something wrong." I knew the way RM was looking that there was something wrong with him. He looked shell shocked. He looked nervous. He looked more, and V just kept looking at him like, "Are you okay?" Like he just kept looking at him like, you can kind of tell, that RM was just, he's kind of he seemed very tense. And so I don't know. I think the military really did a number on him emotionally and mentally. And I think that if RM is not getting, I hope he's getting some sort of therapy. If he's not, he needs to. He needs to. Jimin had to sleep, yes, in the freezing cold. Yes. Yes. Yeah, some of the ones have nice looking bears, but some of the ones the more remote ones are the ones that they do temporary housing. Like with RM, he had those containers, these big containers that they put temporary housing in until they could retrofit their real bears. It's cold, it's hot in the summer, cold in the winter. It's horrible. Yeah. And I think the Hee Jin and the Hive situation affected RM as well. Yeah, Jenna said JK couldn't sleep in the military. Now, if some of y'all been on my other live streams, y'all know what I got to say about that. I have on good rumor authority about JK's treatment in the military. I brought it up before that I've heard on someone who's a good source that all I can say is that it did not go well for JK in the military, but he hasn't talked about it, and it's his right whether he wants to talk about it or not. And I think JK probably just wants to leave it all behind and just move on. But yes, RM is not the only one that didn't have a nice time in the military. And the things that I've heard about JK in the military, I don't know if they're true or not, but I had somebody swear up and down to me it was true. They swore up and down to me. They promised me it was true. And I left it right there. And I've never really elaborated, but I heard that JK did not have a good time as well. Yeah, Arya was not a nice barracks. Yeah. He was, like I said, he was in those container things that had bunk beds in a fucking container where like, and then RM was on a CPAP machine. He wasn't sleeping. He wasn't breathing good. And he gained a bunch of weight, and then that made him feel even worse. And, like he gained a bunch of weight because they were eating, snacks and eating a lot. And he said he couldn't even fit his clothes anymore. He had gained so much weight. And so not only are you miserable in the military, but then you look in the mirror and you're miserable. You're like, oh my God, I've gained so much weight. Like, it was just horrible, Oh, when you watch the new season, he brought it up, did he? Yeah, they don't have a personality. Some people just don't have a personality for the military. Yes, RM said that. I was very shocked when RM said he wasn't sleeping, and then he said that he may have to go on prescriptions again. And my eyes was wide. I'm like, what? And I understand that I have sleep issues, but I don't take medication for it. But I know people who have taken medication for it, and it's not easy. That's all I can say. I hesitate when people talk about getting on sleep medication because the people that I've known that have been on sleep medication, it did not go well for them. At all. At all. I don't know what kind of sleep medication RM is on. But sometimes your sleep problems isn't medical, it's mental. And so, and I know a lot of times doctors don't care, but they will put you on medication anyway. Even though your sleep issues are mental, not medical. And that never ends good. I know people who've had sleep issues who become addicted to sleep pills. And then had to roll over into doing stronger things to sleep because the sleep pills they got immune to them and they didn't work anymore, and they started rolling over into doing other things to help them sleep. Alcohol, other addictions. But yes, I've known people that have had mental health issues sleeping, and it was not fun. Like they would be up in a manic state for 2 to 3 days. I mean, just up days, just wide awake, pacing the floor in a manic state. And I'm like, that's not a sleeping issue. That's a mental health issue. And I felt like even then and now that they did not need sleeping pills. They needed to see a therapist. They need to see somebody. And they would be like, well, I'm just up days and I can't sleep. And I was like, honey, you're in an agitated state. Boo. What's wrong? And she would just be up, just agitated. Like, you haven't slept. No, I haven't slept. And then the more you don't sleep, the more agitated you get, the more stressed you get, the more you snap. And then it affects your eating. You either eat too much or too little. And then I couldn't imagine being a K-pop singer on a diet. So you're not sleeping, then you're on a diet, then you're expected to work out. That takes a lot of energy. So if you're not sleeping and you're not eating, you're on a diet, and you're going to the gym, and RM said in his video he hadn't been to the gym in a while. He said he hadn't been to the gym. So, yeah, I think they need time to recoup and heal from the military. She said, I had to take some insomnia meds and they were scary. I was lucky because I got bronchitis so bad I couldn't stay awake. I stopped taking the pills and never went back. Honey, yes. My friend was hooked on those sleeping pills for quite a while. She was addicted to sleeping pills. Ambien, all kinds of stuff. She had to get higher and higher and higher. Yes, it's a vicious cycle. Yoongi put his foot down, baby. Yoongi don't give a damn. You know, the sun has its effects. Yeah. I mean, yeah, sleeping pills is nothing to sneeze at. Like I said, as somebody who's seen somebody go through it and be in a manic state, like where she just wasn't sleeping, and I'm like, okay, this is not normal. See? Jackie said, yeah, her sister, she can't sleep for several days. And when she does sleep, she crashes. Yes, crashes. Sleeping pills don't work. My friend, she would take more and more pills to overcompensate. It was I mean, I'm glad she finally got the help that she needed, but it wasn't a medical thing. It was a manic thing. The more stressed and agitated she got, the more she couldn't sleep. She'd be up all night overthinking, and her mind would be going. And when RM says that he was overthinking, I could not imagine that if he's not sleeping, he would be agitated and irritable. If you're not sleeping, you're irritable. And I could just imagine him just being in a constant state of irritation and sleeping, and then trying to diet, and then trying to look good, and then trying to record and work a hectic schedule and dance rehearsals. And that just sounds miserable as hell to me. Yeah, right, Anna. Yes, yes. It also could lead to them unaliving and stuff, because you're not thinking right when you haven't slept and you hadn't ate, and then you're on these pills, and these pills are putting your body out of its natural rhythms. It's a recipe for a disaster. And to see a friend like that go through that state, and finally she's on like anti-anxiety drugs and stuff like that. So finally she got over that. But for years she was off and on sleeping pills. That she would be fine for like a month or two, and then she would go back to not sleeping for days at a time. And it was scary. Like, I mean, she thought she was going to fall asleep while driving. She would just fall asleep. Like somebody said, she would just crash. And then sometimes she would sleep for days. Like, it was this manic, depressive, bipolar. Like, she was diagnosed as being bipolar. That's why she would have these high highs, low lows, not sleeping, not crashing out, and then finally someone diagnosed her as being bipolar, and then she got on medication and she's thrived. But it's no joke. Like, she went through this state of agitation and mania for years. Like, I couldn't even deal with her as a friend. Like, she would just chew me out and snap at me, and I'm like, girl, what is wrong with you? And I'm like, okay, we can't be friends no more. She would do this very erratic behavior, and I just couldn't deal with her. Like, even to this day, I still can't deal with her on some levels. I mean, we've been friends since we were 15, but I just try to keep my distance away from her, because when she goes off her meds, it's like a whole different person, you know. Yeah, she would fall asleep because she hadn't slept in days. She would just sleep and be out. Yeah, your brain would be in a brain fog. You sleep deprived, girl. And then knowing that you have a schedule like BTS. So imagine being sleep deprived, not eating because you're on a diet. And then on top of that, having a schedule like RM do. Rehearsals, recording, producing an album, dealing with other staff members, dealing with each other. And then you could just imagine like that is like a powder keg of insanity. Like to deal with all, it's bad enough to be in can't sleep and being manic depressive and all that kind of stuff as a regular person working a 9 to 5 job. But to be and then have the pressure of the industry on top of that, I just that seems like a lot to me. That seems like a lot. Yeah, they're going on a year-long tour. Yeah. And so the pressure to create, to write lyrics, then he says his dancing is still not good and he's not picking up the dance steps as fast as the other ones are. So he said he's rehearsing a lot. That's a lot. And you're not sleeping and you're rehearsing, you're exerting energy and baby, I said, poor RM. I said, I ain't had much to say. I mean, I appreciate him being candid with us, like the other live stream that he did was very candid. I am against it. I was like, RM, don't do this because you're going to open yourself up to criticism behind the scenes and with the fans and with the haters and with the antis and with the gawkers and the lookers and everybody else. To me, this just opens up a can of worms that to me, it just makes his life more hectic. I mean, if that's what he wants to do, hey, okay, he's a grown man. He can do whatever he want to do. He can get on Weverse and cry and kick and scream and whatever he wants to do. But I'm just like, don't do this. Like I watched the Weverse and I'm like, I'm like, RM, nope, RM, nope. I'm like, oh, hell, here we go. Because I know that there's going to come, he's going to catch hell because of it. I know that the company is watching these and being like, okay, look, you can't be doing this. I like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, the pressure, the haters, the stalkers. I'm just like, oh, he helps promote mental health. Hopefully he does. But I just want him to be safe. Like yeah, people, but they're going to start criticizing him like they did before. And he said that he's not even on TikTok anymore. He said he got off of TikTok because he would just be scrolling and like he said like in his last Weverse when he was talking about being on social media and reading all the bad things about him and that he gets in his feelings about it and he feels sad about it. He gets upset about the bad things. He said he had to get off TikTok because I guess he was just doom scrolling and reading. That's never good. That's never good. And I appreciate them being honest and candid, but I feel like doing it on Weverse is not a safe space. I feel like it's not safe for him. I feel like this is not a safe space for you. This is not on social media. I'm like not on Weverse where people are going to tear you apart. Yeah, he said he was overstimulated. Yeah, he should get off of social media, right? I was happy he did get out of TikTok. I'm like, run, baby, run. He shouldn't be on no social media. I'm not on social media. I said, welcome to the club, RM. High five, brother. Like, I'm like, he don't need to be dealing with that. He don't need to be really reading people saying hateful shit to him. I wish RM would. I wish he had his own safe space for him to be on that's not Weverse. I wish he had his own like little group or maybe a private group or something that he would only let certain people in, certain fans in to where he had his own like little say so. But I know that's virtually impossible. Like I know that's just wishful thinking on my part. But I just want RM to be safe. I've seen enough. I've seen enough Sulis. I've seen enough Guhara. I've seen enough Kim Saran. Like I've seen enough. I've seen enough of that. The actor from Parasite, I've seen enough of that. Like I've seen that. And I don't want that for RM or the group or his family or his friends or his fans. I don't want none of that. I don't want that for him. I just, I want the best for everybody, regardless. I don't wish that on nobody. I don't wish mental health issues and the pressure on anybody. And not everybody can deal with the pressure. That's why I was trying to tell old Oprah. I said, not everybody is mentally equipped, emotionally equipped to handle. That's a lot of pressure. And so old Oprah told me, well, then he said, he should get out of the business. I said, okay. Old Opa said if he can't deal with the pressure, then maybe he should get out the business. And I said, well, he's in a contract, so there's nothing he really can do about it right now. But maybe he will, RM will live his life and be out of the business and be happy and get married and don't be lonely. I do feel like RM is lonely as well. You have haters, but they don't get to you. Girl, I don't pay attention to haters. Haters gonna hate. But some people are self-assured to take it. You know, some people really have a good sense of self and just a good personality that they just knock that dust off their shoulder and keep going. But some people do not. They do not have the sense of, do you think in Korea they have private therapy privately? They do. I know that HYBE has mental health sources. HYBE and the other, a lot of the other agencies have private mental health clinics and facilities in the building. I think HYBE has a mental health thing in the building. So he has places that he can go if he really wants to. But RM needs older fans. Yes, I agree. These young fans, baby, the young fans don't know. RM needs older fans like us. Right. Kim said it right. He needs to be around older people in the industry. He needs to have older fans in the industry, and he needs to be in a protection with older fans. Am I a Pisces? No, baby. I'm a Cancer. I'm a Cancer through and through. Whatever you read about a Cancer, it's me all the way. I'm a crab. We run to our shells and we hide. Hear me as a crab. I'm an introvert all the way. I'm a crab. Yeah, HYBE has outlets for their artists, and they look after their artists' well-being. They're perhaps more progressive in that way than other agencies. The younger fans are uncontrollable. The younger fans are crazy. Libra on the cusp of Virgo, so you get RM's brain and Gemini's. I try to understand. Now I tell you who I do understand. My celestial love match, which is Sugar. Sugar's a Pisces. Pisces and Cancer, baby. I like fire. I dated a Pisces who acted like Sugar, who was very like low key and nonchalant and very matter of fact and passive aggressive as hell. And I was head over heels in love with this person. Like I was so deep in love with this person. But he was married and he had 4 kids. But anyway, I digress. That's a story for another time. But anyway. Me. I had to put the pillow up, girl. That is a true story. And he was an executive of a company. He was the head of their IT division. Yes, girl. He was the head of their IT division. But wait a minute. Hold on. In my defense. Okay. Anyway, but in my defense, we had dated a long time ago. Okay. It's a whole story. Okay. We had dated a long time ago. And we had not talked to each other in years, and he got married and he had 4 kids. And then on Facebook, like we ended up finding each other on Facebook by accident. We started talking again, and one thing led to another. And next thing you know, I was the mistress and the side chick, whatever. Okay. Don't you judge me. But this person, we butt heads sometimes. But I learned that me and Pisces are very kind of like, it was fire. It was a lot of fire between us. It was, I still think about it. I mean, it wasn't that long ago we were together, but I think the last time I talked to him was like 3 years ago. I think he hit me up on Facebook and I was like, are you still married? And he was like, I'm still married. I'm like, gotta go. You still married? Because the whole thing, he was going to leave his wife. And anyway, I digress. Y'all don't want to hear about my adventures. One day I'll come in here and tell y'all about my adventures. He wasn't the only married man I've dated, by the way. I've dated several. I was a professional mistress for a while. Like it was a lot of fun being a mistress and I didn't want to be a wife. I like being a mistress. It was a lot more fun. But yes, I had a man who acted like Sugar, and he was a Pisces, and I love Pisces. I'm enamored by Pisces. I like them. I like the way Pisces are. Their slipperiness and they're sometimes passive aggressive, and I like all that. I'm like that. So, yay, Pisces, go, go. You guys were like, my mom was a Pisces too. What are y'all laughing? Y'all like, what? Yes, I see Netflix bought Warner Brothers. But I don't think the sale is gonna go through. I think they're gonna sue. People were drawing pictures. Yes, G Dragon. Yes, Gemini. People were drawing pictures of G Dragon's junk when he was in the military. They were drawing pictures of his body parts, of his junk, honey. They wanted to know as to why grown men were drawing pictures of another grown man's peen is beyond me. But hey, you know what? I'm not here to judge. Do you? Yes, yes. Girl, they was sitting there like, okay, let's see. Okay. He in the shower. I think it's like, they're like, bitch, I think it's like this. I think this is it. Like they were literally drawing pictures. They were literally drawing pictures of his. It must have been huge. I don't know. I want to know where are these pictures at and were they accurate? Were they size accurate? Because I want to know. Because after seeing that mama performance and he had that moose knuckle, I want to know now. I'm curious. Yes, I want to know. Girl, after watching that mama's performance, I'm like, maybe they were drawing it for a reason. I digress. Anyway, girl, I was like, yes, yes. And then I heard in the military that people were stealing idols' underwear. Now, I don't know which idol it was, but I'm telling you, I've heard some really crazy shit in the military. Yes, there was an idol in the military, and his underwear kept coming up. That's not funny, y'all. His underwear kept coming up missing. His underwear. So his dirty underwear. Let me. So they would take, all the clothes and they would put it in what military I'm talking about, South Korean military. So they would have the soldiers, they would come by and put all their military clothes and they would, wash them or whatever. And they had their names, like their initials written on like their underwear, their little tidy whities or whatever. And so when it came for them to clean, the stuff and they would give the outfits back to the soldier, hello, pro gamer, when they would give them the clothes back, the idol would notice that his underwear and his socks would be gone. And so people were stealing, like he had to go buy more underwear because people were taking his dirty drawers. Now, I don't know. And his dirty socks. I don't know what they was doing with them. I don't know if they was selling them. I don't know if they was selling them on the dark web. I don't put anything past Korea. Yeah, they would sell them. So yeah, I'd be mad. You done bought a whole package of drawers, like 10 of them, and then all suddenly in a week, all your drawers is gone, and your socks is gone. Yes, that's nasty. People would sell them. That's the only thing I can think of. People were saying that they were selling them. But yes, I've heard stuff like that. That idols. I did a whole video about military idols in the military. I did a video last year about it, and there are so many stories out there that I've heard since then about idols that people experiencing really weird things. People staring at them in the shower. Like I said with G Dragon, not only were they drawing pictures of G Dragon's intimate body parts, they were also drawing like a pictures like his freckles, any blemishes that the idol, like it's real creepy. It's real creepy. I think it's cruel too to send idols to the military, knowing that they're going to get bullied, they're going to get harassed, and they're going to get messed with. Oh yeah, them sasaengs would pay like $10,000 for some draws. They would be like, send them drawers over here. Like, bring them dirty, swelly, stinky, smelly, nasty drawers. Bring them over here, girl. Go on, bring them drawers. Bring them smelly socks. Girl, they be having them underwear to my. Kim said, here's a question. Would you buy Sugar's underwear? Yes. That is, why would you even ask that question? Of course I would. G-Dragon, shady, Black Label, shady. Yeah. Idols go through it. They do. They go through it. Yeah, I've heard crazy stories in the military too. Well, look, I'm going to tell y'all one thing before we get off of RM and get on to Hee Jin and the Black Label. I have heard of idols being male idols and males, regular males, being sexually harassed in the military. I've heard of idols, male idols have complained, especially male idols. I know of 2 or 3 male idols that I know on good authority that I won't bring up their name, but they were sexually harassed in the military. They were hazed and they were harassed in the military. Like things that I wouldn't describe as hazing, like what we call in the United States hazing, which is what they do in fraternities and militaries, where they have you go through these trials. There are some certain things about hazing that are very homoerotic. There are things that and they were like, oh, well, we have to go through these rites of passage. I was like, that don't sound like a rite of passage. Look, I understand hazing. I understand it can be funny, but some of the stuff that people described to me was, to me, SA. If you got to stick your hand down another man's pants, and y'all think that shit is cute, I'm tell you, that's not cute. That's not hazing to me. That's SA. If you got to strip naked and run and go do something, that's not. I'm like, that's not that. What? Well, we had to go get naked and then we had to get dog piled on. What? Excuse me, sir. What? Right? Like that's not hazing. Having to strip naked and have a dudes lay on top of you, I'm like, I don't understand what. Somebody had to explain that. Oh yeah, that's what they always do. Okay, sure. Like that just doesn't sound like hazing. That sounds like something nasty. That's out of order. She said, let somebody try that with me. Somebody gonna get a good kickboxing match. Yeah, but in the military, this is like considered hazing for the new recruits. Oh, they're just, trying to toughen you up a little bit. Rubbing someone's junk in your face. I'm like, wait. I really had somebody tell me this with a straight face. Well, we had to go do push-ups and another dude was underneath you. Wait, what? Wait, roll that back. Yeah, this is just normal. What? I'm like, that's disgusting. Like, why would you? And again, I know some idols that experience that sort of bullying and hazing that is like it's borderline. Like, I'm just kind of like, it could go either way. But it just sounds like, and they were like, oh, well, the way it sounds worse than what it was. That's what I've been told. Oh, well, Kiki, it sounds worse than what it was. No, that just sounds horrible. Well, it's worse than what it was. All right. I'm not going to do push-ups naked on nobody who ain't my man or my bias. I'm not doing naked push-ups with another woman. I mean, it's not going to happen. Like, I just, some chick step to me and be like, hey, we need you to strip down and do push-ups, and this chick is going to be underneath you as a punishment because you didn't scrub the toilets right. Yeah, we didn't clean the latrine right, so we had to strip. I don't know. That sounds like some of your unit commander just made that shit up. I'm like, is this in a book somewhere? I'll be looking in the book. I'll be like, okay, regulations, naked, sit-ups, naked, sit-ups. I don't see this anywhere, sir. But the squad commander got to make up the punishment. I said, the squad commander, it seemed like he a pervert. You sure your squad commander wasn't an old pervert? Shit, sound like you is a whole ass pervert to me. If your squad commander thinking of something where every time you got to strip naked, it seemed like your squad commander was sitting there like, oh yeah, go ahead and push up. Go ahead now. I mean, I'm like, because some of these squad commanders are perverts. Some of them are in, they are sadistic. They have some kind of sadosexual, sadistic streak. So some of the stuff they described as hazing or punishments, I was like, that's something I probably wouldn't have been comfortable with. But then you can't really say anything. And they were like, well, you can't complain because then you're going to get it worse if you complain. I understand, but that's just, some of this stuff is just borderline sick. And again, to think that some idols, again, are picked on, like these idols are good looking men, they're fit men, and that some of the men are jealous of them, and some of the men see them as targets, and some of them see them as maybe not being exactly manly, or see them as being effeminate or weak, or you're just an idol. You just sing or act and you're a pretty boy, you're a flower boy. And so some of these idols do get picked on because they feel like they're not tough enough and they're weak. Oh, you used to being pampered and not out in the sun and you don't have any muscles and you're real skinny. And so they try to like punk them out and try to make them, try to humiliate them, and humiliate their masculinity. It's like a toxic masculine environment from what I heard, especially for the ones that are pretty, And so, yeah, it's about control and power. Yes, bring them down a notch. Oh, they rich, they a celebrity, they think they all that. So we're going to show them what a real man is. They're not real men. Child, I was like, that's crazy. I pity people who go into the South Korean military because I hear it toughens you up. That's what old Opa told me. He said it toughens you up. You know what? One day I'm gonna bring my old Opa on here because he a real old Opa, like a real G, like a real old Opa, like an old school conservative kind of old Opa. But he's cool, nice guy. But he's just real old school, but just a different generation than a lot of these idols are. This is a different generation, And so I just think it's weird, but people have to deal. You can't say anything. You can't complain. You can't be like, I don't want to do it. You can't be a team player. Then people really going to be like, oh, you really think you're a celebrity, or you don't want to do this? Well, everybody else is naked doing push-ups in the rain. Why can't you be naked push-ups in the rain? You think you too good? You think you good because you're a celebrity or idol? Look at him. He thinks he's too good. You get that kind of attitude. So you can't say yes. You can't say anything. You just have to go along with it, or you'll get it even worse. Instead of being out naked in the rain doing push-ups, you may be scrubbing the toilets naked on your knees and covered in filth. Like, it may be just being worse. So you try to keep your head down and try to be like, okay, well, let me just get through this, Your cousin got transferred to South Korea? And yeah, they do target idols, He said, we have enough conservative jerks. Right, I told, but he mean well, but he's just old school. He's old school. He means well. He's a compassionate person, but, I have to talk to him a little bit because, his level of like patriarchy and misogyny, I'm just like, sir, no. But at the end of the day, he's a sweet person, though. He's just conservative socially, but anything else, he's not. But just the social hierarchy stuff, he's really into that, and being professional and being tough and keeping a stiff upper lip and all that shit. He's really into that. Like that's his personality. And just being a businessman and all of that. So he's really into that. So that's old Oprah. But that's what happened with BTS this week. Hopefully next week it'll be a calm week where I don't have to make like 10 different videos about what's going on. Because it stressed me out enough this week having to make videos like every day. And now I'm making videos every day. And I don't really mind. But hopefully it'll be more calm. But I don't know Min Hee Jin. So let's talk about Min Hee Jin. So High Boy did a video about Min Hee Jin. Okay. And K-netizens, international fans, have been online and they've noticed the connections between, allegedly, toward the Black label and Min Hee Jin. There is somebody who is financially backing the Black label, and this person actually met with Min Hee Jin, and they said that she was a possible financial backer for Min Hee Jin. Okay. So people pointed out that. So it's this lady. She owns like this company in America that is financially backing YG. And this company, coincidentally, I forgot the name of the company, also has inroads in other businesses in South Korea. So I don't know if you guys know that, but I asked somebody about this company, and they said that yes, this company also has its hands in other investments in South Korea. So it's not just YG. It's not just Hee Jin, but this company has other ties and investments in South Korea. So I'll put that there, that some people have not reported on because they may have not known. So, and then they talked about some artists at YG that was seen with Danielle. Now, do I think that there's a connection between YG and Hee Jin? I said, I don't really think it is. I just think that it's a small world in K-pop, and that until I see a little bit more evidence or I know a little bit more, then I really don't feel, I feel like this is very interesting. So I find it very interesting, the connection. And then there's a stylist that has a connection, that she's a freelance stylist, and she actually worked at Adore. And then she's actually working with YG with All Day Project and working with YG as their stylist. And there was some shenanigans going on with the stylist. Let me tell you, that piqued my interest. That woke me up. When I heard that, I was like, okay, investors, yeah. When they talk about the stylist and how she may have stiffed Adore, that she was actually an employee of Adore, and then she was doing some other freelance projects, and she was having other staff members work on those other projects and not paying them, by the way. And then on top of that, she was getting money in tax and stuff like that she was supposed to report because Adore is her employer, that she wasn't freelance, but she's freelance now. She wasn't reporting that income. Baby, that had me, I'm like, what? That I find interesting. Now that I find that fascinating. But it does happen in the business. Like they were trying to say it was a misunderstanding or blah, blah, blah. I was like, girl, that stylist knew what she was doing. That particular stylist has been in the business for quite a while. So I was told that this is something that everybody knows in business that you don't do. And so it is like embezzlement. Yes. That stylist made money from having a salary at Adore. And then she also made money from side projects. And then she didn't pay the stylist that helped her with the side project, who were also Adore employees. Then she didn't report the taxes correctly. And so she stiffed Adore. Like she wasn't letting them know about her side project, which is a no-no. And so I asked somebody who's in this particular field, and they find it very curious. And they were pretty alarmed that she was kind of able to get away with this low-key. And they were like, no. And this person told me it was unprofessional. They said this person should have never did that, and it was very unprofessional for her to do that. But she doesn't work for Adore anymore, so thank God for that. But she's at the Black Label working for All Day Project, doing whatever. The biggest investor of Black Label's, the largest shareholder, is Teddy with a 40% stake. Other shareholders include this Seihan Venture Investment and YG Entertainment. Yes. Yeah, it was evil. That lady was embezzled. Yeah, they was embezzling that money, you know. I run out. It's morning guitar. Hi, guitar. I need to work out. Bye, Kim. Bye, girl. Thank you. You have a good workout. Yeah, they do. They lie. Shelly, they lie. So people talked about, then they talked about Danielle. Now I'm going to say something very controversial. The connections between Hee Jin and the Black Label, I think is coincidence because everybody in the business kind of know everybody else. So I didn't really think anything about that. However, the Danielle stuff, I'm going to say something and I'm just going to put it out here. I find Danielle and her family and her situation very curious. I, again, don't know Danielle. I don't know her professionally. I don't know her publicly. I don't know anyone who knows her or her family. So let me just say that. I find Danielle very curious, and her sister, Olivia Marsh. I find her family and her situation very curious. Danielle and her sister, Olivia, are not Korean. They went before the General Assembly where Danielle got up there and cried or whatever, She is here on a work visa. There months and months and months ago, if you guys remember, on her social media, she had posted a video with her with some kind of producer. It was a male producer. I forgot the guy's name. He's a male producer. He's worked with a lot of artists and people. There was rumors going around at that time when she posted pictures on her Instagram of her and this producer that he was producing another album for her when they were fighting with the door. I found that curious. So recently, there's been pictures of Danielle at some event with a guy who is a big time person in the Black label. So this has kind of fueled some of this. And then she was also pictured with other people in the Black label. There's been another incident, I forgot which person, maybe it was the dolphin killer, the dolphiner or whatever, that she was photographed with her. Now, again, y'all can call me paranoid or whatever. I am paranoid when it comes to this business. I did a whole video talking about my personal experience with elites, my personal experience at a young age with older rich men. I've had people in the industry that have had experiences. I talked about the experiences of two of my friends of their experiences in the business with in South Korea. But the incident where my friend was actually SA'd at a party by an older Korean executive, and everybody looked away. She was at a party where this man SA'd her, basically, in other words. Not this guy got her in a corner and put his hands on her and put his hand up her skirt, and people looked away. Some people laughed. She was like, is anyone going to help me? No one helped her. And people turned their eye because this guy is a powerful, rich executive, which he still works in the South Korean industry as we speak. And this person has been known to do this kind of thing to women at various places. And he has these industry parties. And she was younger. She was just starting in the business. And this man, yes, cornered her while he felt her up, while everybody looked away or walked by. And so that is something that really happened to somebody. So with that said, I have a sense of paranoia. When I see pictures on Instagram and social media or wherever they be, and this particular executive was defending Danielle. He was big upping her. He was saying nice things about her. That's sweet. But it gives me personally a nasty feeling to see Danielle up in pictures with these men. I don't know about anybody else. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the only one. But the times that I've seen her with the dolphiner guy, the other producer guy from the West, now this executive, then she stand up there with other men. I'm sorry. Like, I just paused. And I was like, I hope her parents are there. I don't know if she's there with anybody. I don't know. But all I know, I had a very visceral feeling of Danielle always in these photos with the older men. I don't think it's a good look for a young lady in the industry. I just personally feel it's not a good look. So I see stuff like this, and it gives me a sick feeling. I'm like, Lord have mercy. Thank you, Susanna. Yeah, she was running with the dolphiner guy. The dolphiner guy is like in his 30s, and she was like 19, 20 years old. This man is in his 30s. I'm sorry, when I see her up there with this older executive and she's in the background, or she's standing next to these men and she's standing up there, I'm like, girl, that is not a good look to me. That was not a good look. I was like, I was sitting there like, looking at these pictures going, and I'm sitting there like, am I the only person that's noticing that she sitting next to the older men and they big up in her like, oh, it's so nice to meet. I'm like, is her parents with her? Like, what? Hopefully somebody is there with her. It's uncomfortable for me to look at this young girl with these older men. I don't care if they're Korean. I don't care if they're Westerners. I don't care who these are, producers, whatever. And I'm not saying these men have done anything or they've said anything or didn't. Hopefully not. But I'm just saying, for me, it's not a good look. I wouldn't personally have my daughter up there in these pictures with these men without having her sister there or me there standing or a brother or aunts or somebody there. I'm sorry. All I kept doing going over my head like that. Like, how many older men can she take a picture with? Like, how many times do I got to see her? And none of the other girls do this. I have yet to see this in K-pop. You don't see a lot of female group members one-on-one with older men. taking pictures with them on their social media. It's usually the group is with a producer. A few of them, a unit is with a producer. They have a management in the background, something like that. I don't see any girl groups in South Korea taking pictures with older executives and older men. It's just something I don't see. I thought I was crazy. I asked somebody in the industry, do you see anybody? They're like, no. They like, that's something that even as a staff member, they really wouldn't be comfortable them one-on-one taking a picture with an older man. You know, even as a staff member, they're like, that's not something that even they felt comfortable with. They would usually have other people in the picture that wasn't all men. You know, they would be like, no, I would be in a picture with my fellow stylist, my team, or my management, or my mama, somebody. But to have Danielle stand up there with these men, nah, that's a no for me. Yeah, you don't see no white oddball. I don't see no female idols one-on-one taking. Do you see any members of La Seraphim one-on-one taking a picture with a old, even Bang PD? I can't think of any pictures of Bang PD that have been up there with female idols, just their one-on-one, just him and another female idol. I would think that would be weird. I've not seen JYP take any photos with just them and one young lady of a group. Or Daddy YG. I haven't seen Daddy YG do that either. It's weird. It's something that I went and looked online and I go through pictures after pictures. Female idols, they're usually with their group or a unit. Few of them together. They usually don't take pictures with older men and older executive anyway. It's just something that somebody told me that's not something normal in the business. Because it's not a good look, PR wise. Yeah, it's always the entire group, yes, or maybe 2 or 3 with the producer. But even that is not often. There may be J-Hope with Cat's Eye or J-Hope with all of the Seraphim. It's not just J-Hope and this just this one girl, and then this one girl is with another guy and taking picture with another guy. I'm sorry, yeah, I ain't never seen no female idol. And I said, maybe because I don't follow female idols, so I thought maybe I was off base. But someone told me, and people told me who like female idols, they're like, you're right. They ain't never seen none of their female idol groups. Even Blackpink. I've never seen Blackpink ever take a picture one-on-one with just a male executive or something like that. I've never seen that. It's always a group of people. So I don't know. Like I said, I'm not accusing this man. I'm not accusing her of doing anything. But I would think that her parents would be like, honey, that's not appropriate. Or somebody would pull her to the side and be like, okay, we're not going to take a picture with you standing up here with all these men. That's why I said I'm trying to think when I ever see a female idol with a producer. I don't think I've ever seen any female idols really take a picture with their producers or their writers. All the times that Suga then produced many different idols. IU and stuff. Every time I seen Suga and IU together, it was on his show. I've never seen them like out somewhere and take a picture of just them two together. And out of all the people that Suga has produced music for, ladies, I don't think I've ever seen a picture of Suga and any female that he's produced music for. Yeah, J-Hope, they took a picture. And J-Hope, yes, he wasn't the only one in the picture. It was other people in the picture. Some parents just don't give a damn, I guess. It's not a good look. And the way that they push her sister out there, and I went and looked at like her sister Olivia Marsh and that whole thing. I don't know what these parents are doing. I don't know if these parents are really, really, really want their daughters to be famous. Yeah, he was the only one working on the music with her sister. Exactly, girl. Then why are you taking and posting the pictures with Danielle? I'm like, why is he taking pictures with Danielle? Why are y'all kiki caw in the picture? Why are y'all sitting close to each other? I saw that picture and I just ignored it. I was like, okay. Then she up at their assembly with the quote unquote with Soul Light TV with Sean calling with the bunny uncles. Then she's sitting up there with all them men at the assembly. I didn't like that either. That was not a good look, Danielle. That was not a good look. She's sitting behind these men. I was disturbed by that. Why is she sitting up here with these men? They call them the bunny uncles. I was like, okay, that's not, and I ignored it. Again, I was like, well, then she up here with the dolphiner. And I was like, okay. I was like, hold on now. She up here with the dolphiner. Why she up here with the, and then now these photos come out. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna say something. Because now I'm like, girl, where's your mama? Where's your mama and daddy at? Where's your parents? Where's your manager? Like, what are you doing? Like, I'm just like, oh, this shocked you a lot. See, our boss said she shocked her when she saw the pics. She getting passed around like a candy cane. Right. Oh, girl. I didn't want to say that. Oh, that was Honey with the bunny uncles? Yeah, I didn't like, okay. That was, sorry, I take it back. It's Honey with the bunny uncles, baby. I didn't like that. I didn't like that look either. Yeah, and the way that she took a picture, it was like, it was just her and the older executive. And the dude is older. The dude's like in his 50s. So the way she took the picture was kind of like, it was just them together. Then there was another group shot where she was standing up there with like 5 or 6 different men. And I'm like, okay. I'm like, ain't nobody else here? Like, it's just you with the... Yes, I agree. This is not how she should be networking. For real. Thank you, Monshine. I didn't think that this was a good look for a young lady. At all. You know, I just didn't think that this was a good look. That's what I noticed. That's what I took from the Black Label thing. And again, I ain't said nothing about Danielle and her sister, nothing. But then after this week, I was just like, okay, I gotta say something. Because I'm like, am I the only person thinking this is weird? And I'm thinking, I said, oh, Kiki, you probably just paranoid. But I'm just like, I'm like, nah. And I talked to somebody in the industry and they were like, that is odd. And I was like, good. I said, so I can say something. You know. There was another photo. She's walking with some random older guy at an amusement park. Right. People said it may have been a relative, but we don't really know. I forgot all about that. Yes, that too. She was walking, yes, with a man. An older man. Yeah, we older women, we know things. We see things, and I'm like, the optics is not good. The optics is not, again, if that was my daughter, I'd be like, go on, get out this picture. She could have took pictures of something else. She could have been like, I went to this event. She could have took selfies. She could have took pictures of the event. It didn't have to be her standing up there with like 5, 6 men. It didn't have to be that. That man, that executive from YG, he could have expressed his support for her or whatever without them taking up a picture together. Same thing about the dolphin killer. I don't trust that dolphin killer. I don't like that. I don't know what it is about the dolphiner, the dolphin killer that I don't like. But ever since I looked at his social media and then I learned stuff about him that I can't say, there's something about the dolphiner, the dolphin killer that I don't like. There's something about her. Besides the whole Hee Jin thing, there are other things that there are other things I won't speak on. But I don't trust the dolphiner either. He said me either. If you know, you know. Okay. I thought I was the only one. I went on his social media and I'm like, then I heard some things about certain things about the dolphin person. And I was like, oh no. I was like, okay. They said him and Hee Jin are having an affair. That's what I heard too. Danielle learned from Hee Jin. She's using her women wiles because, you know, Hee Jin was like, shit, I should have just slept with him. I said, oh, Hee Jin, this ain't your first rodeo, girl. Go ahead, girl. I ain't mad at you, Hee Jin. Go do your thing. And then, so the other thing came up that Hee Jin apparently hounded an employee about which way the employee was voting. So this came out. This employee swears up and down she's telling the truth. I believe the employee. Not because it's Hee Jin, but so what happened is the employee said that Hee Jin was asking her who she was voting for. And she said she was voting Democratic. And then Hee Jin was telling her that she should vote for the PPP party, which is the conservative party in South Korea. And she said that Hee Jin was basically harassing her, asking her, why are you voting Democratic and why? So she was saying Hee Jin just wouldn't let it go. And the lady said, well, I didn't come to work here to hide for this. That's what the lady said in her deposition. She said, I don't understand why she kept asking me. And she was thinking, what kind of place is this I'm working at? Like, I didn't come here to be harassed about her political opinion, because it's up to her whether what she wants to vote for or not. It had nothing to do with Minnie Jin. Minnie Jin came back and said that that story was false, that she never hounded the employee, and that Minnie Jin said, and I forgot what the quote was, I don't have my computer with me, that she would never vote conservative, and that I forgot how she said it, but she said she didn't harass the employee, and she said that she would especially not harass her about her voting Democratic, that Minnie Jin has supported Democratic Party, which is true. I would say Minnie Jin is not lying. When President Yoon was getting impeached, Minnie Jin supported the protesters. She had sent them food and everything like that. Minnie Jin, there's enough evidence out there that Minnie Jin has supported the Democratic Party in South Korea. However, do I believe she harassed this employee? Yes. But let me tell you something. Let me tell you. Just let me weave a hypothetical. Let's say Minnie Jin didn't like this employee. So maybe she asked her, well, who are you voting for? And she found out she was voting Democratic. Minnie Jin could have been the type of person where she didn't like that employee, and so she hounded her on purpose. So it may not have been about who she was voting for. Maybe she just didn't like this young lady because she was a young lady. Because we all know how Minnie Jin feel about women. She obviously has some sort of problem with women, in my opinion, and especially women who work underneath her. Apparently, in my opinion, Minnie Jin has some sort of issue with females. I don't know. She don't like women. She said before she don't like bitches. Minnie Jin is dog cussed and talked bad about women more than any person I've ever heard in the industry behind the closed doors. Minnie Jin apparently don't like women. She's holding auditions, and they say she's trying to find a boy group, which, by the way, I've said in my live stream that Minnie Jin is going to find a boy group. She's going to try to find the next BTS, y'all. But we'll put a pin in that. We're going to get that in a minute. I think Minnie Jin harassed this employee on purpose, and it had nothing to do with how the person was going to vote. And then Minnie Jin said something very interesting. She said, of course, I support the Democratic Party. What did she say? She said it would be impossible. I forgot the words that she used. Y'all look it up. You tell me what words Minnie Jin said. Y'all look it up. She said that it would be impossible, or something like it would be against her nature to vote conservative. That it would be impossible. That it would be against her nature, or something like that. That it would not be in her advantage, or she could never. She's like, I could never. It would be something like that against her. Yeah. So much for the feminist icon. She ain't no feminist icon. She hate women. She said that she told the employee, don't vote Democrat, and hounded this lady. But I think Minnie Jin was just messing with her. I think Minnie Jin didn't like this in particular employee. Who was just fucking with her. I think she really didn't mean it. She has a lot of beef with women, but she said a phrase saying that that it's false and that it would be against her nature to vote Democratic. And people kind of glazed over that, and they kikied and they caw-cawed. I'm here to tell you that I don't kiki and caw-caw over what she said. I don't believe Minnie Jin voted for the PPP party. I do believe she is Democratic. And I think that there is a reason. And even though y'all say that she's having an affair with the dolphin killer or the dolphiner, I understand that rumor has been going around. But let me just introduce something. Let me just draw a few conclusions. Minnie Jin seems to not like to work with women in that particular way. She has some kind of animus towards women. The way Minnie Jin carries herself, from a lot of people have said, she carries herself in a particular way. So I kind of believe Minnie Jin. I think Minnie Jin would rather have women maybe perhaps have a more subordinate role to her and not have any type of power. Maybe she's that type of person that gets off on a certain type of power dynamic, and that she doesn't like working with females because she feels like she has to be caretaker, or maybe there might be some kind of rivalry if it's another female executive. But I'm telling you, there's something to what she said. I'm telling you, that's all I can say is what she said. The way Minnie Jin kind of carries herself, and the way she kind of dresses, the way you know, like the way she kind of carries herself, she kind of talks. I'm like, Minnie Jin, Are you really trying to tell us something, girl? I think Minnie Jin is trying to say something, but not really say something. Who is he? The dolphin killer. He's the music video director, by the way. If y'all are wondering who the dolphin killer, he's the other one that tried to get mad at Hyber Adore because he had a director's cut or something, and they didn't want him to release. Adore didn't want him to release the video footage. It was something crazy like that. My eyes kind of glazed over on that whole thing. But there have been some rumors about Minnie Jin and him having an affair, and I don't think that's the case. I don't think Minnie Jin is interested in the dolphin killer, the dolphiner. I'm sorry, dolphin killer. I think Minnie Jin is a bit more aggressive in her, really manipulative and aggressive. But I don't think Minnie Jin is interested in the dolphiner. That's all I can say. And when she said that, my curiosity piqued. I said, what she said? She said, "Oh, it's impossible for me to vote conservative. It wouldn't be in my," she says, nature or something. It would be impossible for her." And I was like, that checks out. The dolphin kidnapper. I don't know if the dolphin killer, the dolphin kidnapper, the dolphiner. Somebody called him the dolphin killer. I was like, okay. I don't think Minnie Jin like anybody. I think she's probably a hard person to get along with. But I found her comments very interesting. I was like, all right, lady. Like, what are we talking? We really saying here? Right? She might have a rainbow flag. Thank you. Thank you. She might have a rainbow flag underneath her pillow with her shaman stuff. Like, she don't start. I don't know. I think Minnie Jin will use whatever she can to have leverage on anybody. I think she is an opportunist. Don't get me wrong. I think Minnie Jin would use her feminine wiles and whatever she would have to do to get her way. I told y'all before, Minnie Jin has a good mouthpiece. She can talk her way out of anything or talk her way into anything. I think Minnie Jin knows how to talk to people, know how to schmooze people up, whether it's genuine or not. And I think that Minnie Jin knows how to just get in people's good graces and tell people what they want to hear. I've said it for months now. Minnie Jin got a good mouthpiece. She knows how to talk to people. She's charming. She can be very charming when she wants to be. And regardless of whether it's genuine or not. But I just feel like Minnie Jin, she don't have no interest really in that way when it comes to maybe to the men folk. That she may be like, I'm Democratic. Like, ain't no way. Like, But I think she really does think highly of herself. Yes. Oh, she does talk in circles. Yeah, I heard her name. So Minnie Jin, by the way, if you guys didn't know, she did an interview this week with a YouTuber. Now, again, I have a whole video coming out where I'm going to talk about this interview and I'm going to break it down. So I have a video coming out that I need to film. But I have my notes. I have like a whole 3 sheets of paper where I'm going to break it down about the interview. And High Boy and Asian Entertainment talked about the lies that she told. She talked in circles, as she always does, because she thinks she's so damn clever. Minnie Jin thinks she can out-talk clever anybody. But again, if you know what you're looking for, we discern. I see through her shit. I saw through her shit since day one. When she got up there dressed like Charlie Brown with a hat on, with green makeup, and got up there and cussed and cried and all that, I was like, oh no. I was like, this chick is acting. I said, she need to get an Academy Award for that performance. I saw through Minnie Jin since then. And I knew she was full of it since then. Thank you, Ice Queen. Look at Ice Queen. Ice Queen. Thank you. Do a little dance. Hey. But I saw through Minnie Jin since day one. And so, but she got on that interview, and I listened to the interview and had it translated. High Boy said he couldn't even make it through the interview because it was so full of lies. But I made it through the interview, and I wrote down some things and typed it all up. And Asian Entertainment debunked everything in the interview. So go to her channel and look up her video where she talks about, she fact-checked what Minnie Jin said. Now, this person who did this interview is curious. This person normally covers politics in South Korea. This person, for some reason, decided to do a live stream, put Minnie Jin on live, and softball her the entire damn interview. I was like, this wasn't an interview. Minnie Jin Masa just did a live stream and just sat up there and just said whatever she wanted to say. Because this was not an interview. This person did not ask any kind of hard-hitting questions. This was basically Minnie Jin sitting up there being Minnie Jin. This was not a serious person. for hours. She just got up there and just talked. He didn't fact check her. He didn't really ask her no questions. He didn't really ask too much of anything. She contradicted herself within the hour that she talked. She contradicted her own self. He didn't say anything about it. This was low ball, softball questions. This is basically a PR thing. This was basically a PR for Hee Jin. Yeah, she has diarrhea in the mouth. He just let her go. He didn't cut her off. He didn't say, but wait, you just said this and now this. She contradicted. No, he just let it go. So I don't know who this person is. This person has, I think, like 500,000, 400,000 subscribers on YouTube. And normally this person, looked at their channel, they talk normally about politics. Why they would have Hee Jin on their channel, why this man would have Hee Jin on his channel is beyond me. It must be one of these. Hee Jin then lost the PR firm, and I guess she not paying them no more. So she can't fiddle with and manipulate and stroke the media. So now she's going to social media. She has this guy, then she has another entertainment guy, then a lawyer, all online defending her. When these people normally don't talk about K-pop, they normally don't talk about the K industry, but all of a sudden now they went from talking about political serious topics to now, ooh, Hee Jin is on our show. I'm like, how much did she pay you? Like, what did she promise you? Oh, he didn't have an interview? He basically asked her about the Adore case. She contradicted everything. And it was an hour basically just Hee Jin talking about Hee Jin. And again, I'm going to come out with a video. Y'all subscribe to my channel. There's a video I'm going to come out on Wednesday where I'm going to break down the things, the highlights of what she said about the interview. Again, Hi Boy Asian Entertainment is broken down this interview in much more details than I will. But I will, in my video, I will tell y'all some questions I want to ask Hee Jin that no interviewers ever asked. I have questions for Hee Jin that apparently nobody's thought about asking because nobody's asked these questions that I have. I have 5, 6 questions I would love to ask Hee Jin. And I'm going to tell you what my questions are in my video. And y'all will be like, yeah, nobody's really asked that because they've let Hee Jin craft this narrative as if she's some innocent victim of Hive. She still blamed Hive in this interview. They asked her, well, who do you think is to blame? She said Hive. She didn't take no responsibility for the way she did things, how she handled things. LeSera from Islet, nothing. She said it was all Hive's fault. I was like, Hee Jin is something else, baby. She said, no, it's all Hive's fault. It was their fault. They manipulated me. They did. Hee Jin been in the business over 20 years. For her to sit up here talking about how I manipulated her and they lied to her and they manipulated New Jeans and blah, blah, blah. Girl, she been in the business long enough. She could have resigned. She could have resigned a long time before that, but she didn't. And she was saying it's not about money. It's about integrity. It's about her reputation. Remember, y'all, it's not about them stock options that she's suing for. It's about integrity. And Hive didn't give her a fair contract. And she wasn't getting paid that much money, even though she was like one of the top 3 executives in K-pop getting paid. She was making good money. But she got up there and said all this stuff and painted herself as being the victim to evil Source Music and Evil Hive. She resigned from SM. She resigned from SM. However, there are reasons behind that. Nobody's really asked her that. That's one question I would ask her. Because again, Hee Jin's been in the business long enough to know how things work. Groups get delayed, things get pushed back, especially after the pandemic. Come 2020, all of these K-pop companies were losing money, a lot of money. They lost a lot of money. By 2021, they were trying to recuperate their finances. Hee Jin knew this. So for her to sit there and be shocked and surprised about Adore being pushed back and certain things that happened between like 2021 and 2022 is disingenuous. She's a liar, in my opinion. She knew what was going on. She could have left at any time, and she said as much. But she wanted to stay there for New Jeans, for the girls. I just wanted to stay and try to help them out. Girl, no. She wanted the stock options. She knew damn well that the deal that Hive had gave her for salary and stock options was not the deal that she got at SM. That's just honesty. If Hee Jin had it that good, she had been at SM for 19 years. If she had she had been there 15 years. If she had it that damn good at SM, she wouldn't have left and resigned. Or did SM push her out? I'm just going to leave it there. Or did SM push her out? and force her to resign. Therein lies the question. Yeah, and everything that they did ask her about, she's like, oh, I don't remember. So she remembers certain things really, really clearly, but then other things she don't remember in the same time period. 2 months later, this happened. Oh, I don't remember. 3 months later, oh, I remember when that happened. Girl, you got selective memory. And she act like she don't know about contracts. Girl, she signed multiple contracts at SM. I don't know about the contracts. I don't know how it promised me. And I just, I just took them on their own faith. Since when? Hee Jin is a shrewd businesswoman. Don't let her fool y'all. For her to get up and dummy up and act like she is just some neophyte, like she had been in the business 3 years. She's just like, well, I don't really know. I trusted her. Girl, you work for SM. Again, I was supposed to come out with an SM video this week. I thought I was going to research and it just be done. Baby, let me tell you. My video went from 8 minutes to 12 minutes to 24 minutes to 32 minutes. I am researching the history of SM, and I'm trying to not even go into deep detail because that would be like a 2-hour long video. But baby, let me tell you, my video went from 8 minutes to 32 minutes. I'm just up to 2003, 2004 when Hee Jin joined SM Entertainment. And let me tell you, it was formed in the 90s. I'm in 2003, and I'm just like, I can't even keep up. So for her to be at the early days of SM and her to get on the stand and play the fool and play the dummy, I'm like, girl, if you was at SM during 2003, 2004, baby, it was on and popping at SM. Baby, SM, they want to talk about how is corrupt? Y'all playing with me today. I done read all kinds of, I done fell down rabbit hole after rabbit hole after rabbit hole. I was about to call the police. Somebody come help me get out this this SM rabbit hole. I done fell into conspiracy theories about SM. I done dived into online chatter about SM. I done dived into like Chinese investors, Korean mafia. It is a story. I'm just sitting there going, what? Am I reading this right? Is this real? I don't know what's real and what's fake right now at SM. I am in the Matrix. So if she was there at SM during that time and she got out of college and was working for them, baby, wait till I get to 2010, okay? Because right now I'm like, if she came into the company during all of this, she has had to see some shit. Yes, Liza C. SM have been shady, babe. And I'm not trying to. But let me tell y'all something, child. When that nephew came and took it over, from what I heard allegedly, it was a brand new day when nephew came. Nephew, who I called the head of SM Entertainment, nephew. When nephew came in there, baby, he was like, you get a pay cut, you get a pay cut, you get a pay cut, you get a pay cut. Allegedly. When nephew took over the operations, honey, from what I heard, the salad days was over, baby. They was eating good in the neighborhood, them executives. But shit. Nephew came and nephew's like, maybe you should retire. Maybe you should resign. And what do you do again? And how much are you getting paid? Shh. Nephew was like, I ain't Isuman. I ain't Unk. Nephew wasn't having it. So I can see why she resigned. Because from what I heard, baby, nephew came in there and cleaned house with everybody from the top to the bottom. Staff members resigned. Executives resigned, and that is right around the time that Hee Jin resigned. So there you go. Yeah, nephew's like, I found some discrepancies here, and they was like, oh, uh-oh. So I heard the rats was leaving the ship when nephew came and took over. That he was telling people that they need to retire. You need to resign. And so they was like, oh, we better go. So that coincides with the timeline of Hee Jin. So I think nephew wasn't having it. Again, it's 2003 for me, and I'm still like, and all the things that went on at SM, the rumors about how they operated their business and their PR machines and how they basically schmoozed with the media. Again, this all goes back to the whole entire time I'm researching. I'm like, aha, like all of these things make sense now. All of the tricks with the media and the PR, SM perfected all of this. They perfected this to a T. Dragging other groups. When things started to get competitive, about 2010, people are telling me it started to get competitive. That SM basically created a whole like black propaganda thing and division and that's whispered about. Like a SM secret service. What I watch Star Trek. What's the name of the secret group in Star Trek? I forgot. There's I love sci-fi. So in Star Trek, they have a secret group that is behind the scenes. And so they're in Star Trek. I forgot their name, but they're a secret group. They're a clandestine group that nobody knows about. Like the Vulcans, they have like what the Vulcans have Tal Shiar. So apparently there was some kind of clandestine group in SM that they work with. They perfected the art of black propaganda. The Q. Yeah, the Q. I love the Q. And so, yeah, apparently SM has had, I don't know if they have it anymore, but some kind of like clandestine group where they would just go online and as the advent of social media came into, and then they would use the media to dog out other groups. There's enough evidence out there. Again, I haven't got into it. People tell me like they targeted Big Bang pretty bad, like because they were the hottest thing around that time. And then once Big Bang started to, that they targeted Big Bang a lot, although Big Bang kind of deserved it. I still got to do my Big Bang video. I'm still working on it, y'all. Big Bang, it's a lot. It's a lot of years for me to go through. It's a lot. But I plan to do my Big Bang video because I like Big Bang and their story is fascinating. It's fascinating. Oh, it's fascinating. It's fascinating. But SM so far as got me gagging. I didn't know all of this. When you really start getting into it, you start seeing that SM started a lot of things that go on with the fandoms and the things that I disagree with in K-pop. These are things that SM set up in place. Like the parasocialism. Like that came from, like SM, they didn't originate it. It came from America. All of it came from America. But I talk about it in my video how Lee Soo-man, he was clever. He was a very smart, business savvy man. He worked in the industry. I didn't know Lee Soo-man was a DJ and he was a singer and he was a producer. Like Lee Soo-man was all in the business. He doesn't get enough credit. But Lee Soo-man was a creative, and he wanted to create a type of Warner Brothers, A&M Records, Motown. He wanted to create the Motown of South Korea. Quote, that's just a quote. Lee Soo-man was a big fan of Motown and a big fan of that music, that genre of music. He was an R&B singer, and he was a big fan of the Motown era, and he wanted to create his own version of Motown. And so he picked up a lot of things from the music industry in America and took a lot of things from Motown and how the artists had to carry themselves. He took that and just changed it. But Lee Soo-man had a love of music. He really loves the business. Now, nephew doesn't. Nephew don't have a love of business like that in my mind. And Lee Soo-man is coming back. I keep telling you all the time. Lee Soo-man is coming back. He had a no compete clause for about 5 years. And Lee Soo-man is coming back with his own company. He is not done with K-pop. And whether y'all love him or hate him, I know some of y'all can't stand Lee Soo-man because he has done some things that I find a bit morally questionable. Like there's things. Yeah, dirty marketing. Yeah. They perfected the art of that. Yeah, I told you some of y'all hate it. Some of y'all hate it. Some of y'all hate SM. When I bring up SM, some of y'all are like, hell to the no. Y'all remember when I write BTS fan fiction, but it's based in reality. But y'all know that y'all heard when BTS was out there doing American Hustle Life, how SM tried to not get people to work with Bang PD. That's just one example. There are other examples where I can't say what I want to say. But anyway, let's just say allegedly. There are other examples where SM Entertainment has sabotaged other companies or other groups. There is enough out there. I don't know if it's true or not, but there's enough rumors around in the industry that SM was out there targeting and sabotaging groups. They were telling producers don't work with them. So they were telling them don't work with them. Yeah, he did have a startup group in China. Yep. He's in China right now. Are you a Trekkie too? I'm a Trekkie too. I love Star Wars, Star Trek. But yes, Isuman, he is known throughout the industry. But yes, you've been anti-SM since the Big Bang days, girl. I'm telling you, don't ask one of them VIPs, baby. I even mentioned SM in YG spaces, and they get the cussing. Them YG employees, the idols, especially the old school fans, the old school fans hate it. They hate it. They like, we remember those days. They remember the days where Big Bang were mercilessly talked about in the media. Like everything that they do, people were just making up things a lot. I've heard a lot of bad things about Big Bang. Now, I'm not saying all of it is true or not true. But I'm just saying I heard a lot of things about Big Bang. And like I said, I don't know whether it's true or not. I've heard a lot of wild stories. Again, I'm gonna do my video about Big Bang and we're gonna talk about some of the wild stories. But yes, back to what I was saying, Hee Jin working around in SM that time, the level of how innocent she tries to portray herself is false. If she was there during them days. And she would know more about what happened in SM than anybody. She rose her way through the ranks, and Hee Jin did. On talent. I'm not saying Hee Jin is not talented. She's a talented woman. She's great. But Hee Jin is business savvy. So for her to sit up here and say that High manipulated her or something, baby, come on now. Hee Jin, come on now. She's had contracts with SM. So therefore, you said G Dragon gave you Pee Wee Herman videos last week. Gemini, don't do that. Don't do that. Let that man wear that Pee Wee Herman suit in them tight pants. I was like, the pants knew the assignment, Gemini. The pants knew the assignment. They understood. I was like, I don't know about that outfit. Oh. I was like, ooh. I was like, well, the pants figured it out. The pants was ready for the mamas. I was like, whoever put them in that outfit, good job. High five, girl. High five, wardrobist. They told G Dragon and the mamas, they were like, we're going to put you in the tightest pants we can, bro. Yeah, that moose knuckle girl. I was like, congratulations. Yeah, SM Entertainment Group. Again, they will always have my respect. But again, the more that I learn, the more shocked I am. I'm like, half the time I'm like, is that legal? Is that legal? Like how they even found investors was just shady. I was just like, that don't sound like that's legal. Or maybe it was legal back then. But now they would definitely, if SM Entertainment would have formed the way they did now, they would have definitely been investigated for some because they didn't have the laws back then. Back in the late 90s, early 2000s, SM Entertainment would have never got away with even forming their company because back then the laws didn't exist. Now the laws have changed in Korea. But the things that they did with their investors would not be legal today. It's some of the things that they've done have been very suspicious. But again, if Hee Jin was there during that time, that just gives enough proof and evidence that she had seen things in the industry as she rose up of what SM was doing, and so she took business practices, in my opinion, of what's been happening with Hee Jin. So she took business practices of what happened at SM and she's used it. So, but that's what happened with the Black Label thing. And again, I have a whole video where I break down Hee Jin's interview this week. And then like I said, I talk about, I have my own issues with the Black Label and Teddy. Um, I know Teddy is a prolific producer, but some of us have our own issues with the Black Label. Nothing personal against them. Nothing personal against. Yeah, somebody wants some attention. They ain't gonna get no attention today. So yeah, so I know that some people have had issues with the Black Label and how it's run. Maybe I don't know. I have to look more into that. But we'll look into that. So, but yeah, Mini Jen again. I'll do my whole breakdown and my whole video about what what I feel like her interview and more in details because, like I said, I got a bunch of notes um and stuff. What else? Oh, the mamas. So the mamas have posted a video compilation of their performances, and then they've also posted a video compilation of the people getting the awards. And so the mamas, some of you have had a chance to watch it. I know last week you guys were talking about you guys hadn't watched it because they debuted last week. And so now, since people have a chance to watch it, people have been on YouTube doing videos about the mamas. And so the mamas, I've seen a lot of videos pop up in my feed that were not positive about the mamas. So I'm just gonna tell you, I've never watched the mamas before. This is the first time I have watched the mamas. And so it for me, I understand. Did I bring up the what is the AAA yet? What is the AAA? Oh, are you wait? What is the AAA? BB only had one song I kind of liked. You said the mamas was fun. So what do y'all think about the mamas? Did y'all like it? Did y'all watch it? Did y'all ignore it? Shelly got me laughing talking about there was a production wreck. There was one time when the cameraman fell down. I said, oh, okay. I was like, what is happening? The cameraman didn't fell down. Oh, the Asia Awards. No, I have not talked about the Asia Awards. I have not watched them. I have not watched them. I saw Quartus. I have to watch them and I'll come back and tell y'all next week. I have to watch. I didn't even know the Asia Awards went on until this week. Now I know there was an award ceremony where All Day Project won something, and I did a video about All Day Project winning the Dasang. But I have not watched. Metal Loop says she didn't watch it, didn't care. The Asian Artist Award, it was on Weverse last night. Thank you. I will watch it. I didn't know it. I had no idea. I will watch it. It was on Weverse last night. What channel was it on Weverse? I'll pull it up on Weverse when I get off here and I'll watch it. But I know that people were posting videos on YouTube and I was like, was there another award show? But I'll talk about that next week because I have to watch it. But I know I saw Quartus. But yeah, the mamas was like, so y'all talk about the production. I don't know what was going on. I don't know if the only mamas I've seen is BTS performances, Big Bang performances, groups that I've liked. I had the Melon Awards the next. I will watch the Melon Awards. I will definitely watch the Melon Awards. But I have not watched the whole mamas, but people were online dragging the hell out the mamas. People was dragging the mamas for filth. I got online and I was thinking, well, maybe it's just me. Baby, this week, people was posting videos. People was dragging the mamas for filth. Baby, they was like, this is awful. They called it the mediocre mamas. It was like this mediocre. They was calling it the mid mamas. Oh my God. People was dragging the mamas for, I was like, damn, I didn't feel so bad. Because I didn't drag the mamas. Last week we were watching it and I was like, okay. People was dragging it. People were saying that it was mediocre, that it was mid. They called the Korean scammies. Not the mammies, but the scammies. Baby, people were talking about the people who won. They were talking about the people who weren't invited. They were saying that the mamas was not good. I have no, I have no frame of reference. So I started to go back this week and watch the previous years. They were talking about the lip syncing, the backtracking. Baby, they was dragging it. They was like, everybody lip sync. They were saying some people, the backtrack was so damn loud that you couldn't even hear the singers. They talked about the dancing. They talked about some of the people. The production was up and down. So I don't know if the individual. This is a question that I have. Do the individual groups do their own like stage production, and they just tell, or does the mamas help do it for them? Like, because it was hit or miss. There were some groups where the production in the background was really, really elaborate and good. And then there were some groups, again, that was giving me very like church play. I told y'all live. I said, this is giving me very church play. I said, this is giving very church play. Because it just seemed like, I said, I don't know if this is giving me school play, church play. It didn't really give me, it wasn't professional. Yeah, they jinx themselves when they snub BTS. God don't like dirty. Y'all wrong for that. I heard from armies who were saying that it hadn't been good since BTS went into the military. Some of y'all are saying that. So I went online. I was looking for evidence. I was like, let me go online. Let me look at the mamas. And and I looked at the previous mamas, and I don't know. Like, again, I have questions about the production quality. I just want to know, does the groups set their own things up, or does the mama set it up? Because, again, it was very hit or miss. Some of the groups it had good stages. I'm like, oh, that's cute. That's good. But then some of them, I'm like, so it's giving very church play tea. Like, I was like, this is very High School Musical up here right now. like all you had to do is watch it and confirm. Yeah, all you had to do is watch it. And again, I thought it was just me because this was my first year, like really, really watching the show, like all the performances. And so I thought it was me. And then G-Dragon, God, oh my God, God love G-Dragon, y'all. God bless him. But I'm telling you, when G-Dragon got up there and the whole podium was in a wedding dress, I didn't know what was going on. And then Jennifer's like, girl, stop worrying about it. It's artistic. I said, but Jennifer, I don't understand. She's like, girl, shh, it's artistic. It's art. Jennifer told me, girl, it's art. I said, what? She's like, well, you know, G-Dragon, he's very artistic. And I was like, girl, what? Oh, you watch it on the street? She's like, girl, it's art. I said, okay, girl, I'm not going to argue with you. Because Jennifer told me, well, you know, G-Dragon, you know, he's trying something. And they said that G-Dragon was upset because he was having audio issues. And then I watched it again, and I could tell when he was having audio issues. But I was told, I was told, let G-Dragon cook. Let him do his thing. And I was like, but girl, it's just kind of weird. She's like, shh, let it happen. I said, okay. So I watched G-Dragon's art, and I was like, okay. And then I got distracted by his tight pants, and everything went straight to hell. So I was irredeemable from then. I was irredeemable. There was no redemption for me. Oh no, she said, why do you think G-Dragon is cute? Smooth like butter, criminal undercover. With that comment, it's time for an interlude. Smooth like butter, criminal undercover. Sometimes you got to sing your way out of stuff. I think G-Dragon it depends on how he's styled. I think he's cute. Someone said he's cute when he's younger. I'm not sure what happened now. Smooth like criminal undercover. Break it down. When I look in the mirror, I heard my heart in it too. I got superstar go, so ooh, to the boogie down. That's all I can do is sing my way out of this. Oh, I just sing my way out these comments. Girl, you got that pillowcase too, girl. G-Dragon, is he? Metaloop said, but is he artistic though? That's the same question I had. I was told, shh, he artistic. She said, what? I can't even comment on G-Dragon. Like, some women find him very alluring and aloof, and I think it's really a personality thing. I think G-Dragon depends on how he's styled. I find him attractive, but I can understand what you're saying. But there are women out there who swear by G-Dragon. Like, they think he's real, like, good looking. I think it depends on how he's styled. Now, last year when he did the mamas, that wasn't cute. But this year he was cute. He was good looking. When he's all dappered up, I think G-Dragon can be very good looking. Smooth like. You always say it. Anytime someone has a comment that's controversial, you just be like, smooth like butter. I respect G-Dragon. But again, I can say that I can see why women think he's attractive, but he's not really my type. He's not my type. Now, if y'all want to talk about T.O.P., now y'all want to talk about good looking, baby. Y'all want to talk about T.O.P., my other bias. Woo. My other bias is sexy. T.O.P. is sexy. I think T.O.P. looks wise is sexier than Sugar. I think T.O.P. is hotter than Sugar. Like when it comes just pure looks. But when it comes to looks and personality and talent, he's the total package. Sugar can cook for you. He can clean for you. He can be smoldering when he wants to. He can be delicate. He can be cutesy. Sugar to me is the total package because he's my ult. Of course, I'm biased. But T.O.P. to me is a close second. T.O.P. that's a sexy man. That's a good looking man. He is very dapper and debonair and sexy. Oh, jeez. I'm up here sweating. I need some of that Hobie water. But Sugar's the man. Oh, you telling Sugar on me? Oh. Yeah, Sugar can build a bookshelf for you. He can cook for you, build a bookshelf, decorate your home, tell you what kind of trimming the house should have. Baby, I'll be like... Then he go shoot some basketball, then write a song about it, then play the guitar, then play the piano. That's too much. You can't compete with all that. That's just too much. It's too much. That's too much. It's too much man for me. I'm like, no, Sugar, please stop. I don't need any more. I'm good. Like, that's just too much man for you. And then he was running around with them pink pajamas. Girl, that sealed the deal for me. I was like, well, seal the deal for me. Sugar is my alt. The pink pajamas was the deal breaker for me. I was like, well, I guess he's my alt. We about to fight. Keep your eyes on Sugar, not T.O.P. I think yes, T.O.P. is good looking. I think T.O.P. is very good looking. I think he's better looking than Sugar. Like some of y'all like, wait a minute. Let me go see T.O.P. Hold on. Baby, T.O.P. T.O.P. is like the dapper, tall, like debonair, kind of like movie star good looks that I oh my God, someone said no. T.O.P. was your first K-pop crush. Go ahead, girl. Hobie is an arson for sure. He said Army on Fire. Hobie just came with the flames. Hobie is a very good looking man. I used to not even pay attention to Hobie. Then he came out with Killing It Girl and Mona Lisa. And I was like, well, Hobie, I guess you'll tide me over while Sugar's gone. I need somebody to whet my appetite while Sugar's gone. So now since Hobie is back in the background, now I'm just like, okay, who am I going to like now? Like, do I have to watch Are You Sure? Do I have to thirst trap on Are You Sure? Jimin and Jungkook is just two guys that I find insanely attractive, good looking guys. Very charming, but they more like nephews. They like, oh, nephew, Jin is nephew. Jin is like nephew. Jimin is nephew. Jungkook is nephew most of the time, but it's sometimes, and I'm just like, But RM is RM is like my fake husband. Like I would squeeze RM and marry him and be like, oh, RM, I love you. And then Sugar cheat on RM with Sugar. That's kind of like how that kind of would go. I love Hobie's music. I love his music. But T.O.P. is, oof, oof. He's debonair and tall and kind of goofy and kind of weird. And just, I like that. I like his whole vibe. I like his vibe. I really do like his vibe. But I like RM. Yes, RM would be RM is husband material. Sugar be the side piece. Like, it would be the dude that would set you on fire and leave you, you know. If I had done it, like, you left it with Mary, Sugar's fine. She said, even when RM is moody, baby, she said she willing to take RM. But yeah, Sugar to me is gorgeous. And not because of his looks, but also because of his demeanor and his personality, which I find that attractive. But T.O.P. to me, like, just looks would is just looks. I think T.O.P. Sometime, not all time. Now Sugar for that, okay. Sugar and that Marie Claire Valentino thing, y'all know I still have not made it through. I'm 2 minutes and 45 seconds in. I can't make it through it because it just short circuits my brain. Y'all know I can't deal with Sugar and wearing his Valentino when he was doing his Valentino campaign. We were doing a Marie Claire. Y'all know I can't watch that video. Y'all know it's been over a year and I have still not seen all that video. Like, I get into about 10 seconds and I'm like, and I'm like, and I totally, like, my brain short circuits every time I see it. So I can only get through, like, in a year, I've gotten through 2 minutes and 43 seconds. And I've showed y'all before that I start watching and I'm like, like, I turn feral and I become some kind of wild animal. And I don't like to turn. It's like a werewolf. It's like I'm normal and then the Sugar full moon will come up and I'm like, ah, you know, and then I turn feral. So I can only watch it in 10-second increments. Like, I'm like, okay, I'm watching 10 seconds. I'm good. Anything over 10 seconds, I'm like, I turn to some wild wildebeest. So I just learned to just, I'm going to get through it one day. Every couple of months, I'm like, I should just watch 5 seconds of it. And then I'm good. Because anything over that, I don't think I could watch the whole video. I'd be sweating. I'd just be like, okay, he's with the guitar. Okay, he's wearing red. Okay, he's sitting on a swing. Okay, he's outside sitting on a swing. Oh, he ain't got no shirt on underneath that jacket. Oh, God. You know, that's how my whole brain just, like, even talking about it, I become like a mad, wild person. Like, I'm just like, he's wearing what? So whoever styled Sugar during that Marie Claire Valentino thing, they deserve all of the money, all of the flowers. I couldn't even be in the same room with Sugar looking like that. I would just be like, I gotta leave the room. I gotta go. Like, I'd run out the room screaming because there's just too much pretty for me. And so that's a lot. It's a lot for me to deal with. So it's gonna take another year probably before I get through it. Namjoon does have that $1 million smile, and Namjoon is just cool. Namjoon is just so cool. But anyway, back to what we're saying about the mamas. Before we got distracted about G-Dragon and asking whether is he attractive or not. I just laugh because them VIPs be on my ass. They be like, what? I'm like, oh, no VIPs. I didn't say it. But G-Dragon is very much well respected. But again, I watched the mamas from the previous years and before BTS left. And there is some evidence that the mamas have gone downhill. A lot of people are like, can we just get BTS to perform back again? I said, ooh. JK is cool. He's cool. I tell you, JK's nephew. He's nephew. He could be my son. JK is young enough to be my child. They said JK got young parents. I bring that up the other day. They said JK got young parents. So me and JK's mom and parents might be around the same age. Because they've said that before in a video that his parents are young. His mom is young in particular. No, let's talk about Hot Judy. Baby, I thought about Hot Judy the other day. When Namjoon was dark and wild. Baby, I was like, sugar who? Namjoon, dark and wild, is my favorite Namjoon. When Namjoon had the blonde hair and it was swirled up like a fucking ice cream, I don't care, baby. Namjoon could have been, I would have been like sugar. If I would have been, I go back and watch old BTS videos. If I was a fan of BTS back in 2015, 2016, Namjoon would be my alt. Because to see Namjoon No offense, but back then, Namjoon, back then, I wouldn't have, I would have been like, Sugar who? I would be a Namjoon super fan, but by now. So if I would have got hip to Namjoon before Sugar, I think I would have been more of a Namjoon fan. Cause that Dark and Wild Namjoon, oh my God, wow, wow, like yes, the soft serve ice cream swirl girl. Yeah, they said he hates that hair, girl. Oh yeah, my glasses are Elphaba. I bought them online. They are Elphabas. I need to clean these bitches. But yes, they're Elphaba glasses. I bought them on purpose. Yeah, that it's silver. Ooh. But that soft serve hair, there's something about that soft serve hair that just do it for me. And again, if I would have found BTS a long time ago, I would have fell for Namjoon very hard. Like I could see me being like, he's a rapper and he could soft serve hair because that dark and wild Namjoon, oh, I would have been like, Sugar who? And Namjoon would have been my ult. But unfortunately for Namjoon, or fortunately, I discovered Sugar first. Sugar was the first person in BTS that I ever noticed. And I didn't know who he was. I just saw August D. I didn't know who August D was. I just saw a video. And he was talking about David Cha, and he had blonde hair and a top knot, dressed like a Korean with a sword. He had all the elements of, I like manga and anime. So to me, when I first saw Sugar, he looked like a character from an anime show. And then he spit bars and he was rapping and I was totally confused. I was like, who is this dude looking like an anime character? Because, I love, I'm a big Sasuke girl. Like, if you know Naruto, I'm a Sasuke girl. Like, there's all types. But us Sasuke girls, we know. Like, if you're a Sasuke girl, if you know, you know. Those of us who like Sasuke, I like that type. That's my type of man. Broody, silent, probably blow up your entire village. That's the kind of man I like. Might be evil one day, might be an anti-hero one day. He might come back and save y'all. I don't know. He may get you pregnant, knock you up, and take off and leave you. Sasuke be doing that to bitches. He don't care. It's Sasuke. It's fine. It's fine. Okay? Sasuke, the one that you're gonna fall in love with, and then he gonna leave your ass. Like, really? I like Naruto. Okay, like Sasuke I'm a Sasuke girl. When Meg Thee Stallion talking about Sasuke, I'm a Sasuke girl. So August D versus Sugar era, it was fun. I didn't know what was going on because I was like, is the dark haired guy him? Like, I didn't know what was going on. Liza C is laughing. She over getting a good kiki in a car, girl. If you know, you know. But I watched the video and I watched it over and over again and I was like, who is this Korean guy spitting fire? Like I'm a hip hop girl, so I was like, all right. I was like, I had never listened to K-pop seriously. And then I said, Jennifer. And she's like, what? I said, who is August D? And she was like, girl, that's Sugar from BTS. I said, Sugar from BTS? I said, like BTS, the boy group? She like, yeah, girl. I was like, okay, so why is he August D? She's like, that's his name when he has a solo. Okay, so he changed his name for a solo. I was confused. I didn't know what was going on. So I went online and I pulled up a biography, which is still online on YouTube, about Sugar. And then I learned about Sugar that he was a real rapper. Because to me, all K-pop rappers weren't real rappers. And they weren't real artists. And they weren't real writers and composers. And I watched this 1.5 hour long video 6 years ago, yes, about Sugar. And it stuck in my head, and I found it the other day. And I watched it. I was riveted. I was like, so he's a real rapper? And he writes and he composes? And I was like, oh my God, he's really talented. And I was so impressed. I was impressed. And I was smitten. I was like, oh my God, I love Sugar. So I've always been like, what's August D doing? And he came out with an album. Then I found out he didn't come to Dallas. And he did a tour. And I missed all of that because I just followed him a little bit. But I knew who he was. And I thought he was a really talented, really good looking guy. And I was like, oh, he's talented. But then, I didn't know about anything about BTS. But Sugar's the first person that I became aware of. Then Jungkook came out with Golden. And I immediately was like, okay, now I'm a Jungkook fan because Golden is a phenomenal album. But I still was not falling for the Jungkook thirst traps. I don't care how many times Jungkook can get half naked. No, keep that devil energy over there, JK. But and then so on my keep that devil energy over there, JK. I don't have no evil up in this house. And so you keep that all the way up, sir. You're a little bit too young for me. Like it makes me feel real weird. I was like, okay. Which it should make me feel weird, period. But I'm in denial. Let me be in denial, okay? But JK is a little bit too young. And I didn't know that JK was with the group since he was like 14, 15 years old. So I went back and I watched No, because I had never really watched. So I went back and watched the No video. Y'all go back and watch it. And I was like, everybody say no. And I was like, oh, look at RM Sugar. Oh, look at JK. Wait, hold on. What? I was like, what year is this? Wait, how old was he? You gotta watch them old BTS videos with a sense of time. You can't be like, ooh, JK, he looking cute. Oh my God. Like Jennifer's like, you do know, he's like 16 here. I was like, yay, JK. like you just have to clap. Everybody say no. I'm gonna say no too, JK. I'm gonna say no. Cause in that video, he's like 17, 18. I'm like, my son. Everybody say no. JK, keep that away from me. I'm not a pedo. I'm not a pedo. I'm not a pedo. You had to say it like that. You had to sing it like that. I did a whole video about All Day Project winning. Yes, not today. JK, I'll get with you in a few more years. But I did a whole video about All Day Project winning the Da saying that I thought it was absurd and ludicrous. I thought it was ludicrous. I thought it was absurd that they won the Da saying. I've done another video about All Day Project. I do not like All Day Project. I'm not a supporter of All Day Project. I got mad at the Black Label and Teddy because of all the stunts and the tricks that All Day Project has pulled. They have had 2 songs out. They've been out less than 6 months, and they won a damn Da sang. No. I understand that Annie is the Chabo granddaughter of Samsung or whatever, so you can take that with you as it will. But that was crazy. Even everybody agreed. Even people inside the industry were like, what? They thought it was preposterous, The RM Dimples is cute. All Da sangs are paid for. That's what I heard. That's why I heard there's a lot of corruption in the award industry, the awards in South Korea. I still do not know this song, nor do I want to. They had 2 songs. They talking about we ain't even famous. We ain't even famous. Hell, you want some more? I mean, the song is catchy, but the song it ain't like people. When All Day Project came out, less than 6 months ago during like July, people were all like going crazy over them in South Korea. Now internationally, Americans was like, this shit is corny. Like for real. People online are like, not saying they don't have fans here, but a lot of the American K-pop fans were like, this seems a bit corny, And so to me, All Day Project, unless they try to change up their tricks and gimmicks, that works in South Korea, but that's not going to work for international fans. And I said that in my video when they first came out 6 months ago. I made a video about them, and I said that works in South Korea, but that's not going to work here. So it's just not going to work here. I didn't know All Day Project was that popular. I went around and looked around a little bit. I don't know why they wanted Da saying. They weren't really even that popular. There's other groups out there that are more popular and have charted and have had more songs than them that don't get the attention that All Day Project. I don't know why All Day Project was even on the Mamas. There are other groups out there like, what is it, P1 Harmony, who've toured, who've had songs charted. They came online, by the way, just in case y'all didn't know, fans were asking them why weren't they at the Mamas. P1 Harmony said they weren't invited. My jaw dropped. They had a big tour. They came to Dallas and their tour sold out just like that in Dallas. Like, I couldn't believe that. They said, yes, they told their fans, we weren't invited. Yeah, they said they weren't invited. And I was like, how is All Day Project going to be invited? But P1 Harmony that had song after song after song that's been around in the industry, I think for 3-4 years now, they weren't invited. They weren't even invited to the Mamas. They were saying, yeah, they don't invite a bunch of groups, but you want to invite All Day Project? And they've had 2 songs. They've been out 5 months. And P1 Harmony had a successful tour, a world tour. They came here in Dallas. We tried to get tickets. And they sold out just like that. And the tickets were really expensive too. Yeah. Talking about, we all know why they was invited. I guess so. Again, I don't like groups, not to pick on All Day Project, but I do. I've said it in my video that I don't like groups that are orchestrated. Jennifer feels strongly, Jennifer and I both feel strongly that the reason why K-pop has become less popular and these companies are losing market shares, and I think K-pop is kind of plateaued and like evened off. But I think the other problem is that K-pop, I said I did a whole video about why K-pop has not had a better foothold in the West, because right now K-pop is corny. K-pop is very cookie cutter. There's no, people, international audiences, you kind of got to pick and choose your battles and which group you're going to like. But people see through K-pop now. The mainstream will not accept K-pop because of a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is because they have groups like All Day Project, where these are influencers. You got a model, a dancer, an influencer, one chick that was on a survival show, another guy that was on a rap show. Like these people aren't serious. And is she a Chabo? Like, how did she become leader of the group and a rapper? She already had a following. Tarzan, Che Wan, his government name, because that's his real name, is a model. Bailey is a real dancer. Again, I don't understand why she was in that group. I said that. So when you put together these groups like this, made of influencers and dancers and models and halfway singers, like, it's dumb. You lose credibility in the music industry in the West doing shit like this. And if the group becomes popular in South Korea, people are like, this is corny. Like who are these people? And so it becomes very inauthentic. And so Western audiences can tell. They like Stray Kids. Stray Kids produces their music. They write their music. They like ATEEZ. ATEEZ has a hand in producing their music and writing their music. People like BTS. People like authenticity. The reason why a lot of these bands don't do well is because they seem very cookie cutter and they seem very inauthentic. And people don't like that in the West. She said what Jennifer said. Hey, AK, what's up, girl? What Jennifer said, yeah, that's why Jennifer's like, she feels like K-pop is going downhill and that BTS cannot save it. Jennifer said BTS cannot save it. But people desperately want them to. And anyway, I didn't talk about Hee Jin either. Hee Jin started her own agency. I did a whole video and I told y'all she was going to start her own agency. OOAK. Even though she stole the name and the logo and everything else from another company. But hey, that's neither here nor there. But I've told y'all before, Hee Jin is going to be okay. She's going to be just fine. And again, I predicted it. I called it. I said Hee Jin is going to have auditions. She is looking for a boy group in particular. And Hee Jin claims that her company just started and she don't have staff. And I'm telling y'all from what I heard is quite the contrary. I thought we were over her already. I forgot to bring that up. Was ATEEZ invited? I don't know. Were they invited to the mamas? I don't know. Way too much pressure is on BTS to save K-pop. That's why you got RM over here sweating and crying and overthinking. Is way too much. Yeah, ATEEZ was there, weren't they? Yeah, they were there. You just, it's too much. BTS is they're not K-pop to me either. I don't think they're going to say what people expect them to. But yes, hola, Ashley Park. But I forgot to bring up, I did a video about Hee Jin, about her starting a new agency and all that entails. And people are like, no, I was like, Hee Jin going to be just fine, honey. Hee Jin already got producers lined up, allegedly. She got choreographers lined up. She got the damn dolphin killer or whoever to do the videos. I said Hee Jin already got her dream team in her lineup. And some of y'all were like, who would want to go work for Hee Jin? I said, okay. They already doing it. Who would want to audition for Hee Jin? They auditioning, right? They auditioned today. And apparently from what I heard, there was a big turnout. K-pop is, some people say K-pop is not music. People, yeah, every time I talk about K-pop, people look at me like I lost my damn mind. Yeah, Annie is K-pop. Justification personified for being inauthentic. Yes. Unfortunately. Oh yeah, they've been trying to sabotage BTS from the start. But when BTS comes back, again, my expectations for BTS is very low. You know, you guys, it's very low. You know, because to me, either I like the album or I don't. Either I like the music or I don't. I mean, like some songs may resonate better with me than others, and that's okay. I will still go to that concert. I'm still planning to go to the concert. I'll still be up there wearing my veil and my wedding dress if Jennifer lets me, even though she says she's not going to let me wear my wedding dress. Fine. I'll try to talk her into it till then. And so I'm still going to be up there. I'm going to hold up my sign that says Yoongi marry me. And I'm going to probably bum rush the stage and get arrested and start a GoFundMe. So I'm just letting you guys know those are my plans for 2026. Yeah, yes, the wedding dress, a purple wedding dress. So those are my plans for 2026. So nothing can stop me. I want to go to South Korea for Festa, and I will drag my children there and drag Jennifer there, and they will all be miserable while I'll be gleeful and gleefully happy. All I do is wear my in a leotard. Girl, I don't know about all that. I don't know about the leotard. I will hold up the sign though. I don't have any expectations. I don't want to hear people talk about hints about the album, spoilers. I don't want to hear no spoilers about a BTS album. I want to be thoroughly surprised and delighted. I don't want to talk about theories and hints and what kind of concept they're going to have and what, I don't want to hear about none of that. Yes, my poor kids, I know. BTS isn't K-pop. You're right. Yes, yes, BTS has transcended K-pop. I'm gonna do a video about that as well, about talking about BTS has transcended K-pop, and it's about time the fandom recognizes and realize that we're a global fandom. You see, Ice Queen supports my wedding dress. Jennifer doesn't though, and she has to go with me. So Jennifer's like, if you wear a wedding dress, I'm not sitting next to you. I'm gonna be way over there, and your ass is gonna be way over there. And I said, Jennifer, how are we going to go to BTS concert? And I'm sitting here by myself and you're sitting way over there. Jennifer said, I don't care. I don't care. I'm not sitting with your ass. And if you bum rush the stage, I'm going home and taking care of your kids. I'm not getting you out of jail. So Jennifer already told me she is not dealing with me wearing a wedding dress and she's not getting my ass out of jail. Right. I told her I need to start a GoFundMe because Jennifer told me, she's like, I'm not going to get you out of jail. I was like, damn, you ain't going to get me out of jail? My kid, yeah, my kids, they don't go to concerts with me. Just Jennifer. Jennifer's like, I am. I want to hold my sign. I want to wear my wedding dress. But Jennifer just keeps cock blocking me. She's dress blocking me every moment. She's like, no, I'm not going to go with you. And I was like, Jennifer, please. She's like, no. And I was like, well, what about a veil? She said, I'll think about it. She's like, I'll think about the veil. And I was like, okay. So she said she'll think about the veil. I'm going to have a t-shirt maybe that says Yoongi marry me on it. And I hold up a sign. If I can't wear it, Jennifer she's adamant. She's not going with me if I show up in a wedding dress. She's like, I'm not embarrassing myself. My wedding dress will be fire, girl. It's going to be fire. You talking about good job. Don't encourage Jennifer. No to the dress and jail. I told her, I said, Jennifer, I'm a bum rush the stage. And she's like, you going to go to jail. I said, girl, but I have to try. I don't have to shoot my shot. She's like, girl, I'm like, girl, I'm going to shoot my shot though. She's like, girl, you can shoot your shot in jail. She said T.O.P. is cute, but he's not cuter than Sugar to me. Oh, T.O.P. was cuter when he was younger. Yes, but I still think T.O.P. is sexy. I like a man with lips like, who is N.K.? Who is N.K.? Yeah, Jennifer, at least let me wear the veil. Right, the veil ain't hidden. The veil is hurting no one. Yes, I will take pictures of me with the veil or the wedding dress. Because it's not hurt. I said, girl, it's not hurting anybody. Jennifer's like, I don't want to be embarrassed. She hates it when I film. Like, if you watch my vlogs, you will hear Jennifer in the background always just giving me the business, just roasting me. Do you have to film? Oh, my God. Or she'll stop and get out the camera way And then she's like, are you done? Let's go. She's like, every time we go somewhere, your ass got to film. So therefore I'm like, girl, I'm like, they're like, every time. Every time. I was like, girl, I was like, let me do me. Just let me do me. She's like, no, you're not going to do you. I was like, okay. That's giving me ideas. Don't give me no ideas. Because Jennifer will be mad. Jennifer will be so mad at me. She'd be like, girl, I told you. She'd be like, I told you not to wear that shit. How many times I got to tell you? I was like, all right, Jennifer. You support the flower. I do too. Now I got to add that because I don't know if Jennifer's going to support that. But then again, if I have a flowers and a ribbon, how am I going to film? Because I'm going to want to film and Jennifer's not going to hold the flowers or the ribbon. And she in the hell ain't going to hold my phone and film. I'll be like, Jennifer, you need to film. She'd be like, no, I'm not filming. She's adamant. She's like, I never. So I tell her hold the picture. She'd be like, no, I ain't doing that either. So I know that she's not gonna hold nothing. So Jennifer, lips like RM, Jimin, and Jin. Oh, okay. Oh, lips like RM, Jimin. Really? That's cute. My taste in men is like, you gotta have like some kind of surly attitude. You gotta be passive aggressive. You have to be a Sasuke, passive aggressive. Just, yeah. I don't know why that attracts me, but it does. We going together. You can wear whatever you want to wear. Marry me, you. She said, I'm gonna marry me, Namjoon. See, that's the spirit. I tell Jennifer all the time, where is your Bangtan spirit? I said, oh no. I like Sugar. I like my men grumpy and cute and very. But Sugar beyond him just being, it's the eyes. I am an eye person. I'm not a lips person. I'm an eyes person. I like a man with beautiful eyes. And Sugar has very cat-like, beautiful eyes. So I like eyes. I'm an eyes girl. I'm an eyes. The facial features, the eyes is the first thing that kind of like attracts me. Like, I'm like, give me some eyes. But next year, hopefully BTS will be there for the mamas and we'll be there. You would laugh so hard. I wish I came out laugh so hard. Jennifer's fun. Like, we always bicker on the drive home because she's usually driving. And then she's usually have some kind of low-key road rage. And she's like fussing at people. Get out of my way, God. I was like, it's hilarious. Oh, you love Junie's eyes? Oh, Junie got beautiful. Junie has nice eyes. It's not Sugar eyes, though. Because I can spot Sugar a mile away. Like, I can like look at a poster and I'll be like, oh, that one's Sugar. Because of his eyes. Sugar has beautiful eyes. She's a beautiful everything. Like Pokemon. You want to catch them all? Really? They're all very good looking, man. They are very. But I'm telling you, Dark and Wild, Namjoon, and No More Dream, J-Hope. No More Dream, J-Hope, baby, got me in fits. It had me looking up his age. I'm like, well, how old is he here? No More Dream, J-Hope is fine as hell. And Dark and Wild, Namjoon is fine as hell. That's just, I can't get over that. Like, just the No More Dream, Hobie, I'm like, oh. I don't know whether it was the haircut. I don't know what it was about No More Dream Hobie. That he was just very, she talking about Junie's hands. Okay, F. Bercy. Go to bed, girl. No More Dream J-Hope was fire, boy. No More Dream J-Hope had me rethinking my whole life choices. I just be like, oh, no more, oh, I'm like, oh. And Dark and Wild Namjoon. Just give me them two right there. Just give me those two. Those are some peak periods for those young men. Those peak periods. And then JK was always good looking. To me, JK is good looking. And to me, V is like fine wine. V has aged so well. Him and Jin, to me, has aged so well. And Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Jimin. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Jimin will make you leave your kids and your husband. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Jimin will have me doing something strange for a piece of change. Blood, sweat, and tears, Jimin will have me just ready to leave everybody. I'm just like, well, kids, I'll be back. You will leave, take the kids with you, take the dog with you. You will be in a missing persons report. Cause blood, sweat, and tears, Jimin could be like, come on, come on. I'll be like, well, you know what? I'm gone. Can I take my kids with me? At least let me bring my children and my pets. Because blood, sweat, and tears, Jimmy will have me and my whole family going missing up in here. I'm going missing. I don't know where I'm going, but I went missing. Because blood, sweat, and tears, Jimmy was so, I just was like, ooh, okay. Jimmy was fine then. Like he was, once you Jim in, you can't Jim out. Like it had me sweating. I was like, she said, except for Jim, the Machine line is too young. You know what, Marie Miller? Don't be up here ruining it for all of us. Like, I understand that all of them are just, questionable ages. Yeah, but I'm a cougar, so I'm like, I'm a cougar. A cougar. You got a year will take a different member, girl. I had to JK is way too young. JK, all of them are really way too young, but JK is really way too young. But again, like I said, I heard JK got a young mom and that makes me feel worse. I'm just like, is me and his mama the same age? Because probably are. But JK, yes, JK is too young. Like I said, JK is nephew. I think JK is a very attractive, alluring, good looking man. He's good looking. But he doesn't move the needle. Same thing about Jimin. Jimin is the kind of dude I want to go shopping with. Jin is the kind of dude I want to go play games with. J-Hope I would go party and have a drink with. RM I would probably be like, I do, let's get married. Like, okay. And then Sugar. No words for that one, Good night. Happy Stan. Happy Stan's OT. Good night. You take the RM and Jen. I understand why y'all like Jen. Now what? Jen, when he was what? I'm trying to think which Jen had me in the chokehold. Oh, Jimin's red suit. Baby, Jimin's red suit had me rethinking my life choices. And I was like, ooh, I need to rethink some life choices. Everything else was sugar. I'm trying to think which Jin do I think. I like Jin when he has his hair up. I say that all the time. I don't like his hair down. Was it the Dynamite Jin or the Butter Jin? I always forget. I like Jin with his hair up. I think Jin with the hair up is sexy. He looks older and mature. And Jin has aged like fine wine, honey. Jin has aged like fine. I went back and watched Jin. No More Dream Jin, No Jin, Save Me Jin. I was like, save me Jin, because mofo, you ain't aged. Black Swan Jin, that's a moment of silence on that one. Yeah, Jin has not aged. He hasn't aged a bit, honey. I went back and looked. I said, Jin, he got the same body type. He still got a nice ass body. And he's still tall and thin. And I said, Jin is just going to be looking forever, looking like he's a 20-year-old. Jin still looks good. He's still nice looking. He still looks the same from when he was younger. Jin don't need no surgeries. Jin don't need no nothing. Jin is just, they call him worldwide handsome for a reason because he is worldwide handsome. He's a very handsome, naturally handsome man. V has aged like fine wine, honey. V started out kind of gawky. V went from that to like, I'm an insanely attractive, good-looking guy. V is otherworldly attractive to me, but he still don't, V is just, he's just V. Like, nothing I can say. He's an insanely attractive, good-looking guy, Yeah, Jen came back from the military looking younger. Yeah, my V is something else. Girl, V is something else. I don't understand the appeal. I've said it before that I can't really pinpoint where people like V at, because to me, V is very aloof and he's kind of a weirdo. And I'm just like, I don't know what to make of V. Like, I watched all these videos with V and I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm like, yes, he's insanely idiotically good looking. Like, he's insanely good looking. Like, almost like AI, like unreal good looking. I don't know what it would feel like to be, like I told everybody, I said, if I die and leave this plane of existence, I would want to be reincarnated as a male K-pop singer because they have the most fun and the most advantage. And to be a really incredibly, insanely good looking man and to be rich and to be famous must be such a, would be such a head trip for me. I wouldn't ever get over myself. Like I would be the biggest ego like ever if I looked that good. If I was a man that looked like V, you couldn't tell me nothing. I'd just be like, "Psh, you better go," because you could literally have any person you want, male or female. Old, young, male, female, it don't matter whether they Korean or not. You can literally have anybody you want. I'm convinced that V can have anybody he wanted to. That he would just be like, you come on. That women be like, all right, let's go. I just be like, you know, it just like the same thing with Prince. Like when Prince was was a was in his heyday, Prince could have literally had any woman he wanted. Prince could look at a woman and be like, yeah, her. He could have any woman he wanted. And so that must have been, that must be a feeling that I could not fathom, to be a man and to be like, I can have any woman I want, or a man. I can have a woman and a man, or both. You know, it's the androgyny. Yes, same thing about Sugar. Sugar has an androgyny. Do I stand in hyping? No, I did go to their concert and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Prince was not gay. Prince was married. Prince was married and bedded many a woman. It's many a woman. Speaking of Prince, I have been watching a lot of videos about groups from the 80s and the 90s recently. I've been on this whole kick about, we be straight to now. Prince was married. He was married. He's never, Prince, people thought Prince was gay. Prince was not gay. Prince is he dated and bedded a lot of women. Matter of fact, I could tell y'all a story, but I'll tell y'all at a later time. I know. That's a whole story about Prince. I'm gonna tell y'all the story. So Prince was a Jehovah's Witness, right? And he lived in Minneapolis, Minnesota. So I had somebody that I know of, that was like a friend of a relative, that they got a knock on the door. And they opened the door, and Prince was there holding a Bible. And he was like, would you like to learn about Jehovah? Because Prince was a Jehovah's Witness. Toward the end of his life, Prince was, so yes, this is a true story, that my friend was at home on a Saturday, and he opened the door, and he's like, and he was in shock, because he was like, Prince? And he told him, he said, I would prefer to go by the name, I think he said, Brother Nelson. And he said, okay. And he did. He invited him in. Right. He invited him in, and he was talking to him about, and he was so distracted, he couldn't even understand what he was saying. And he was like, well, and so he gave Prince a donation. He did take one of the Jehovah's Witnesses Bibles, and he gave Prince a donation. And Prince had invited him to the Kingdom Hall, and he respectfully declined. Yes, Michael Jackson was a Jehovah's Witness, and so was Prince. Yes. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, Prince came to somebody I know's home, and he was in shock. And then he told Prince, he's like, can I get your autograph? And he graciously said yes. I'm not into girl groups at all. Me and girl groups are not. I'm going to do a whole video why I don't like girl groups. I don't talk about girl groups a lot because I don't understand. I don't understand why people like girl groups. I understand why men will like girl groups, but I just don't get girl groups. Like I like XG and I like Young Posse. Like I like them. I'm going to see Twice in January. I don't know any Twice songs. Me and Jennifer going because we've never been to a girl group concert. And XG came, and Jennifer was in South Korea at that particular time. But me and girl groups, I respect the ladies. I love the ladies, but it's just their music is just not my type of. Nah, their music is just, except for XG. XG is very hard hitting, and I like Blackpink. I was singing Pretty Savage. That Pretty Savage, Pretty Savage. How does Pretty Savage song go? Y'all know the song. Blackpink's still on tour. Y'all go out there and support your girls. But I like Lisa from Blackpink. I like XG, and I like Young Posse. Young Posse is much more, but girl groups, I'm still trying to figure it out. I really Twice. I haven't heard a Twice. I have not heard a Twice song. Yeah, woke up looking like this. Please don't get in my skin. Woke up like that's my kind of music. That's XG is my girls. I love watching them. I like the visuals. I like the fact that a lot of them rap. I told everybody that XG is like the male version of BTS. Like they are really truly very talented young ladies, and they kind of had that old BTS kind of vibe like when they first started. And I wish XG would get more recognition in South Korea, but XG truly is a global group because they're not all of them are Korean. Most of them aren't. So you're not into girl groups either. So there you go. You would like to hear why I don't like girl groups? There's a lot of reasons. Like I said, I got to do a whole video. I got about 10 reasons why, maybe not 10, probably 8 reasons why I'm not into girl groups. It's just the music, the dancing. I've talked about the dancing all the time. When I watched the Mama Awards and them girl groups up there dancing, I was like, oh, that's why I don't like girl groups. Jennifer watched the girl groups and she was like, this is why we don't like girl groups. She's like, is this what constitutes dancing for a girl group now? I said, girl, it must be because girl, them girl groups was up there. I'm like, girl, I was just sitting there going, okay, just, wow, okay. So this is what dancing we're doing? I can't stand the way I don't like the way they style the girl groups. I don't like the way they do choreography for the girl groups. I don't like the music that they give the girl groups. It's way too, I don't want to hear not a shit word about a love song. I'm in love with this boy song. Girl, I don't like that out of American art. I don't like girl artists here in America, really. I'm not a Beyonce fan. I'm not a Taylor Swift fan. I don't want to listen to songs about heartache or love. I'm not Sabrina Carpenter. I don't care about your man child. It's not anything against these ladies or talent. It's not the type of music I listen to. I listen to a lot of trap music. So trap music is cocaine, Molly, coke. I hang out with the girl. She's shaking her ass like that. She's shaking her ass. She dope. That's the kind of music I listen to. I told you I listen to Korean trap music. Like I listen to a little Mosh Pit, a little SSK. Like that's the kind of music I like. Like I like that kind of music. I like I'm a hip hop girl. So I don't hear no songs with nobody singing about no love. I don't like love songs from boy groups. Unless they're about heartache, BTS don't have a lot of like real lovey-dovey songs. They have some heartbreak songs. There's some cheating songs, but there's not like a lot of songs by BTS that are like, like I'm just thinking about some of the boy groups that have, like I don't like TWS and I don't like Boys Next Door. That's just that skews way too young for me. Like I like ATs. I like Stray Kids. Like, can we sing about Ceremony? I'm like, Ceremony. Like, I like stuff like that. I don't care if it's give me a mindless song. And what they song? Show what I like. I like, what is that song? The Creed? I was like, yeah, I don't want to hear about I'm in love and, oh man. I'm like, here we go. I'm in love and I can't help it. Oh, hell no. I can't do the ladies girl groups. I don't understand what the appeal is. I really, like Idol. It would be a good thing. What did we? La Seraphim was good. I like La Seraphim. I stopped liking them when La Seraphim, when they first two albums came out. I was like, Unforgiven, the Unforgiven girls. Like, I like Unforgiven. I like Easy. I told y'all before, Easy is one of my easily top 20 favorite K-pop songs. Dun, 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 dun. I love Easy. Don't get me started on Easy, girl. I'll sing the whole song because that's my kind of music. But when they start doing, I'm burning hot, no, the hell no. We're not burning hot. When they came, I was so excited and I heard that album and I'm like, I'm burning hot. I don't like Sabrina Carpenter type of music. I don't like man child espresso. Ooh, express. No, God, you ain't like me and espresso. I don't like that kind of music. I just like. I'm like, really? Okay. Billie Eilish. It's too. I listen to that if I want to go to sleep. It's not something that, that I would listen to on a daily basis. So girl music, especially in South Korea, is just marketed differently. They sing different kinds of songs. There's a different tune to it. It's just it's a lot more different than America. America, there's some similarities to the different genders, but in Korea they really make it very gender specific with a lot of this music type. Is the dancing is different. The melodies are different. A lot of the girl songs are talking about either girl power, I am a rich man. I don't know, girl. It's either girl power, rah rah, or I'm hanging out with my girls, or I'm pretty, or I'm a bad bitch, or I'm in love with somebody, or I have a crush on somebody. And I don't want to hear about none of that. V's layover album is cool, but V's music, his solo music is not my kind of music. It's just, I like that one song, this song he sings with this song. Do 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 do. I like that song. Because I like the melody, and whoever wrote that song is stunning. That's a stunning ass song. But I don't like friends just for now, and no friends. No, 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 no. I wish you loved me again. Fuck no. That's not a no. That's a fuck no. I love you, V. I wish you loved me again. I can't listen to music like that. I don't want to hear no love music. I'm not a lovey-dovey person. I want to be like, she bend over, she packing it, she wind it up, she winding and winding and winding and winding, trap, winding and winding it. Like, that's the kind of music I like. I can't deal with, I love you. Although the Winter Bear song is pretty, but I listen to that like if I have a cold or I'm like sitting at the house and I'm sick and I'm in the bed, my nose is running, I'm like, then yes. You don't like ATs or Stray Kids? Oh, because Metalu's not into trap. I like trap music. I don't like R&B music. I've never been into Chris Brown sings about two good songs I like. I don't like R&B music. I don't like jazz music. I don't like Luther Vandross. I don't like Whitney Houston. I respect them as artists. They are phenomenal singers and talent, but it's just I just can't do it. I can't. I had to be drinking. That's just not. I grew up with hip hop, you hip hop, and you don't stop. And once I heard that as a kid, I didn't look back. I liked Madonna as a kid. Some of her songs, we're living in a material world, and I am a material girl. But I was never a big Madonna fan. I was a big Prince fan. I was a big David Bowie fan. I liked some of Michael Jackson's songs. A lot of Prince songs were more sexual than romantic. I'm not a romantic person, so, and this comes from somebody who write a lot of romantic shit. So it just tells you how weird I am, a weirdo. I write a lot of BTS fan fiction that has romantic elements in it. But I myself in my day-to-day personal life, I'm not a slow music lover. I like something I can dance to. But like once hip hop took over, once Public Enemy came out for real, Run DMC and Public Enemy came out, I was over it. I was like, I will never listen to anything R&B. I'm not talking about oh Sheila now. Jodeci. Nah, everybody was like, ooh, Jodeci Usher. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. Do you believe in love? No, I don't. I want to love you for life. No. Shit, JoJo and KC. No. I respect your talent, but no. I don't want to love you for life. Usher came out. Everybody went crazy over Usher. I was like, yeah, that's nice. Can we put some Tupac in? My idea of a love song, to be honest with you, is Me and My Girlfriend by Tupac. That's my idea. I'm like, I tear up because I have memories. All I need in this life for sin is me and my girlfriend down the ride to the bloody end. Like, that's my idea of romance. I'm like, I love I know every damn Tupac song. That's my idea. People are like, that's her idea of romance. Is Me and My Girlfriend by Tupac. Me, I have an ex-boyfriend. Okay, so the ex I was telling you about, the same dude that was married and I had an affair with, that was our song when we were younger. I miss my little Pisces married guy. I kind of miss him sometimes. Maybe I should contact him on Facebook. That's weird that I mentioned him twice because that was our song, Tupac, and then, he was, maybe I should contact him. Anyway, but yeah, that song brings back good memories. So there you go. So a little bit of this and a little bit of that. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Liza C said, "Don't do it." I don't even know how to contact him, even if I could. I don't think I would. I would even if I could. "Dangerously in Love" by Beyonce. No. Mm-mm. I do like some Beyonce songs. What does the song go? Okay, how does the song go? This is gonna drive me crazy. First of all, I'ma get this on. That's the kind of song I like by Beyonce. Clap your hands on wait. Pat your wee mama. Watch your way, check upon it. Pat your wee mama. Pat, pat. I like that song. It's more upbeat. Like, I like that song. I'm trying to think what other Beyonce song. Drunk in Love. Drunk in Love is my song. With me and my ex's song. That Drunk in Love. I've been drinking. That's one of the Beyonce songs I like. It reminds me of me and my ex. That was me and my ex. That was our song. Because we were drunk in love. Because I've been drinking. Baby, that whole song. We go all night. Love. I love that song. But again, I like that song for other reasons. It's not really a love song. It's really a sex song. It's an intimacy song. I like that song by Beyonce. We go all night. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that song brings back good, fond memories. But yeah, that's the only two Beyonce songs that I really like. And I respect Beyonce. I think she's phenomenal. But I like that other song. I got hot socks in my bag, swing. I say, I want it. I haters. I like that song, and I like bow down, bitches. I get it. Bow down, bitches. H-Town, bitches. Like, that's my song. I'm like, yeah, Beyonce. And then once she got off of that, I was like, ah. When Beyonce went straight H-Town, I was on board. I was like, go Beyonce, get it, fire. And then once she got off of that, I was like, okay. Then she went back to like, but that whole album, the song Partition is my song. Partition, please. Baby. I have fond memories of that whole time. I love that. I even like the video partition. Take all of me. I just want to be the girl you like. Baby, I had a whole relationship that was popped off because of those Beyonce songs. That song Partition. Yeah. Moment of silence for my ex. But that's that. I like Love Maze. I like the beat. Dun, 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 dun. Cause I'll be in Love Maze. And the song is really about heartbreak. Like the song Love Maze is kind of a song, it's a sad song if you listen to the music. Oh, you can't stand Beyonce? I respect Beyonce, but her music is not, it's not my thing. But I love Love Maze. I love the BTS B-sides. BTS B-sides get me in a chokehold every time. Cause I'll be a Love Maze. I love Love Maze. It's one of my favorite songs. I like the way Jimin parts. Jimin part is my favorite part of Love Maze. And V part. Okay. Now y'all make me want to listen to the song. You love me. I love Love Maze. It is such a cute little, written by my man. Love Maze was written by Sugar. My man. And I like Save Me. I like the beat. I'm a beat girl. I think Sugar did Save Me too. Save me, save me. I like Save Me. Save Me is one of my favorite videos by BTS, and it's one of my favorite songs as well. I love the B-side, Sarah. Girl, the B-sides in the Japanese version go hard. I am a B-side queen. Like, I love any kind of B-sides. The B-sides go hard. And I like the Japanese versions as well. Yeah. Oh, you thought it was Love Maze is about not caring anybody. I thought Love Maze is about heartbreak, about going round and around with somebody and feeling trapped. Maybe that's my interpretation. I gotta give V what? Sweet Not Another Go. I don't think I've heard that song. I love the BTS ciphers. Yes. 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 No, I don't like the B album. It's okay. I haven't listened to all the BTS music, but from the stuff that I heard about I hate Permission to Dance. Everybody knows on this channel it's a joke that Permission to Dance is my nemesis. I cannot stand Permission to Dance. I like Dynamite and Butter are okay. But that's not on the B album, but yeah, I like the ciphers. And I told y'all before, I'm not a BTS music person. Like, I like Sugar, his solo stuff, a lot better than I like BTS group stuff. I like Sugar. I like D-Day. I like Sugar's mixtape. I like Sugar's music is much more my flavor of music. And then RM's music. RM's hip hop music is not my flavor. I like J-Hope. I like Sugar's music, solo music a lot better. But I'm not a big fan of BTS's music. I'm a fan of BTS as a collective, like as a band. Like the things that they've done on Run BTS, I like their story. I like them as individuals and the things that they've achieved. I love Golden. Golden is one of my favorite albums of all time. I think JK is phenomenal. I like Jimin's album, Alone by Jimin. Alone by Jimin is one of the best K-pop songs I've ever heard. It is a good song. It's a sad song, and I like it. Alone by Jimin, I was going through some things when I discovered Alone by Jimin. Me and my ex-boyfriend were breaking up, and I would listen to that song on a loop. Matter of fact, I might listen to it tonight. Alone by Jimin is one of the few slow songs that I actually really like. But it's a sad song, but I like it. I like sad songs. And so, yeah, I love Alone by Jimin. V's music is not really my music. Jin music, he has a few songs that I do like. For you. I like Background. Background is even in another place and another time. Here in the background. I love that song. I do like that song. But I kind of like Epiphany by Jin, but then not really. It's a little too melodic for me. But yeah, I'm just, Oh, you don't like the English releases? I don't mind the English releases. I had one of these days, I've been telling y'all for over a year now that I'm going to sit down and listen to BTS from the beginning to end. I have the CDs, I have the albums. I'm looking at the albums right now that I got for my birthday. I don't have a CD player, but however, I don't need one. I can still go online and download things, and I love it. And so therefore, I love it. So I'm gonna go one day. I'm gonna go from the first album all the way down and review it and tell y'all which songs I like, which songs I don't like. Because there's a lot of BTS songs I have never heard. Because again, I've never listened to all of the albums. I like certain songs that I like. I like certain solo albums that I like, but I have not listened to everything from BTS. And I'm sure that like over this year, I've been discovering BTS music left and right, left and right, left and right, left and right. I've been just I will sit here and be at night and YouTube will recommend something and I'm like it'll be a B-side song and I'm like I love that song. Serendipity is a beautiful song. It is a very beautiful, well put together, well crafted song. But I tell y'all lately I've fallen down a rabbit hole where I'm starting to look at the history of other bands. Like I went and looked at the history of Duran Duran because I was a big Duran Duran fan. Big Country, Eurythmics. Like I'm starting to go through the music history of the West and look at the history of these bands. What happened to these artists? Do they still play together? Did they break up? And it's very interesting. And like I said, let me end before I end this video. Let me end it on this note. To look at the history of bands in the West and what happened a long time ago, it is the same story over and over again. It is a sometimes very sad and tragic story. Um, and so when I see these stories about these bands, it makes me think about BTS because they've been in the game a long time, longer than really most K-pop groups last. But when I see these stories about these westernized bands and the things that they have gone through and the tragedies that they have gone through, I can't help to think about the music industry as a whole, and especially about BTS, because the longer you were in this industry, even it being Korea, the more the industry corrupts you. So for me to fall down these rabbit holes, and again, I spent hours and I will watch old K-pop bands and I'll go and look to see what happened to the members. And some of the people have disappeared. Some of the people have businesses. Some of the people are married. Some of the people don't even know where they're at. Like a lot of these old K-pop groups, when I go back and try to find them, it's some of the stories are very sad and tragic. Some of the people are working in restaurants. It's really sad, you know. And so, but I love the gold. To me, the golden age of K-pop is second generation. To me, that is the golden age of K-pop. This is the age of K-pop. Again, I did a whole video about the older generations of K-pop, and I respect it. But when I go back and look and see what's happening to older bands and older K-pop bands, it makes me feel sad because I'm like, is this going to happen to BTS? Because again, the industry, the longer you are in the industry, the more warped and twisted things become in your life. The more hectic and warped and twisted, and your reality becomes warped because you've been in the business for so long that it's kind of hard for you to be like live a normal life at times because your perceptions of people is so warped because the way that people act in the industry, whether it be Korea and America, are so different than regular people. The things that people experience in the industry is so different. People act different, people move different, friendships are different, relationships are different, everything is different in the industry. It is its own little insular bubble. And so when I go back and watch the history of these groups and the level of addictions and essays and people, do y'all know how many rock stars from the 70s and 80s have disappeared? Like for real. I watched a whole hour video about the list of rock stars that have disappeared. Like it creeped me out. Like I didn't know this many rock stars had disappeared. They'd be like, oh, this person, they disappeared. They ain't seen them since. They family been looking for them for years. We don't know if this person's homeless, strung out, if they died. There are so many. I didn't realize that. It creeped me out a lot. That there were so many rock like groups that I grew up with that I had no idea that this guitarist, this person disappeared. Like look it up on YouTube. You would be like, what? Like it's shocking how many people did. So when I go look at K-pop, there are so many K-pop artists that nobody know where they're at. They somewhere, they're not dead, they're not nothing, but they just settled into anonymity. You know, one guy, he was working at his parents' cafe and he was part of a really popular group. I forgot what group it was in the third generation. And he's working in his parents' cafe somewhere, you know, and to track down these people, if you can, because sometimes you can't, and find out a lot of times what sad lives these past K-pop stars, lonely lives, they have lead. Some of these people are unmarried, don't have any kids. They're leading very lonely lives. And so that's the rabbit hole I've been tripping out, going and looking at these old SM groups and seeing what happened to them. Well, what this group got disbanded abruptly. So what happened to them? And then find out that people are like, well, I don't know what happened to this person or that person. It's quite disturbing. You know, it's quite crazy. G Dragon and Psy are the only ones who get any international attention only for a couple of songs outside yeah, BTS definitely broke the mold. But it is sad. And like I don't so when I think of the industry, I'm like, it's a lot of self-destructive tendencies. And so I'm just like, I always throw a side eye. And went in with RM's video today, it even got me thinking even harder. Because I just think about all of the K-pop idols that have mental health issues. And some there have been some idols that I've known of that I won't say who used to be part of groups that are on the streets. They live in what are they called, guashans, in those little rooms where there's a lot of idols that are in their 40s that are strung out on drugs that people have not heard of, that are out living in small little places with no source of income. And so that's another thing about the idols and the protections is that the industry will chew you up and spit you out. And there are so many idols. If you guys, I swear to God, when you guys have spare time, go and look at these other groups and try to see if you can find where some of these people are at. And you will be shocked that some of these people are living with their parents or still struggling in the industry or practically homeless or living with relatives. Like they don't have any education. They were in the industry very early, and so that's all they know about. That's all they know how to do. And so they never got a chance to go to university and finish their education. They didn't save up money. They may have blown all their money. Their family may have blown through their money. And so to go back and find these idols' stories and in keeping up with them, what has happened, it's eye-opening. It's shocking. EXO Chin, because his wife is still getting hate because she married him. Yeah, that's what I heard. I heard about Chin. Yes. You know, it's just weird. Like to see what has happened to these idols and them trying to make a living, especially, I would say, especially the women. The women in the K-pop industry they do not have a long career. And after they leave K-pop or their group get disbanded, they have the hardest time struggling to do things after K-pop. A lot of the male idols become producers, writers. Some of them become managers. They work management teams with different groups. A lot of them start their own businesses. They invest in real estate. They get married and they have kids. Some of them, you know, just they create side businesses and do things that they've learned while they're in the industry. They have a lot of more opportunities than the lady idols. The female idols, I'm telling you, it can lead you down to some dark paths. Some of the female idols are really, truly, truly struggling to make a living unless they marry somebody rich, unless they get with some rich Opa, which a lot of them do have married rich businessmen, older businessmen. That has happened a lot. But a lot of these female idols, if they're not still performing and whatever, and they just kind of fell into anonymity, and they're not influencers or have their own channel or anything like that, because some of them do that, you will see that a lot of these female idols, they did not land on their feet at all. That they are really, really, truly, truly, truly struggling. And so it's sad to know. And then, like I said, I think to myself, I hope BTS is invested well. I hope that they have done things for their mental health. I hope that they do things to try to go out and live a life. Because again, like I said, when the heyday and the stage is over, from what I've seen from people I know in the business, it is a lot of loneliness. There are a lot of single, lonely idols out there who are not in the industry anymore, but just have kind of like lost their way. And they just work menial jobs and they work just like you and I do. And people work with them and not even knowing that they used to be an idol or that they used to be in the industry. People People working at cafes and restaurants and family businesses, they wouldn't even know that they used to be an idol unless you really ask them. And they made a lot of times they keep it a secret that they used to be an idol because they don't want fans, hounding them or hunting them down. So a lot of times they just don't tell people that they used to be an idol. But you just see it's just, a lot of idols, especially the female ones, did not land on their feet like the male ones have. And it's just sad. It's just sad. And like I said, there's a lot of mental health issues in the industry. And I just think, like I said, with the RM thing today, I really got to thinking about the bands that I've been learning about. And I am shocked. Like so much addiction, a lot of addiction, even in South Korea, there's a lot of people hooked on pills and stuff in South Korea in the idol industry. You'd be surprised. A lot of them are a lot of them are hooked on prescription pills. Like that's a whole business in South Korea. Getting fake prescriptions. Psy got caught up in that like a couple of months ago. Y'all remember that? That Psy got caught with a bunch of pills that had fake prescriptions, and he's supposed to go to court. Um, I think in January he's supposed to go to court for it. Yeah, I think in January. So Psy got caught up in that. Well, he had a bunch of prescriptions that they said that he weren't supposed to have. That it's fake prescriptions because they have doctors that you can pay that will give you prescriptions to sleeping pills, Adderall, Ambien, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, it's weird. They were just thirst traps for the guys. You said they never had no really talent. Some of them had talent. They just didn't have. A lot of times they made bad. It's just there's just a bit more opportunity for male idols. There's just like business like behind the scenes. Because behind the scenes, there's some executives that used to be trainees a long time ago. But for women, it's just the business is pretty much run by men. Like it's not that many women executive. That's why I be on Hee Jin's ass because I'm like, there's not a lot of women executives, not a lot. And out of the totality of the business, it's dominated by a lot by men. And again, where it is in South Korea, like as a woman, they expect you to marry well and to get out of the business and have babies and go settle down. They're not expecting you to be like a career woman where you work and have a husband and like if you want to work and still be in this career, a lot of them are still single. So a lot of the older stars are single. Like we talking about Boa and some of the members of Mamamoo, the ones that are still out here performing and they're like third generation. A lot of them are not married. They may be in relationships, but they not married. They don't have kids because they figure like in South Korea, once you marry and have kids, you pretty much like out of the industry. Like you should be out. But that's just a cultural thing. Here in America, Beyonce and Rihanna, Taylor Swift will pop out some babies and everybody be waiting for them to have their next comeback. But in South Korea, for the female idols, it's not like that. They expect you to get married and go settle down and go sit down somewhere. So unless you out here still performing. And then some idols, they don't want to perform. They just want to have their own businesses and go do their own thing. They don't want to be out there anymore. But I just seen so many idols that have just disappeared. I'll be like, what happened? I'll watch videos and I'll be like, oh, this group was fire back in the day. And then you go look up their members and you're like, wait, where's this person at? This person, nobody know where they at. Nobody know where they at. I'm like, damn. They do have a whole industry of struggling and strung out because of drugs and mental health issues. Yeah, it's pretty prevalent. Like they're not smoking crack in a hotel room, but a lot of them are popping pills and taking there's a lot of pill popping in the industry. Because drugs in Korea like drugs like marijuana and meth, it's such a hard sentence if you get caught with it. Ask T.O.P. Look what happened to T.O.P. Y'all know I'm still mad about that. What happened to T.O.P. He got caught with some marijuana and it ruined his whole career, which that happened like 8 years ago and people are still upset about it. I wrote a post about T.O.P. For those of you my members, if y'all seen the post, I wrote about T.O.P. I'm salty as a fucking cracker about it, but okay, I won't go there. But I'm upset about what happened to T.O.P. He was supposed to come out. If y'all know the news, I posted it on my channel about like a couple of months ago in September. They were talking about he was supposed to come out with an album and a new music video directed by one of the Squid Game producers or whatever directors, and this is supposed to come out this fall, like November, December. It never happened. And I posted it in my post why that never happened, why I heard what's going on. And it's pretty interesting. It's pretty jarring. It's pretty shitty what's happened. And I tell y'all this, I leave y'all with this. When I do my video about Hee Jin, I'm gonna talk about something that I shook me. That there is a different standard for the idols than they are for the executives. Because I was like, who would want to work with Hee Jin and who would it? Baby, I was shook when someone told me, oh, well, the idols can't do that, but the executives can. I was like, what? So there is a different standard for executives than there is idols. I'll just leave y'all with that. So people understand how Hee Jin get away with all this stuff. People still work with them because I was explained thoroughly that, oh, well, she's an executive, so people are willing to give her another chance because she's an executive. I was told that there is a different standard, that idols can't do this and this and this and this and this. Idols can't sue their company. Y'all see what XO did? Do you see what happened with SM and XO? They went from what, 12 members to 6. The 3 that sued, they didn't blackball them from the industry. Allegedly. So they finna do a fan meet in 2 weeks. They finna do a fan meet. The 6 XO members. Because the 3 that sued SM, they lost their lawsuit, and baby SM is freezing them out. They said thanks, but no thanks. Ha. Go sit at the house. So there go y'all XO. So y'all little XO fans, it went from 12 to 6. Yep. Kim back. So yeah. From 12 to 6. Them other 3 that sued, they like, talk to the hand. Boop. Sit your ass at the house. They can blackball you from the industry. Y'all know that happened to 21 too. I can't wait till I do that video about YG. It's probably gonna take me another 3 weeks to dig out that. Cause some of y'all know how 21 was done. How CL and all them was blackballed from the industry. Y'all know. I said people don't know. 21 were literally found out that they got disbanded in the Korean media. They literally read online that they was disbanded. And then when they tried to start solo careers, anything you're doing, baby, 21 has come out and said themselves that they were blackballed from the industry. That's why they could never get no solo career going. That's why they never could get anything going, because literally YG was mad at them because they wanted more money, and they tried to sue YG, and YG blackballed them from the industry. And that's the same thing that's going to happen, in my opinion, with these 3 members of XO. They're going to get blackballed from the industry. Same thing that happened with TVXQ with JYJ. How they couldn't perform in Korea no more. They had to perform in Japan, which they got a lot of success, but they were blackballed from the industry. And that's a real thing. That happens to idols, but it doesn't happen to executives. It happens to idols. The executives can act a fool. The producers can have all kinds of SA charges. The executives can be handsy with the interns and have all kinds of reputation. The executives can sue, hide in a door, and have a whole ass lawsuit and turn around and go open up another agency. Because I was told that, oh, the idols can't do that, but the executives, they can. So there's a whole standard for executives. They get forgiven a lot, where the idols don't. The idols can't even sneeze wrong without doing something, without somebody blackballing them from the industry or them catching hell in the press. I was very disheartened by that. Because I was like, surely nobody, I was with y'all. I said, somebody, why are people lining up in the audition for Hee Jin? Oh, because she's an executive and people want to attach themselves to success. I said that in my video. People want to attach themselves to a successful executive or person, especially a person that is running the company. Oh, I'm sorry. Except if you're Bong PD. So my bad. What was I thinking? Except apparently this rule applies to other executives, except for Bong PD, where if you do one thing, the whole country's trying to set you on fire. I'm sorry. What was I thinking? So yes, executives do get away with things that idols don't, except if you're Bong PD. He don't get away with nothing. But all these rest of these executives can be essayers. They can say all kind of racist shit. They can harass women. They can grab on booties and titties and all kinds of things. They can go from one agency to the next because they have a reputation of being a little handsy or embezzling a little bit of money. This has happened in real life. But they go from company to company to company and nobody really knows about it. Or they do know about it, but everybody just tolerates that because they're an executive. They have it's a hierarchy, like someone said. Except for Bong PD. Now, that motherfucker don't get away with nothing. He's not allowed to. So there's a standard for everybody else except for Bong PD. Look, make it make sense. Yes. Yeah, that's right, Sarah. Adore is like every other company. I don't see the agencies offering idols, offering them to get back. They don't. I said, look at XO. The XO 3 members, the CBX, that's what they call. They wanted to go back. You know what SM said? Skirt, swerve. And shit. SM is like, no, you don't. Does anyone talk about that? Ain't nobody online talking about, ooh, SM, ooh, you should let him back, SM, ooh. Oh, SM is dirty for that. The only people talking about that is the EXO fans, the EXOs. They are talking about that. You never hear it in the media. You didn't hear nothing about this court case. SM is like, go sit your asses down, all 3 of y'all. Boop, poof, be gone. Do you hear anybody saying anything? Is anybody upset? Is it in the media about SM doing them wrong? No one said anything about SM benching those 3 members. Everyone's like, well, that's how it should be. Okay, so that's how it should be, but the New Jeans 3 should come back, but it's okay for SM to bench 3 of EXO. And they don't catch no hell. No one's criticizing SM. Except for the EXOs, the EXO fans. Nobody in the industry even talks about this. EXO, one of the biggest boy bands in South Korea, was a rival at one time to BTS that nobody's talking about. That they finna do a fan meet without 3 of their members and was like, don't care. And they said, we want to come back, we want to resume activities. SM was like, yeah, I know you do, but we don't. Thanks, but no thanks. No one's criticizing them. No one is criticizing them. So yeah. Maritza. Ba-da-ba-ba, Maritza. AJP158, I just reported you. So good luck. I just reported this person. Good luck. Maritza. I don't have time to be playing with people today. When Bang PD was overweight, they had nothing to say. But since he lost weight, yeah. Now he's putting his hands on girls. No evidence for none of that. No evidence for none of that. I report people who are harassing or bullying. That's what YouTube has required me to do. Maritza. I like the name Maritza. Maritza. So yeah, no one's criticizing SM for doing that. Yeah. They again, I tell y'all before, I don't make the rules. YouTube does. Don't look at me. I don't make the rules. YouTube makes the rules. I don't run YouTube. I don't own YouTube, y'all. YouTube makes the rules. YouTube allows you to report people. That's YouTube's feature. I didn't create it. YouTube creates the rules. YouTube has terms of service. If YouTube meant for it to be the Wild Wild West up in here, then they wouldn't have a reporting feature. That's what they have it for. That's just what it's for. You can't come on someone's live stream and harass them or bully them. You will get your channel taken down. That's just not the rules that I set up. Get mad at YouTube. That's the rules that they set up. They read comments. YouTube can see everything that we post. Again, if I as a content creator went to someone's channel and said things on their channel, they would demonetize my damn channel. I know people that it has happened for. That's why a lot of content creators have a separate channel, because they know YouTube will start messing with your account. They will ask you to verify ID, and therefore that's what they did. That's what you do. People stop harassing people, period. Exactly. If you keep talking, YouTube will read all of your comments. Again, I don't make the rules. YouTube does. If YouTube didn't want you to report, they wouldn't have that. They wouldn't have that feature. That's YouTube's rules, not mine. YouTube makes that decision, not mine. I don't make that decision. The YouTube gurus and the YouTube AI features make that decision. YouTube, if you get reported within a couple of days, this is how it happens. They will come to your channel and they will put blocks on your channel. They will send you email. I know how this whole thing works. I've seen it. I've been through it. I know how the whole thing works. And if you get enough people reporting you, you will get flagged. And within a couple of days, maybe a week, YouTube will go through there and look at what you're being reported on. And if they deem it harassment or bullying, they will start effing with your channel. They will start effing with you, regardless of whether you're a content creator or not, but especially if you're a content creator. Again, if I can't go to someone's channel and talk shit to them because I know I'm going to get demonetized, so I don't do it, and I don't allow anyone else to do it because I get demonetized. Content creators, we're on a tight leash. Right. If you start going to people's channel and harassing them, right, everybody needs to report this person. So the more you get reported, you'll keep coming up in their system as being flagged. And they will go and look and see, why is this person being reported? Harassment and bullying is the term in the terms and conditions that I didn't create. YouTube created it. So if you don't like it, how harassing you? You're on my channel. I'm a content creator. We're talking about K-pop. Yes. All the CDs that you have, I have some, but want all of them. For my birthday, my sister-in-law got me, I'm looking at them. I have the proof. Yeah, I got the proof. So I have the proof, the big box. What is the proof is like all of them, right? So the proof is like all of BTS. So technically speaking, I have all of BTS's CDs because I have the proof. The proof one. Yes, because I don't even know the name of all their albums. Okay, and then I have 7. I have 7. So I have proof, and I have 7, and I have another one. And I forgot what the other one had. I would have to get up and get it, but I have them here. I got them for my birthday. But again, I don't have a CD player, so I can't really listen to it because I don't have a CD player. Yeah, it was like that last week again. And again, I didn't report them, but now they're reported. Now you're calling me crazy again. That's profanity. That's, again, your baseless ground. How is that harassment? You're here. The burden of you is on you as a commenter, not me as a content creator. If you go to anyone's channel, whether they be a live stream or comment in their comment section, I've reported people in my comment section for coming to my channel acting crazy. We all seen where that went. It's not like this is my first rodeo. I've reported lots of people. I used to have another YouTube channel where I would report people all the time because other content creators don't report people because that messes with your engagement numbers. I, in turn, don't care. I don't care about my engagement number. YouTube's not my job. I don't care about my numbers. I push my audience. You're harassing my audience as well. So not only are you harassing the content creator, but if you're here and being disruptive, you're actually harassing the other people that are here as well. Same thing goes if you make it. You must not know how YouTube works. Yeah, you must not know. You need to go back. I would suggest you read the terms and the conditions for YouTube. They have it broken down. I can read them for you to tell you what harassment and what constitute as bullying and everything. Because obviously you don't have a clue because you're not used to being reported. But I'm not that person. I do know because I'm a content creator. I have to know. My channel is monetized. I have to know. I can't go to someone's channel and go to their live streams and say just whatever I want to say. If I get reported, YouTube will come to me and be like, are we going to have to suspend your privileges or what? Why are you on this channel? You need to present ID. You need to present verification. And they may halt, if it's too egregious, they will halt my monetization. That is the rules that I have to follow by as a content creator. I don't just go to people's channels and harass them. I can't do that as a content creator. So I don't allow it on my channel. If somebody doesn't like the topic, YouTube says that you leave. You get reported. If you're going to come on here and you're going to type in caps and you're going to talk about all this stuff, then you will get reported. The more you get reported, the more it gets flagged. And so YouTube will look at you and start messing with your account. They will stop you from going to lives. YouTube can do whatever the hell they want to do. We don't control this platform. I don't control this platform. I don't tell YouTube what they need to do and what they don't need to do. Yes, this is a safe space for people without people being harassed or nagged or anything like that. Yes, you should be left alone, but you don't have the right to be in people's live streams or on people's channels. That's nothing in YouTube's bylaws. I don't have the right to go to somebody else's channel. I can get reported. I can get blocked. No, YouTube, that's not what it is. You don't have a right to go to anyone's channel. That's why they have a block. It's not a free world. This is YouTube's platform. This is YouTube's platform, not ours. We don't own this platform. Who platform? If I come on YouTube and I post something with profanity, they will demonetize my video. If I come on and make a video where I'm hurting somebody or talk about certain topics, I will either get shadow banned or YouTube will send me an email saying we had to take this video down. It's not a free space. I can't create videos about whatever I want to create. That's not how it works. I can't put nudity on my videos. I can't put a lot of profanity on my videos. I can't have things about children on my videos. YouTube will take down my video. Thank you, Sunny D. Oh, sorry. Yeah, like that's YouTube's rules. I can't post anything I want to. It's not a free. This is owned by Google. Google has to stick by the rules. You're the one that came in, so the burden is upon the people who come in. As a content creator, if I tell people to leave, they should leave. If they don't leave, YouTube constitute as that being harassment. Again, I don't make the rules. YouTube does. Y'all act like I'm in here. YouTube tells me, content creator, somebody's harassing you. Here's the tools that you can use. That's the tools that I use. They said, report them. I said, YouTube, somebody's harassing me. YouTube comes and tells me, report them. We'll handle it. That's what YouTube tells me. So there you go. Google does. What do you mean Google doesn't own YouTube? Yeah, they do. Google owns YouTube. Google owns YouTube for sure. They own YouTube. I don't have any control over what YouTube does. They set the rules. I have to live by them. Exactly. Like, it doesn't bother me one bit. I report people all the time. I've had people's whole channels taken down, and people are like, "No, you don't." I'm like, I used to have another channel. I used to have another channel. I have friends who are huge content creators, huge ones. Yeah, it does. Whatever bothers me, I get to report. But that's stupid. I report anybody that comes to my channel. Even if you're in my comment section, I will report you. I don't play with people. So I do report people. Because again, that's what you, as a content creator, I don't get to go do things. So, okay, I can be a weak person all day, but you be without a channel. I get monetized, I get paid. Like, YouTube tells me that as a content creator, no, I don't get to do whatever I want to do on other people's channels. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't, it's YouTube says I can't. So YouTube, that's their rules. So that's their rules, not mine. I don't own this platform. None of us do. I have to abide by whatever rules YouTube tells me. That's what they tell me. They like, look, you can't go to people's channel and do this and do that. Shit. I'm not having YouTube yank my monetization. No, I'm good. I keep it frosty. I keep it frosty. Who ready for Christmas? I'm not. I am ready for Christmas because I love Christmas. So I love Christmas. Christmas is fun. It's fun. Right. You can't come on my channel and tell me what I can and can't do on my own channel. Start your own channel. Go do your own thing. I'm just gonna block them. Okay. Bye bye. And I can hide people. That's what YouTube gives me the power to. So you can talk to the void. He's gonna talk and write messages, but we can't see any of the messages. Yeah, so talk to the void. I hide people all the time. I block people off my channel. I hide people all the time. I report people all the time. Everybody who's been to my channel knows I will hide you. I will block you. I will report you. And so when you send messages, it goes nowhere. I hid AJP 150. They can send messages, but no one's going to see them. They're hidden from my channel, but they're still reported though. They're hidden. What criticism? What are you talking about? We're talking about K-pop, Fred. Do you have anything to say about K-pop? Everybody stop. Listen to Fred. Fred, what do you have to add about K-pop? Go. Come on, Fred. We waiting. What you got to say about K-pop? What you have to add? We're waiting. Ladies, we're waiting. Do, 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 do. We're waiting. What do you have to add about K-pop? Who's your favorite group, Fred? We want to know. Do, 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 do. You want attention, so yeah, not another one. Come on, I want Fred to say criticism. Okay, what group do you like? Fred don't even know K-pop from P-pop. He or she or they or whoever don't know nothing. Right, I block people all the time because that's the tools that YouTube gives us. As a content creator, I do it all the time. I hide and block people left and right. They can talk to the wind, and then I'll report them. If it's too egregious, I will report and block. Was I supposed to shop? No, next week, I'm not really, well, I only have 2 kids. So I have my 2 kids and my sister-in-law. I got Jennifer. And so that's about it. I don't have a lot of people to buy for. Only 3. My kids are pretty easy and Jennifer is very easy. She just likes Korean food and Korean cookware, so I buy her Korean stuff. She cooks some mean Korean dishes. She knows how to cook. Jennifer be in the kitchen. She be like JK baby. She be in the kitchen cooking all kinds. She be like Yoongi. She be in the kitchen cooking it up, girl. She be in the kitchen cooking it up, honey. I be cooking it up. I'll put people, yeah, they in a permanent timeout. I'm like, I don't have time to play with people today. I'm tired. I had a long day today. I've had a long day today. And somebody just desperate for attention is just weird. That's just weird. That's why you need mental health all over the world. Because that's just weird. Why would I come back a second week on it? Like, you just desperate for attention and you're a child. So I don't know. You love Korean? I love Korean food. I had Korean food today. Imagine having to interact with I was just like, your life may be very empty if you own a K-pop channel and you don't know nothing about K-pop. It'd be like me going to this channel where they're talking about cars and why would I waste my time? I have other shit to do. Baby, I got kids. I got a YouTube channel. I got scripts to write. I got artwork to do. I have a whole damn book to write. Like, like I had a book to write, okay? Like, I'm like, shit, I could be watching BTS be sitting here fucking around on a live stream about cars, and I'm sitting in here like, what are you guys talking about? Why? Like, I could be watching Run BTS with my time. Push come to shove, and I have nothing better to do. Trust me, interacting with people I don't know on a live stream about some subject I don't care about would be the last thing on earth I would ever do. I would not get in a live stream where they're talking about video games or cars or whatever. Why? Like, that's psychotic. Why would I sit there? Why? Right. I'll be watching Are You Sure season 2. I'll be watching some pictures of Jimin taking his shirt off, bitch. Like, there's other things I can fulfill my time with than 2 weeks in a row sitting on a live stream 2 weeks in a row. Like, ain't you got some women to look at? Ain't you got some corn to watch or something? I mean, damn. Like, as a man, I hope it's not a woman, because I would be real sad. But I mean, I'm like, damn, as a man, ain't you got some corn to watch? Like, I would rather watch naked women run around as a man than sit here and gossip about K-pop. Like, don't you got some adult videos to watch or something? I mean, damn. Like, I would rather do that than sit around and listen to people talk about women talk about K-pop. Oh, Jesus. Like, as a dude, okay. Like, either you need to find a girlfriend or you need to get you a hobby. I mean, oh, I love to see Sugar cook. Oh my God. I love a man that cooks. I have never had a man that knew how to cook. Never. Never, never, never. Some of them would attempt. I know. I was like, they get blocked and reported. I'm the report queen, baby. I tell people I do have 5 YouTube accounts. Like, I have 5 accounts. So if I'm inclined, I can do some serious damage. Like, when you have 5 accounts, and then I know people who are big content creators, I'll be like, hey, man, you got 500,000. They're like, yeah. I was like, go and report this channel. They like, oh. Because YouTube give us more weight with content creators. Like, and then people don't know that who aren't content creators. YouTube give us a lot of power. Like, with our channels, people just don't exercise it. I talk about this all the time, that people complain about their K-pop channels overrun with trolls and stuff. And I was like, that's because y'all let these people on your channel. I block these people off my channel, and then they will stop coming. They will be like, oh, I can't do this on, yeah, because y'all let people get away with this shit. I don't let people come on my channel, start trouble. I start block, or I start outing them. I'll be like, oh, I'm going to go over to your channel and start reposting. And then I'm going to have everybody I know report. Because I'm a content creator. I have almost 4,000 followers. I have other content creators that have 500,000 subscribers. we can do some serious damage, like if we really wanted to. And YouTube can see everything. They see everything that you're typing. Everything. 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 Girl, I'm always spilling the tea on my channel. I be trying to be respectful and respect people's um privacy and their professionalism, like especially with the idol artists. You tell your daughter, tell my girl what happened, what happened. Like, tell your daughter to get to follow me. But I try to respect people's professional, as idols. But everybody has to come to my channel. I'm like, don't. I give people a few warnings. I'm like, okay, enough, okay. Then I'm like, here I go. If I feel inclined, like if I have time, I'll be like, you know what? I'm not going to do anything. I'll just block them and hide them. But you know what? I'll be like, but sometimes I got time today. This week I had time. Somebody got on my channel, tried to post some shit. Guess what I did? Boom. I went straight to their damn channel. And I was like, oh, you're Russian, blah, 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 blah. And then they came back and they apologized. And they're like, I don't even like K-pop, blah, blah, blah. Stay your dumb ass off my channel. Period. Period. And I reposted it and you'll see it in my post. Where this person's like, oh, I'm sorry, they were apologizing. Because I went to their channel because they're not used to people fucking with them back. They used to content creators letting them do whatever, and I won't. And I tell people, you want to come to my channel, fuck with me, I'll go to your channel and fuck with you back. And that's exactly what I did this week. I said, I'm done with my work. I'm caught up. I got time today. So I went to their channel and I went around to their videos and I started reporting their videos. Then I found out that they're not even American. They're Russian. They don't even live in America. So they came to my channel talking about K-pop. Then I found out they don't even like K-pop. They just came to my channel talking shit. Then they start apologizing because there are certain things that I did. I start fucking with their channel because I emailed somebody and I was like, go look at this person's channel if I really wanted to. And this person looked at their channel and they sent them a fucking email saying, are you harassed? Warning. You have a YouTube violation. And YouTube violated that asshole. And you will see the post on my post channel. They YouTube violated that asshole. So I tell people, you can fuck around and find out today. Because again, it's late at night and I can't make no phone calls or emails. But I showed it this week. I emailed my friend. I said, go look at this channel. And they said, oh, hold on. And they sent them a violation notice. They said, warning. You were harassment. You've been reported. And then they come back apologize. And I said, oh, no. Don't you try to apologize on my channel because I'm finna put you on blast. And that's exactly what I did. I put their asses on blast. Because this person was not a K-pop fan. They just came to my channel. I said, y'all take that shit somewhere else because I got time. I got time today. I was like, I have nothing but time and a phone call away. Go look at this channel. Okay. What am I looking at? Go pull up their messages and find out this person was harassing people on other channels as well. So again, if you want to go around and troll other people on other channels, YouTube can pull all that up. And they sent that person a warning saying, stop it. And that person started backtracking their shit real quick. Yep, I told her, stay in her lane. And they started coming back. This person is not even a girl. They were a dude. So there you go. Because I can find out your IP address where, and I said, you're Russian. And then they got scared. I was like, yeah, don't try me. I'm like, don't try me. Everybody better be glad it's at nighttime when people's asleep. I'm like, don't try me. Because I'm just one text message away going, go look at this channel. They like, okay. What am I? Oh, okay. Well, this person's been harassing. They told me all the tea. They Russian. They in Russia. The IP address is in Russia. They've been harassing other people on the other channel. I'll send them a warning. Thanks. Appreciate it. And then the person was apologizing because they were afraid that their YouTube channel was going to get, and they don't have a YouTube channel per se, but they're afraid that their account was going to be suspended because that's what happens in YouTube. They'll suspend your account. They'll time you out like on the platform. And I was like, I'm not the one to mess with. I keep telling people, I was like, I know a guy who knows a guy. That's how I be finding out things about people's channels, like where they from. And I said, I'll go digging. I know a guy. I know a guy who knows a guy. I know some people. People don't believe it, but then again, where I work at, that's my line My line of business, my regular 9 to 5 job, I work for a cybersecurity company. So we work, that's my company. We work in security. So we work in surveillance. We work in also cybersecurity. So the IT portion of my company, we work with YouTube, we work with platforms for cybersecurity, especially when it comes to fraud and when it comes to scams and stuff like that. Like that is what one facet of what my company does. And I people don't really realize that. So that's how we get to you work with people and you get to know people. And then we work with the teams in YouTube. And so it once you get in good with IT, then they like, oh, I know somebody that worked for YouTube. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Well, which person is this? Oh, this is such and such. And so that's how it goes down. But yes, that's what the firm that I work for. We are a cybersecurity company. We do surveillance. We have government contracts. We do scams, internet scams like phishing and stuff like that, and stuff like that. We create systems, we create programs, and then we also do physical surveillance. So we set up cameras, the little cameras in the intersection. A lot of times is us. And so we set up CCTV all over the world. Surveillance. Surveillance. So it's a booming business, by the way. Business is booming right now. So we do surveillance for government buildings. We do surveillance for data centers. We do surveillance for office buildings all over the world. So that's one of the things that so I'm very interested in technology. So when I tell you I don't go on social media, that's one of the reasons. Because behind the scenes, when you learn about what goes on behind the scenes with these algorithms, I'll be like, oh, once I learned that, somebody hit me to the game with how the algorithms work and what channels get pushed and baby, I was over it. I was like, oh no more social media for me. I told my kids, y'all are ban, block. They not allowed on TikTok. They not allowed. I don't do Facebook. I don't do Instagram. I don't do none of it. Once I started figuring out like how these systems really work, I'm like, oh no. That's why I be telling y'all, don't be trusting what these people be writing online, because these people be all over the world, be trying to pretend that they in America and they in Pakistan, China, Russia, Nigeria, they all over the world. They can't even they can't even type in English right because they be trying to pretend that they American and they not. And or they be trying to pretend they from the UK and they not. And they be some bot account set up by somebody somewhere. So it's all suspect to me. Like I said, like I did that whole video talking about the internet. I'm telling you, it's all suspect to me. I think social media is the most ruinous thing in our society. It's just caused a lot of problems. And I warn people. I try to warn people. Well, yeah, they don't realize we're not with the bullshit. I'm not. And again, content creators tolerate this because it brings them engagement. And so when they run across a content creator like me who's like, oh, I don't care. I don't care about numbers and engagement and all that. I don't care about that shit. Because again, YouTube is not my job. It's not my career. It's not what I do for a living. So I'm not trying to get rich off of YouTube. So my toleration level is very low because I'm like, I don't need this $6-7 that bad. It's not that serious. I'm not going to disturb my viewers or my subscribers because these people bring engagement. These delusional fans, these trolls, people just like, oh, it's just trolls talk. No, I'll block them. I'm like, I don't have time. I'll block. That's how I do it. Look. And then I dance with it. Oh, shit. Did y'all see Wicked? Y'all planning to see? I'm going to do a poll. Because I went to go see Wicked. And then I plan to go see Avatar. And my kids saw Five Nights at Freddy's. Because we like to go to movies. When my kids saw, I didn't see Five Nights at Freddy's, but my kids did. My son's a big Five Nights at Freddy's fan. But I did see Wicked. I like Wicked. I went with my kids and I went with Jennifer. And that was fun. I think that's the first time we all went to the movies together. So there you go. We all went to the movies together and it was fun. Libras, you Libras or something. I don't know any Libras. Wait a minute, hold on. Wait a minute. I didn't even wait a minute. Oh no, Jennifer's an Aries, not a Libra. I was about to say, wait a minute. Hold on now. Sound like Jennifer. Jennifer is a Aries, not a Libra. I don't know any Libras. I dated a Libra, but we didn't last for very long. Or was he a Virgo? I think he was a Virgo. I think it was a Virgo. Yeah, Virgo. I think he's a Virgo. I'm a Cancer. So Cancer is weird, notoriously known to be a moody bitch. Like, we're just moody. Cancers, I can be a little bit moody, you know. But Cancers, I think Cancer is the best sign of the zodiac. I do have to say myself. I think Cancers are the best side of the zodiac, best sign of the zodiac. I think we are spectacular. I think Cancers, we are very unique in our personalities. I think Cancers, we are kind and compassionate. But a Cancer, you know, Geminis have a bad rep. She said Geminis are just misunderstood. Geminis are just misunderstood. Geminis are just... I don't know. I'm almost a Gemini, though. Like, I'm on the cusp of the Gemini. Like, Gemini. I'm a June 23rd baby. Taurus is sweet as apple pie. They are. My son's a Taurus, and he's sweet as apple pie. My daughter's a Capricorn. Just pray for me. My daughter's a Capricorn. Yeah. Capricorns, I've known a lot of Capricorns throughout my life. I don't know why Capricorns gravitate towards me. They're like, what I think of Leos? My late husband was a Leo. My late husband's a Leo. I love my late husband dearly. Gemini, they do. The Gemini can be difficult. Y'all can be sometimes. But I don't know that many Geminis. But yeah, my late husband was a Leo. He was sweet. He was funny. He can be stubborn at times. But we got along pretty good. Cancers and Leos, we like each other. We cool with each other. Capricorns, I have had so many Capricorn friends and exes. Like, I think like they follow me around. And they attach themselves to me. I don't know what it is. But me and Capricorns are supposed to be like a celestial matching. Like, we're supposed to be celestial. Divine matching. V is a Capricorn. I knew it. I knew there's something about V I didn't like. I knew it. Me and Capricorns are like, I can't with a Capricorn. She's a Cancer. She's a sweetheart, very tenderhearted. Yeah, that's how I am. You don't want to get on my bad side. They want to do it at their own pace. That's true. Tauruses do. But yeah, Cancers, we're sweethearts. We're sweet. We just don't work our nerves then. Aquarius, I don't know where my moon is or anything. V is like, ooh. Capricorns are moody. They're stubborn. They like everything their way. And Capricorns can never see anything other than their own needs sometimes and what they want. I've learned that about Capricorn. They can be quite self-centered. Oh, you get, look, Jennifer's an Aries. Jennifer is funny. Jennifer is sweet. Jennifer is kind until you just don't piss her off. Yeah. Oh, she's a Scorpio. Okay. I haven't known many Scorpios. I don't know any Scorpios. I've known Leos. I haven't known any Cancers. Look, I tried to date 3 Cancer dudes and I was ready to punch them in the face. Like 3 Cancer guys. I don't know how anybody puts up with us. I'm just going to be honest. I don't know how anybody puts up with us. Like, I understand that I'm difficult. I understand. I get it. Your dad's a Capricorn? For us to get in a good place. Oh, Cancer. He's worth. Baby, them Capricorns are stubborn. You know a lot of Cancers? I don't know any. I'm the only one. And throughout my life, I've never known a lot of Cancers. I don't know, maybe we avoid each other. But baby, Cancers, to be friends with a Cancer is really nice. Cancers, we make some of the best friends. We are ride to die friend, like help you go bury the bodies, all that. But the only thing about Cancer, the only thing, is dating us can be difficult. It's not the same. I don't act the same way I do with friends that I do in a relationship. When I'm in a relationship, I've been single for like 3 years. There's a reason why. Because we are hell to pay. You know. Cancer will tell you where to bury the body at, baby. Capricorns are very set in their ways. My daughter is young, but she's set in her ways. She likes things the way she likes it, and she's very particular and peculiar about it. My son's a Taurus. He's very easygoing like I am. We're very, very easygoing. Cancers are can be very loving person. But Cancers, for me to date a Cancer, oh my God, y'all. I've tried. People are like, oh, Cancer men are romantic. Nah, the Cancer dudes I know of. See, okay, this is the problem with Cancer. Okay, I don't know. Sometimes the men and women can be different. I know as a Cancer, I'm a very passive person. I know that like my stance is a sense of passivity. Like I'm not a very proactive person in a relationship. Like as a friend, we cool, but in a relationship, I'm very passive. So sometimes with Cancers, that sense of passivity, like we're just passive, people take it as disinterest. And so there you go. So they take it as disinterest. And so once they take it as disinterest, people don't do, I'm not a very proactive person. I'm not a very aggressive person to be in a date with. Like I'm not going to chase after no man. And then Cancer males are the same. Cancers like to be chased. Like we like to be chased after. We like to be chased after. That's just how it is. We like to be chased. I had a husband who was a Leo, and he chased after me. Cancers, we have to feel needed all the time. Like we get in our feelings when people don't make us feel wanted or needed. Like we have to feel needed. We have to feel like we have some purpose. We don't like to be ignored. Cancers love attention. And we don't care how we got to get it. Like if we got to go cheat on, like this is how Cancer mind is. So if Cancer, we not getting enough affection, we going to fuss about it and then we going to cheat on you. Look, I'm just telling the truth. It's just true. Like if you're a Cancer, you're like, yeah, that sounds about right. Like to be honest about ourselves. Cancers are notoriously known are cheaters. A lot of Cancers are cheaters. A lot of Cancers are cheaters. The ones that I've known of have a problem with fidelity. Because Cancers are like, if you don't treat us right, we're like, well, we start looking. We get bored in a relationship or we just feel like we're not being treated or appreciated. Then we start having a wandering eye. We like, well, what about that dude over there? I mean, that is just how Cancer goes. Cancers, we notoriously known to be cheaters. You said your ex was a Cancer, was a cheater. There you go. When we are not happy, we cheat. And it's a flaw. It's not anything good. It's just unfortunately. Okay, you got to get up early. Bye. Bye, Marie Miller. Thanks for coming, girl. I'm about to leave in here in a minute. But yeah, Cancers, I'm just going to tell the truth about us. Like we fidelity, if you keep us happy, we're happy. We are very faithful and loyal. But the moment we feel like we're not happy and we try to tell you, look, I'm not happy when we cheat. That's the truth. Cancers, we need lots of attention and we need lots of care. Cancers, the way to a Cancer's heart is like to be babied. However, as a Cancer, I don't like to baby nobody. I'm not going to chase nobody. I'm not very romantic. I'm not very emotional. I am not going to baby you if you're a partner. Now, my kids, I baby them. If you're my friend, I love you to death. I'll be there thick and thin through the end. But in a relationship, I'm not finna baby no man. I want to be babied. I'm not finna cater to you in any type of fucking way. I want to be catered to. I want to be chased. I ain't got time to be chasing no man. I don't have the patience. And for a Cancer, we're very cut and dry people. Cancers are very cut and dry. What you see is what you get a lot of times. And Cancers, we're very honest to the way we say things. People get offended sometimes. I know people, I say things, people get offended. But I'm just very blunt. I'm like, I don't like that. I don't do that. And Cancers, we're not going to do anything that we don't want to do. That's just how it is. Fuck it. Can't they be trying to talk us? I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. Well, what about I don't want to do that? You think about Venus may have been a Leo? Maybe. I vibe best with sun signs? Oh, okay. Leos will cheat too if they feel unappreciated. That is true. Leos will cheat. Cancers, we always win. Cancers, yeah, we can be a window shopper. But then again, Cancers, for us, at least for me, it has to be firing on all cylinders. The reason why I've been single for so long is because to me, I have to meet somebody where I'm physically and emotionally and mentally attracted to them. It has to fire on cylinders for it to be really worth it at this point in my old age, in my old life. At this point in my old ass age, it has to be worth it. I have so many things going on that like you have to be worth me taking my time. Come on, we love you, Cancer. You have to wear take my time. But again, as a friend, I'm a really good friend. I'm a really, really good friend. Like pick people up, like lend people money, like ride or die, like always supportive and encouraging. I'm a very loving, and I'm the best friend that anybody could ever have. But I admit it, I am not a good partner. I have my flaws, but I can be a phenomenal partner if I have the right person who is going to chase me and show me lots of love. If that person can, Cancers, we like to be buttered up. We like our biscuits buttered. Like if I find a man who is like, oh my God, Kiki, oh my God, I'm just so captivated by your mind. And this person really has some good communication skills. And they were like, I'm so captivated by your mind. I really want to be with you. I think Cancers, we really take well to love bombing. I think that's why I like Korean men. Korean men, if you don't know, love bomb you. It's like a thing in Korea. Men will really pour it on thick. They will really court you heavily in a lot of Asian cultures, especially in South Korea. I've dealt with Korean men and they will court you heavily. I like that. I don't like a nonchalant ass man. I talk to him and they like, yeah, okay, you could. I'm like, that doesn't keep me interested. I need a man. I need a little excitement. I need a man to be excited about us being together, about us getting to know you. Men from Korea say that. Men from Korea are like, oh my God, I can't believe you're single. Oh my God, you're so wonderful. Oh my God, you're so beautiful. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Not the oh my God part, but they really pour it on thing. They love bomb you. I'm a recipient of the bomb. Drop the atomic bomb on my ass. I'm a lover of the love bomb. Some people don't like it. I love it. That's my love language, acts of service. So if you're willing to do things for me and butter me up a little bit, I'm like, oh, and it's hard for me to fall in love. Men from Korea can be very wishy-washy. They can be. Do I speak Korean? I used to speak a lot more Korean. I've gotten off it. I studied Korean for months and months, but I haven't done it. I'm going to try to start back in January. Ugh, I fell off my Korean language learning. It takes a lot for me to fall in love. A lot. I've only loved 3 men in my life, and that says a lot because I've dated more than 3. I've dated a lot more than 3, but I've only been in love with 3, and that's it. Like truly love. But again, they all said the right things and did the right thing. I like consistency. I like reliability. I like compatibility. And they all said, like I said, my late husband told me when we met, we met on an app. And my late husband told me when we met, after the first date we went on, a week later, like we had been talking, my late husband told me, we are going to be together. And I told my late husband, you're insane. Because he was 9 years younger than me. I told him he was insane. I chuckled. And he said, just you watch. And I folded my arms and I said, oh, really? He's like, you're the woman I want to be with. And I said, me? You. And I said, whatever. I said, all men say that, but then after a while they get bored. And he said, not me. And I said, whatever. And I smiled and I said, man, whatever, we'll see. I said, all you men, you talk a good game in the beginning, but you don't follow through. My late husband followed through. He told me very early on, you're the woman I want to be with. He's like, I don't want to be with nobody else. I want to be with you. And I thought he was nuts. I said, you are insane. And he told his sister even, I met a woman. This is the woman I want to be with. And he even told his sister that, Jennifer. He told Jennifer that this is the woman I want to be with. And she was like, what? She was like, you barely even know her. He said, I don't care. And I broke up with my late husband. We were together for like 3 months and I felt like he was too young. And I told him, I said, well, we really don't have a lot in common. You're too young to me. And I broke up with him for an older guy. I dated that older guy for like 7-8 months. I was with this older guy. It didn't work out. And my late husband was still there. I called him and he was like, what happened? I said, look, I dated this older guy. It didn't work out. It ended in disaster, blah, 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 blah. And my late husband didn't miss a beat. And he was like, finally, you came to your senses. I said, what? He said, well, I'm thank God you came to your senses. Because while I was dating this older guy, my late husband would still call me every once in a while to say hi. And we were just going to be cool as friends. And I said, it's best that we be as friends. My late husband, his whole thing was he was going to wait it out. He told me he was going to wait it out. He told me later on, he's like, I was just going to wait it out. I said, what do you mean going to wait it out? I was waiting for you and this guy to break up. And he's like, finally. And I was like, and I tell him, you're insane. And he said, finally, you come to your senses. See? He's like, I told you we were going to be together. And I was like, whatever. And so I wasn't a believer. And so of course I'm a believer. Kids late. We got married. Kids. Here I am. So yes, that's the kind of man I need in my life. Who is like, I want to be with you. And you go, and my late husband's like, come along quietly. Just shut up. Come on. I absolutely positively loved it. She said, well, your man will come at least. I think I'm going to be single probably for the rest of my life. I've called it. I've called it and I'm fine. I've made peace with it. Yeah, my late husband was a real one. He was a real one. He had to he went for years. Like we had a whole year relationship of him convincing me. When I met my late husband, I did not believe in marriage. I still kind of don't believe in marriage. I'm not a conventional person. I did not want to get married. I did not want to have children. My late husband was 9 years younger than me. And I was happy with us just being together. And that was it. I did not want to get married. I didn't want to have children. My late husband told me I want to have children. I want to get married. I want to have kids. And I said, you're crazy. Our life is great. We were living together. We were living our best lives. But we weren't married. And I did not want to have children at all. And I told him, I said, I don't want to have no kids. And he gave me an ultimatum. He's like, if we don't get married and have children, I'm going to move out. And I said, whatever, John. Ha, 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 ha. Oh, you're cute. Child, baby. In a week, my late husband was like, I said, where you going? He said, I told you if we don't get engaged that I'm going to live in my parents' house. I said, you ain't serious. He said, oh, I'm very serious. And I said, oh, okay, well, we need to talk about this. So we sat and talked and he was like, let's get engaged. My late husband wanted to get engaged. I said, well, when do you want me to get engaged? He's like, as soon as possible. I said, I don't want to get engaged as soon as possible. What are you talking about? You can't pressure me into getting engaged. What the fuck you think this is? Who you think you are? And he was like, I'm telling you, we're going to get engaged in a month or I'm going to move out. And I said, oh. And he was very serious. And so I remember one day he told me, he said, this weekend we're going to go and pick out a ring. And I said, pick out a ring? I guess. Because I didn't want to get married. I was like, I don't pick out a stupid ring. Fuck ever. So we went to the mall and I stood there and I was like, pick out a ring. Fuck out of here. And I was like, okay, that one. And I just picked a ring. And we got in the car and sat in the car. And he said, put your hand out. And he put a ring on my finger. And he said, we're engaged now. And I said, whatever. Because that's how I was back then. Like, I was very ornery. And I was like, whatever. So I went to work. And they noticed a ring on my finger. And they were like, are you engaged? I was like, oh, yeah, that. Yeah, girl, I'm engaged. Oh, my God, you're engaged. You know, the ladies, I work with a bunch of ladies. Oh, my God, you're engaged. They went around. I said, don't tell everybody. They went off and told everybody. They're like, oh, my God, you're getting married. And I'm like, yeah. They're like, you don't seem too happy about it. They're like, she don't want to get married. I didn't. But that's how I got engaged. That was my engagement. I know, such a romantic story. So we were engaged. I got pregnant. And I needed his insurance. And so my late husband was happy because my insurance wouldn't cover my maternity. It would be more cost than his. So I had to be on his insurance. And my late husband said, he's like, we're getting married. I said, that's the only way. So I was pregnant when I actually got married. And then my late husband's like, we's married now. I said, bitch, this ain't the color purple. Swerve. And he's like, we's married now. Because we like the color purple. We's married now. I said, John, if you don't get out of my face with that shit. And so we went to the Justice of Peace on my lunch break. I said, I don't have that much time. I'm on my lunch break. He's like, we're going to get married. So we went to the Justice of Peace on my lunch break, filled out the paperwork, and I'm just standing there, and the judge is like, okay, you guys don't seem too happy. I said, look, I'm on lunch right now. And he was like, okay, you're married. And we signed the marriage paperwork, and he's like, and then like, we were walking in the parking lot, and I said, I'll see you when I get home. And I walked off. And I came home. And I had to tell HR, and people were like, are you really married? I was like, yeah, I'm married. Don't make a big deal about it. I'm pregnant. So much romance in my life. The story is so wrong. Like, I told my son, and he's like, what? He's like, what is the story? I was like, this is how we got married. And so we got married to Justice of the Peace, and that's it. And that's it. That was it. And that's how I got married. And I was, matter of fact, my wedding anniversary is coming up. My wedding anniversary is on the 14th of December. That's my wedding anniversary. But we never celebrated it as a wedding anniversary. We celebrated it in June. Our anniversary was my birthday. So that's when we said, so I forget that June 14th was our wedding anniversary. But I got married and I was like, I think I was 3 months pregnant, and my ankles were swollen and I was sweating. My late husband always, that was his whole job in life, is to drag me along because I didn't want a baby. I didn't want to get married. I didn't want to do none of that. But my husband believed it. I tell y'all, my husband believed in me more than anybody I've ever met. My husband believed in me when I never believed in me. My husband would tell me, you are the strongest woman I know. You're the most capable, smartest woman I know. I have faith in you. And with all of the things that I did in my life, and changing jobs and getting my education and going back to school, my husband was my biggest cheerleader. He always believed in me. Always. And so I know how marriage should go. So I tell people, I know how relationships and marriage should go. And I understand that experience shaped me for better or for worse. Like, I wouldn't act that way again because, again, I've matured and I've changed. But I understood that, like, how marriage goes. I understand what's possible. And so I have a hard time trying to ever get in a relationship with anybody because that's how I want to be treated. I had a husband to treat me good. I had a husband that would pay for trips and let me do my own and let me be my own person, do my own thing. I had a husband that wasn't jealous. I had a husband that I could go out with my friends and go get drunk. Me and Jennifer, we used to go out all the time and leave my son home with him, or we would go out and have our girl time. And my husband wouldn't bat an eyelash. He was never jealous. My husband never talked down to me. My husband never raised his voice to me ever. It was whatever you want, baby. Whatever you want, honey. Well, John, I want to do this. Okay, baby, whatever you want. It was me always like, John, da 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 da. I was fussing at him all the time. He wouldn't fuss back. He would just be like, okay, 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 okay. We would bicker like an old married couple, but it was nothing. And we never had like a fight. And so I know that's possible. I feel like if it was possible with him, then it could be possible with somebody else. But a person really has to love you. Like they really, really, and my husband really, really, really fucking loved me. Like really, like I was his dream girl. Like to him, I was his dream. Like I was everything that he ever wanted in a girl. Looks wise, personality. Like he liked my mean edge. Like I would, I had a real mean streak than more than I am now. But he liked it. He thought it was cute. I would fuss, and he'd be like, damn it. He'd be like, oh, honey, it's so cute. I was like, that's not cute, John. I'm really perturbed. He's like, oh, you're so cute when you're perturbed. I'm like, what? And he'd take the sting out of everything. What? Honey, give me a hug. What? Okay. Okay, I'll give you a hug. Okay. But still, oh, honey, don't get so wound up. You just get so wound up and angry. Oh, you're angry? And I'm like, yeah, I'm angry. I told you. Just give me a hug. Yeah, I guess. Give me a kiss. Oh, okay. And then I'll be over it. And I'll be like, well, what was I angry about again? I said, damn it. Now I forget what I would be angry about. That's the kind of man I like. But like I said, I had a man who really, really, really wanted to be with me, like despite everything. And so, yeah, my husband was a Jin. I tell y'all, I married a Jin. My husband liked to laugh. He liked to joke. He liked to play video games. He was energetic. He was easygoing. I married a Jin. So me, a sugar, married a Jin. Me, the surly, the moody, the whatever, married somebody who was happy and outgoing and liked to laugh a lot and make a lot of jokes and be sarcastic and play video games. My husband reminds me a lot of Jen. He was very just an easygoing, good person. Yeah, he was very calm. So I have a lot of storm. My mom be like, Keisha, you got a lot of hell in you. I said, I do. I have a lot of hell. I have like a lot of anxiety, and I get wound up sometimes about things. Really, especially back then, I was really like quick. I'll go to 0 to 100 real quick. I had much more pluckiness. I've mellowed out in my years, especially when I had children. Then I learned to like be mellow. But my husband trusted me. He trusted me as a mother. He trusted me as a wife. He trusted me as a friend, as a partner, all of it. He handed everything over to me and trusted me completely. Like there was no, I would never think my husband would never trust me. And then I trusted my husband. I trusted my husband. Like I trusted him, and I trusted that my husband cared for me and loved me. And things weren't perfect between us. There's things that we both could have done, but we were young and we didn't really know. Like he was the first real relationship I had. And he's a Leo, and he was stubborn at times and a little mouthy. He could be a little mouthy too. But I know he'd be like, "Oh, you're so cute." I'm a firecracker. I am. It's hard for a man to deal with me. And then like I said, I'm so like impatient. Like I'm not a patient person to be in a relationship with. Like I give up quickly. My late husband used to say, "You always," because I would be always trying to break up with him. I was like, "Okay, I'll break up. I'm tired of this shit. I'll break up." That's so me. I break up. I'm done. Fuck it. I'm done. Like that's me. I'm not like one to be like, oh, let's work it out. I'll be like, you know what? I'm done with this. I'm done with you. The relationship over. He's like, you're always trying to break up with somebody. That's a defense mechanism though. That's just me being defensive because of the relationships that I had where I've been hurt. But he knew that, and he would be like, okay. In the beginning, he would get really offended by me trying to break up with him every 5 seconds. But then after a while, he's like, eh. Jen is not my bias. No, because Jen's personality, my husband's personality was cool, but it wasn't my husband. When I dated my late husband, he was so much different than the men that I had dated. I had not dated a man like him. I dated very hard-edged, the strong, silent type. I dated a lot of that. And when I met my late husband, he was different. He was very different than the type that I usually go for. So in the beginning, I used to tell people, I used to like, he's not really my type. I don't know. I was very iffy on him because he was 9 years younger than me and he wasn't really my type. And I was like, he's too young. You know, what can he do for me? Like my late husband told me, baby, my late husband told me, he said, just give me a chance. He said, I'll prove it to you. He told me, he said, Kiki, I'll give you the life that you want. I promise you. Because, like, you know, when you're dealing with somebody, I mean, I was young when I met my late husband. I was in my late, so my late husband was like I'm giving you some context. I was like 28 years old and he was 20. So here I am dealing with a 20-year-old. Like, that's real young. I had my own apartment, my own job. I was in college. Like, to deal with somebody, I am 28 years old. Dealing with somebody's 20. Do you think I had, oh, he was younger than that. Oh, Jennifer said also go to bed. He was younger than that. So to deal with somebody so young, you be tired for no reason. Girl, Jennifer's telling me that it's 1:31 for me to go my ass to bed. But to deal with somebody that young and then have faith in them, it was hard. But I did it. I did it and never look back. I met somebody that was just my person. Like, oh, this is my person. Like, I never, once I understood what was going on and that he wasn't going anywhere and then I could trust him and then it was great. And then, of course, if I would never met John, I would never met Jennifer. And then if I would never met Jennifer, I would have never went to a K-pop concert and I wouldn't have a channel. So there you go. So y'all can thank my late husband for me even being here. Because really, without him, I wouldn't be here. Yeah, because I would have never met Jennifer, and Jennifer wouldn't have introduced me to K-pop, and then I wouldn't have this channel. So in a roundabout way, I never really thought about it that way. That yeah, you can thank my late husband for me being here. Because without him, none of this would have been possible. I would never, if you would have told me I would have had a K-pop channel 10 years ago, I would have said you were crazy. I would have been like, K-pop? Like that shit. But here I am. But if it wasn't for Jennifer, my K-pop dealer, my K-pop pusher, that I would have never, which I know she's watching right now. Y'all say hi to Jennifer. I know she rused the day that she got me started on K-pop. She rolls her eyes kind of. And I'm still wearing my wedding gown, Jennifer. We were talking about that. That when BTS come, I'm wearing my wedding dress. Jennifer, like, bitch, you they like, hey, Jennifer. Jennifer said, you need to go. Jennifer sent me a text message. She like, Jennifer gonna sit next to me while I wear my purple wedding dress and I hold up my sign that says, Yoongi marry me. Jennifer's gonna sit there like this the whole concert, like, this bitch crazy. Jennifer said I'm telling you, I'm gonna talk her into it. We have time to convince her slowly but sure. Like, I'm gonna get the wedding gown and I'm gonna wear it. I'm gonna be like, yes, I'm carrying it. You can marry me. Talk about Jennifer gonna have a change of clothes in the car. Jennifer gonna be sitting there with a hoodie on talking about, shit. And then the camera's going to pan to me. You know how they do the camera at concerts? And the camera's going to pan to me. And Jennifer going to be like, oh, hell. Bye, Shelly Thompson. You finna go to bed, girl. I'm finna go to bed. Jennifer going to be like, I don't know. Hell. I don't know her. Shit. All right. She gonna be like, please don't get me. She gonna be scooting over like, damn, okay. I'm telling you, get my wedding dress ready, y'all. I'll be woo. And the camera gonna pan and Jennifer gonna turn. She gonna turn pale as hell. She gonna look like she about to die. And she gonna look at me and be like, oh, God. Tell me, we go to Dallas together. Jennifer can hide. Tell me, Jennifer can hide. She'd be like this. I don't know, y'all. I don't just, okay. I told Jennifer it's inevitable. It's like Thanos. You know, Thanos is like, I'm inevitable. So I feel like with BTS, when it comes to my purple wedding dress and my veil, I feel like it's inevitable. Like, I'm like, it's inevitable. Like, this is meant to be. It is meant for me to wear a wedding. This will probably be the only BTS concert I will ever go to. This is the only BTS concert I will ever go to. So I want to have fun, and I want to be excited, and I want to let loose. And I'm probably going to lose my voice. I'm going to be screaming. Jennifer's like, you're going to be screaming the whole entire damn time. I'm going to be screaming the whole time. I'm going to lose my voice. And she's like, girl, Jennifer gonna be like, okay, girl, okay, you just, cause I'm gonna be screaming. I may pass out. I might lose consciousness. I don't know. But Jennifer told me, she said that she told me that she's not tolerating the purple dress. She's not. She says she's not. But I feel she's coming around. Because at first she was like, hell no. Then she was like, no. And then she was like, no. So I think she's slowly but surely coming around to it. Now it's kind of like a frowny face. I think now she's like, I'm telling you, we went from hell no to a frowny face. I feel like that shit is progress. That is, yes, I know Stray Kids. I went to a Stray Kids concert. I have a whole Stray Kids playlist. Jennifer says, nope, not even close. I think she's getting there. She said, no, not even close. Jennifer said, no, she's not allowing the wedding dress. So we'll see. Again, I'm going to work on her. You know, y'all, it's a work in progress. I feel like I'm going to keep hope alive. You know, yes, I have a whole Stray Kids playlist on my channel because I went to their concert. I did a video about Stray Kids. Oh, Lord, I don't know what happened. I hit the wrong button. Anyway, sorry, y'all. But anyway, I'm going to let y'all go. Jennifer's telling me I have to go, so I'm going to leave right now. And I hit the wrong button, and it just, my phone just said, and it's overheating. But anyway, y'all, I will see you guys next Saturday. Thanks for everybody for being here. Make sure you like, share, subscribe to my channel. Hello, Jennifer. I'm finna go to bed, girl. Okay. But anyway, you guys have a good night. I'm out of here. My favorite in Stray Kids is Bang Chan. Bang Chan. I like Felix too. But anyway, y'all, good night. Good night. Good night. Good